You're live. Sheldon, thank you for joining me. But things changed a little bit. There's a possibility we'll have a guest tonight. You can think it's good that you're doing good. All right. I'm ready for spring. No kidding. I never did like the winter myself, Sheldon. Never liked it one bit. Ready for spring. You have to check out the Coyote off-road wheelchair, Mike. Yeah, let's check it out. I don't do a lot of yeah, we'll see. I don't do a lot of field research. Anyways, the reason I don't is because I know I don't have to. The back rooms explained. This is the video, liminal spaces and places beyond. The back rooms. And I learned about this today, and I thought it'd be good to share with people because there's a connection with the spiritual realm, and those who are involved with astral projecting and out-of-body experiences seem to have this kind of experience. Places they end up where there shouldn't be and end up to be bad news for them and to get lost in it at times. I wonder how many of these spirits people are dealing with. The thing that you filmed, Sheldon, ghosts or spirit, whatever, and are stuck in the back room. Anyways, let's get over. Hopefully tonight we're going to be joined with Claudia Ackley. She said she wanted to join. Excuse me. Well, that's a great way to start a show. It doesn't really matter. So hopefully we're going to look at some images. So here are. This is Claudia right here. Some of the images that I have here too are some images that my friend Eric Gibbs filmed in water and a glass bottle. I think it was a glass or plastic bottle. It had green in it. Dang it, I can't stop it. Light. So I can't talk. So this is some of the entities, the spirits, and images that he filmed. He said it's okay if I share it with him. Yeah, I hope she joins us. I mean, I didn't force it on her. She said she wanted to join. We were kind of juggling when it happened. She has an interesting project ahead of her too. Maybe we'll talk about that. So, anyways, this is an entity that my friend. I can't. You're not seeing it, are you? So this is an entity that my friend Eric Gibbs filmed to use a green light and or clear light over the green bottle, frozen water. Frozen water can be used as kind of a mirror, if you will, to capture some of these entities, these spirits. You remember water; they don't like dry water, so. It was interesting too is what happens to them when it freezes. It's just a question. So that's what my friend Eric filmed. He filmed this. Let's see what happened here. Okay, Claudia. Okay, go in. and I'll bring you up there. Bring you up there. Okay. Let's get back to this. So what he sees is you can see he filmed inside a jug, and it's very interesting. You can see there's the opening of the jug and all that. And if you look kind of closely, there's something seriously in there. It's got eyes. Got about like a. I mean, you can see the dang eyes. Maybe I don't know if you can, or if that's. I can see it for me, but you can see there's an eye right there. There's an eye right there, and there's multiple entities. So, are you listening to the show? Are you listening? YouTube. Anyways, that's what he managed to pull off, and it's a very good interest in the green light. You can see here's like a black entity shadow thing he was able to film. Oh, this one, I forgot about this one. Let's see if I can find that one. That one's pretty darn impressive in my book. He did this right here inside this water jug. You can see that one's pretty darn good. That's wild. So, trying to get Claudia to get on here. I gave her a link, but she's not working. So she needs Claudia. If you're listening, you need to join us on the chat room and type. And I'll tell you what. You look at. Oh, there you are.
And I'm not a techie type person. LMAO.
Oh, there you are, Claudia. How you doing?
I'm good. Nice to hear your voice.
Yes. Well, it's nice to hear your voice.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry it took me a few minutes to kind of figure out how to do this. So.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. No, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. This is really more for posterity and for people in the future. And there's people here, of course, live, but hopefully, as time goes on, people will hear the important message that we have to share. Before we get going in that, let me finish up this.
Okay.
My friend Eric Gibbs, he was using a green light and water, and asked water or frozen water in a plastic bottle, or you can use glass bottle. Also, people talk about using colored glass as well to help just have these things bring out. And you see right in the middle there, he filmed one of those entities that's inside there, frozen in the water. So
yeah.
So not this. My point in all that is not necessarily encourage anybody to do it, but to say, listen, they're real.
Yes. 100%, 110%.
110%.
There's so many entities out there. It's not just Dogman, Sasquatch. I have seen numerous scary things out in the woods, like where it's so unreal that it's hard to process that in your mind. It's just, but I want to warn people, and this is why I'm doing it. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Claudia Ackley. I worked in the hospital for 17 years. I worked with the cancer center, and then I became a stay-at-home mom. Got divorced, unfortunately, but it was all for the best. And after a couple of years, I met a researcher named Ed Brown, and we moved to the mountains because it's cheaper to. Am I talking too much?
No, in fact, you're just doing perfect. You just
Okay.
Put yourself right in there. You and I
Because
know each
my
other from
husband's like,
we spent a couple hours together and became close friends real fast. So you
I
go
know.
right ahead.
So my husband's like, when they ask you a question, you seem to go off. Like you'll be talking about apples, and the next thing you're talking about like Halloween. So I'm trying to be like stay on the right course, and I just want
Oh,
people
just
to.
don't worry about it because
Oh,
as I do that is multidimensional. That this topic is
yes.
there's multi-facets to it, and it's not anything close to what
Mm-mm.
mainstream media and the official narrative and those who've been chosen to be the experts of the cryptid world are saying. So we're
Right.
going to try to correct some of that.
Yeah, and you and I have a lot in common, and so I could share with people. I really don't care if people don't like believe me, if they don't agree with me. Everybody has a right to their opinion. I'm not going to dehumanize them because we have different opinions. Everybody has that choice.
Yeah,
I
yeah, you're right.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm speaking my truth of what I've seen, and you have seen it yourself, Michael. Like so, and I've talked to other researchers, and this is the thing. When I first started doing this, I thought the Sasquatch was like a gorilla and flesh and blood. Like I'm like, oh my god, how fascinating! Like I want to learn more about them. And the reason why I learned more about them is because my 13-year-old daughter one day came up to me. She goes, "Did you know? Have you heard Bigfoot?" And I said, "Yeah, I think I've heard of it." And she's like, "They're real." And then I go, "Oh no, sweetie, they're not real. It's called a myth." And she goes, "Well, have you researched it?" And I'm like, "No." And she goes, "Maybe you should before you say that they're not real." And I'm like, you know what? You're absolutely right. I'm going to start researching it. At that time, I didn't have Facebook. I just had YouTube. Well, I found a wonderful woman named Barb and Gabby. That's the name of her channel. And we started talking back and forth like on YouTube. And she invited me to the woods in Washington State and for a week. So I went with her, and like my ex-husband was with me on the airplane before we landed, and he said, "Are you going to be disappointed if you don't see a Sasquatch?" And I said, "Oh, we're not going to see one. Like that's like you're lucky if you see one. I just want to see structures. I want to find my own prints. I want to know for myself if they really exist." And I told Barbara, "Don't show me old prints. Don't show me old like structures. I want to find it for myself." Because it was kind of like a challenge for me, and she was so nice. She totally agreed. So, like the first night, she took us into the woods at night. We walked around at night, which was terrifying, to be honest with you. And what happened was, the next day, we were like at a little lake, and we start throwing rocks in the water. And her dog Gabby would run in the water and try to catch the rocks that we were throwing. But at that point, after being there for like a half an hour, um, we turned around, and I turned around because there was a lady with us who just needed a knee like replacement, and she was having trouble walking. So when I turned around to help her up, all of a sudden you hear splash, like a big, and then at that time I turned my head so fast you could see how big the boulder was, and then I start yelling like, "Barbara, they just," because everybody else they already like left us by ourselves, and they're already hiking away from us. So I start screaming for Barb, and I'm like, "Barb, Barb, something just like threw a huge rock." And I promise you, I looked everywhere, like right there, like, oh my God, he has to be here. Or they, I was like looking, nothing. I found nothing. So that's the second day. Third day, she tells me, now she used to tell me that when she walks her dog, sometimes it'll go and stare on the left hand side and it won't move its tail. And this dog, he passed away, but he was a very happy dog, like always shaking. And I saw him run after a squirrel. So this is why I'm telling you this. So so then she showed me like a structure that's been like twisted since we happened to be there, even though I told her don't show me anything. And then all of a sudden you see Gabby staring like at a certain direction, and I got a feeling that something was watching us. And I turn around, you can see me on the camera. I turn around and I look at a junior Sasquatch. And as soon as we locked eyes, he was holding his like branch with one arm. He saw me, and the way I try to explain his expression, which is kind of embarrassing, is um it's like if like you walk into somebody and who's in the bathroom, and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, like I'm sorry. That's the kind of reaction he gave me. Big black eyes, looked like an alien in the face, with hair like all like a chimp. And he dropped, walked two steps. We call it bipedal, and then he went on all fours. We call that quadrupedal, and ran away from us. And I was stunned. And in my head, I'm thinking, what in the Washington creature was that? Like I had, because when you think Sasquatch, you think 10 feet, 1,000 pounds. You don't remember them being little, you know. So she got that on camera. We went back to like our campsite and she downloaded the video because she was videotaping for her channel. And you could see this creature and he looked like the predator. But even though I saw him with my own eyes, when he was running away from me, I could see the pink in the back of his his hair. So, but the weird thing is that he was cloaked on the camera, and it's because it's called the cloaked Bigfoot barber shoop. If you guys want to look it up. So at that moment, I was like, "Oh my God, they're real!" Like, "Oh my gosh!" Well, we found like a 13-inch footprint, and that's where he landed. So we casted it. I casted it, and I was having a very bad marriage. Like, and I'm not trying to throw dirty laundry, but I felt like my ex-husband was cheating on me because he was always taking off, and there was only one signal in the entire area, which was in front of the fire
Claudia,
department.
Claudia,
Yeah,
can I interrupt you?
yeah.
What's the name of this video? What's the video that we want to look at?
Oh, it's called
A
it's
cloak
called Cloaked Bigfoot Barber Shoop, and you can
bar.
there's people that have done like analysis
How you
and
spell
stuff
her
like
last
Chris
name?
Hunker.
How you spell her
Yeah.
last name?
Oh, Shupe Barber Shoop, or it was probably Barb and Gabby, which is Gabby. And it's if you just put in cloaked Bigfoot, it'll pop up. You'll see me on the camera. So now there's a man named Matt Johnson who's about, I'm not kidding, like 7 feet tall. He's a psychologist. Well, he went to do like he wore like an orange vest where the creature was standing, and he was 75 feet from me, and he looked tiny. He's a big guy. So what I saw, he was at least 6 foot tall. And I think he was a juvenile, definitely, because he didn't look like muscular. That not that I noticed. So at that point, I'm like, I can't sleep in the tent. We had a campground. I'm just like, so I was like in shock, and I literally start crying because I'm like, oh my God, they're real. Like they're real. So what happened was I wasn't in a healthy marriage, and I felt like God told me life is short. There's so much that you don't even know about this world. It's better for my daughters to have it's better to live away than live in a broken home. So when we went back to the cabin, my ex-husband said, "You're done with Bigfoot. Like we're done. Like it's done." And I'm like, "Oh no, it's not." And he said like, "Well, it's either Bigfoot or me." So I chose Bigfoot. So a couple days later, I filed for divorce, and it wasn't just because of the Bigfoot. We were just not getting along. And the reason why I'm telling you this is because the day I left, I walked into the woods by myself, and out loud I prayed, not to the Sasquatch, just to God. And I said, God, like, please give me strength to divorce this man I've been with 20 years. And like the night we got home, I found out that he was cheating, and that was my strength that I feel they gave me to get rid of him. That it's not a healthy marriage, and so I wanted to enjoy like my life, and which it was all good for all of us, like the kids, everything. So 6 years go by after this was happened 9/11 to 2014. That's when I saw the cloaked Bigfoot. So at this point, I get on Facebook and I meet so many researchers, a lot of big time like researchers like Adam Davies, Josh Gates, like a lot of people that are familiar with the Sasquatch species. So I would walk literally like 10 miles a day easily, like in the rugged terrains, like not in a trail where you had to jump over trees to, you know what I mean? And we found structures and weird things, but I've never seen one since the day with Barb and Gabby. So what happened was, once I got divorced, it's very expensive to live in LA. Like I was paying 2,500 for a 2 bedroom, a little tiny apartment, and if you move to the mountains, it's a lot cheaper. I got a house for like 1,600. So I felt like it was worth the drive taking my kids to school. It was like a 40-minute drive. And so we moved into the house in by the woods. So for some reason, I didn't know my area. I would navigate, navigate to Ranch Cucamonga. That's my daughter's school, because I didn't know where to go. I was like new in the whole area, and every single time for like 5 times in a row, I would drive, and it would take me to this beginning of a trail. And I'm like, did I make a wrong turn? Like, so I made a U turn, went back, figured it out. But it happened like 5 times in a row. And the last 2 times, I said, I'm going to listen very carefully to what it tells me to do, because it keeps happening. And I listened very carefully, and it took me back to that trail. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. So now this is like the funny part is when I was with Barb, there's a book for parents at work, and you open up the book and you could have your voice and read stories to your kids. You push a button, or you don't have to put, you just turn the page. So what I did is I put like feathers, and like I made it um very foresty, the book that I made, and I put a picture of an apple, and then I said the word apple, and I, because I didn't know they spoke English, and I said there's a tree. This is called the tree, and I would take it out to my area, and sure enough, it was like turned, and you could hear on the, because I put a recorder, I hit it, and you could hear the pages changing, and then they stuck it back in in the tire, which I thought was really funny and interesting. So uh I the next day I told my daughters, do you guys want to go hiking? And they said, yeah, like we're so excited. I don't want my kids to be stuck on like Snapchat. I want them to get away from the phones, because all the kids are on phones now. I wanted them to learn about nature, and we've really never been camping. We've never been a camping family. So Ed was at the house with me, and he said that he'll stay home, and I took the girls. I took bear spray and my cell phone, and of course my driver's license. And then on the way to the trail, I told my daughters, if you see a bear, you don't run from it. Cougars, they get you from the back. They can jump off trees. They can hurt you. Always watch your surroundings. And whatever you do, don't ever show fear, no matter what's in front of you. I'm here to protect you. So they were, and my daughter, my 14-year-old, she was like giving me, like, she was rolling her eyes like a typical teenager. So the weird thing is that on that trail, there's 3 trees that have been pushed down, all within 100 feet. Like they're trying to keep us away. Like don't come near us. So it didn't dawn on me, but we would walk around the tree that's like blocking the trail, and get back on the trail, and then we walk around the tree, and at that point there's a curve, and uh so all of a sudden I took a picture of my daughter at that moment, and I see my daughter. She looks left to right, and she's completely frozen. And before this, she was like wiggling her tail, and she was like singing, and it went quiet with her. She wouldn't even look at me, and she put her hands to her side and just stared. And then in my heart, as a mama bear, I'm like, oh my God, please don't tell me this is a bear, please. So then I see my teenage daughter. She's now with my youngest, and they're both now staring straight, not moving at all. So at that point, I run. I take the safety harness off the bear spray, and I run, and I jump over the tree. And to my amazement, I turned the curve, and there was a 1,000-pound creature, Sasquatch, not a bear, and he didn't look friendly. He had gray skin, almond shaped black eyes, and he started to move, like he was moving. So I looked at him, and he looked at my daughters like a certain look, and I was like, I don't like the way he's looking at my kids, and I'll die for my kids. So what I did is, I know they have certain languages, we believe. One of them is a whoop. We believe that they make that noise. So when I looked at the creature on the tree, I whooped twice, because I was trying to tell him 2 things. One is, I know about your kind, and second of all, don't look at my daughters. And so, like, all of a sudden he started to I don't, he started going back and forth, like it was so weird, like very weird. So I told my daughter, and he looked on the ground. He was 30 feet up on a tree, by the way. So all of a sudden, I told my daughters, hold hands and start walking to the car. Don't worry about me. I gave my daughter my car keys, and I said, she was 14, and I said, do me a favor and just start walking back to the car. Do not run. Do not run. So my little one starts to run, because she's terrified. She's 11. And I said, Jenna, don't run. So I stood there while they were walking back to the car until because I wanted to see if he was gonna come after us. He's gonna have to go through me, which I won't win, but he'll know I was there. I know their strength and they could decapitate me in 30 seconds, if that. But I stood my ground, and then all of a sudden we get in the car, and we were all shaking, and my daughter like was shaking. My other daughter, she peed her pants, and my oldest daughter started locking all the doors. It was like a horror movie, and even though it wasn't a bad encounter, it was just scary looking at him because he was so big and so scary. They don't smile or anything. They have no expression on their face when they see you. So, and I wanted to videotape him because I had my cell phone in my hand. But when you're in front of a 1,000-pound creature, I don't want to piss it off. So I put my phone in my back pocket. So I got in the car and I said, I didn't want to say the Sasquatch, but I told my girls, what did you guys just see right now? And like my youngest said, well, the two of them that ran next to me, they were looked really mean. And the one that was in front was giving me a dirty look. And there was another one behind that was smaller. And he didn't look at me at all. And then they ran behind the big one on the tree. So I said, how many do we see today? And she goes, three. And it came very close to my daughter. So I was like, oh my God. Like, was this like an ambush thing? You know what I mean?
No,
So uh we got home and Ed saw that we were pale, like, and it was 6:30 at night. It was getting dark, and I told him because we're in the Sasquatch thing, we're into like ghosts and stuff, and he said, "How was your hike?" And I said, "Horrible." I said, "We ran into Sasquatch," and he started laughing. He thought we were joking. I said, "No, no, I'm serious. Like, I'm not. I'm not joking." So then my daughter, who's 14, she goes, "I videotaped it twice. Do you want to see it, Ed?" And he goes, "You videotaped it?" And she said, "Yeah, twice behind mommy. I'm wearing a red shirt in the video." So, because I walked 20 feet in front of my kids because I wanted to fight this guy. I'm not going to win, but I wanted my daughters to have a chance to live. I didn't know if he was going to eat us, chase us, what. So then he looks at it on his laptop and he said, "Claudia, there's a man looking at you." And I said, "Yeah, a Neanderthal man who weighs 1,000 pounds, who climbs 30 feet up on a tree." And there was three of them. Two of them were running. Like, so I said, like, this is like scary. So my daughters had a hard time because I had a hard time processing it. And then they have like all these issues now. They wanted nothing to do with the woods again. They were scared at night. In fact, I would sleep like on the ground next to them because they were so scared of sleeping at night. I slept with the light on, and then it was horrible. So I kept trying to tell them we're okay. They didn't do anything to us. I was trying to reassure them like we're gonna be okay. So my oldest daughter said, "I don't want to live here anymore." And then I said, "Well, I can't afford to live in the city." I was a single mom, and I said, "What do you want to do?" And she goes, "I want to move with my dad, who's a fireman, who has got a lot of money, and he lives like a mile away from her school." I said, "You know what? If that's what's going to make you happy, go ahead and go. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I love you. You're welcome here anytime. I don't want to see you leave, but I understand why you want to leave." So we cried a lot. It was a hard time. So I decided to call Fish and Game. So I get on like the telephone and I'm like, I wonder who I call. Like 911, Fish and Game, the Forest Service. Like who do I? There's no number for Sasquatch sightings. So I call the 911 non-emergency number and I talked to the dispatcher and I said I'd like to report a sighting. This was like a week after. And she's like, you're reporting a Sasquatch encounter?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I have videos. I have his footprint was 22 inches, the one that was on the tree, and there's another one with 16 inches. And two of them ran across my daughter. They could have picked her up and took her." And she's like, "Okay, I'll be right there. What's your address?" Gave her my address. Within 10 minutes, the door knocks. I open the door and she shakes my hand. I shake my hand and she goes, "Show me the video that you have." I said, "Okay." So I showed it to her. She even pointed at him because it's blurry. The picture's blurry. But she's like, "Is that him? His head?" I said, "Yes." "Can I see it again?" Because he kind of moves in the video. And I'm like, not only that, but he has like black fingernails and he starts scratching his face. Like it didn't even phase us. Like, and he knew we were coming. From where he was at, he saw us coming. And then I said, my kids are traumatized and I'm scared for the public because they look mean. Like even though they were hungry, maybe, I don't know. All these missing people, like maybe they get taken and eaten. I don't know. But I want you to like do something about this. I'll take a lie detector test, a drug test. I worked in the medical field for 17 years. I'm a stay at home mom, and now I was working at that time with hospice patients. I work with hospice patients. I'm not crazy, and I'm going to stick to my guns. And then she messages her boss, and she said to me, "Well, my boss can't be here with me right now, but he wants me to text him everything you're telling me." I said, "Okay." Well, a month prior to this, there was a young man who worked at the YMCA 20 miles from where I had my sighting, and he literally recorded like one going from tree to tree, like a monkey, and they called it a chimpanzee, and he said, "Oh, some people buy exotic pets, and they just let him go because they can't handle them, so they just let him go in the woods." And I didn't believe it. I'm like, "No, it looks like a Sasquatch." You know what I mean? He had long legs, long arms. So then he responds to the fishing game, and she looked at me and she took the sigh, and she said, "I'm sorry you saw a bear." And I start laughing. I go, "No, sweetie, I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of the government. I did not see a bear." I said, "I'm terrified for the public because I here we're like innocent 6:30 at night walking with 2 3 girls by ourselves. What would have happened if I don't know if there was, and I think there was more because my daughter didn't just film him. She videotaped like a lot of the woods, like, and you could see one standing behind a tree, and I'll send you that picture. So I had it analyzed, and somebody found that. So at that point, the next day I took Ed and I showed him where the creature was, and of course, he was gone. And I said, "Do you see that V on the tree?" Well, the V is huge. It's like, I don't even know, like 8 feet, but his head was like barely like, he had like 3 times of our head, like big head and very hairy. So when he looked at it and we didn't see bear marks, he was like, "Oh my God." He climbed this tree, and then you could see a big branch that fell on the ground. In fact, in the video, when my daughter videotaped, you could see a fresh break on the tree. And I didn't hear it and I didn't see it, but I have a feeling that when he was climbing the tree, he broke that branch because of his weight, in my opinion. So what I did is, the lady, she gave me a pamphlet on how to protect yourself against bears. And I go, "What's this?" And she goes, "It's how to protect yourself against bears." I said, "I don't need bear protection. I need Sasquatch protection." She goes, "Well, we don't have that." I said, "Apparently you don't." And I said, "I understand that we all have ethics, but I want you to know something. How would you feel if you took your kids and saw something like that? This phone call is already hard enough because you're going to be judged. And then you're going to tell me that I saw a bear." I said, "We have bears on trash nights every single week in our backyard. We know what bears look like." And I said, he had big ears, human ears, and he scratched his face. And he was sitting, there was like another branch behind the V where he had his weight on. So at that point, I said, "Okay," she was going to leave. And I said, "No, no, no. I have a question for you now." And I said, she goes, what is that?" I said, "Has there anybody been hurt on that trail?" And she said, "Yes." And I go, "What happened there?" She said the Boy Scouts they were doing their badges. They have to go in the woods and do badges. And one boy didn't listen to his like leader, and he brought food inside the tent, and then he opened up the tent, and she said this exactly to me, and he was hurt very, 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 very bad. She told me like 5 times. And then I looked at her. He said, "You sure it was a Sasquatch or a bear? Could it have been a Sasquatch? Because everything you guys say is a bear." I said, "And that's humiliating." I said, "So I said, I'm going to take this to the next level, next step. And it's not okay." And she said, "Well, I'm going to check out the area and make sure it's okay and safe." And then she almost left. She shut the door. I said, "Goodbye, thank you." And then I opened up the door and run to her car. And then I said, "Can I ask you a question one more? You said you were going to check the area, but you never even asked me what the name of the trail is. So what are you going to check?" Which means she wasn't going to check anything. So what happened in my head is like, if we were leaving that day and I saw a young couple coming on that trail, I'm going to say, hey, don't go in there. There's Bigfoot. They'll say she's crazy. So, or if I saw like, if one of them took my kid, my 11-year-old, and took her, she was gone. I mean, they have like a massive search, nothing. I would go to jail for the rest of my life because they said I would have done something to her. Who's going to believe that Bigfoot took my daughter? So they were so close to her, and she was the most traumatized out of all. So we were in um my daughter, my oldest daughter, she's like older now, she was like 18 when she moved. And then at that point, my daughter and I were up in her upstairs in her room. I had the windows open, and we smell a horrible stench. We thought our dog had gas, and we were like, "Oh my god, Toby! Like, do you have to go potty?" Like and then all of a sudden you hear bam, like boom, where the walls shake, and I thought it was an earthquake, and I'm like, and Jenna looked at me, and I yelled at the window, "Stop it!" Like, and then she looked at me, my daughter, and she goes, "This is your fault." I said, "How is this my fault? Like, I didn't ask for them to come and like harass us." So we move her downstairs, and Ed and I go and with a flashlight, and we start walking around like the house. And all of a sudden, we see a handprint on the wall right below my daughter's window, so we could actually see the handprint. So I'm like, "Oh my god, that was them like smacking the wall, like which they do." So there's so many things that have happened. Just like as an example, when I went on the trail by myself, which was stupid. Like I just got out of the car. I start walking the trail, and an acorn, literally, it felt like a bullet because they throw so hard and they're so like strong that it hit me, like, and it like bruised me. And when I looked on the ground, it was acorn. So I get angry. I pick up the acorn, and I go to look, and I don't see anything. There's nothing out there but something. It wasn't like the acorn dropped from the top to the bottom, it was sideways. Something threw the acorn at me, and at that point I turned around and said, "I'm not going in there." Like, he's in a mood, like, I'm not going to go in there by myself. So I was depressed because I felt like nobody believed me. I wanted to make a change, so I listened to Sasquatch Chronicles, and there was a man named Todd. And Todd Standing is a very, very, very good person, and he took the Canadian government to to court. He's like, "Look, like, here's my evidence, here's my DNA, here's this, here that," and he didn't win. So he was telling the story to Sasquatch Chronicles to Wes, and I listened to it, and I'm like, that was like, oh my gosh, I need to do that. I need to help people. And so I messaged like Todd, and I explained to him, like, I showed him the video that my daughter took, and I said, "Please, like, I need your help. Like, what kind of lawyer did you use? Like, how much was it?" I had all these questions for him, and he said, "You know what, Claudia, I'm gonna fly out to you January." And I said, "No, you don't have to." He goes, "No, I want to. I'm going to help you get through this." So I hired a paralegal, and she's extremely intelligent, like rude, but she's like brilliant. So I wrote a thing called the writ of mandate, which basically means that I'm complaining to the state for um, the acknowledgement of Bigfoot and also species protection. This is before I knew they were demonic. So we I wrote it. We went to court. They filed it. It was $2,000 just to file it, and like, people were watching us, like, and they didn't even know what form to give us. So I said, "Give me all the forms, like the written mandate." There was like so many forms. They didn't know what to give us. So my paralegal said it's a written mandate. So we went to court. They filed it, paid $2,000, and I literally cried because I want to help people. So he ends up going back home. I showed him like my area where I saw the creature, and we were like looking around for tracks. And it gets worse. So what happened was, I was about half a mile to a mile from where I had the encounters with my daughter. And all of a sudden one day I put the Ring doorbell, like, one, it's facing like my porch and the woods, and I have a shed in the back. So I was trying to like, and every night I would try to see if they're going to come through the porch. I would be up all night just watching them walking around. And the weird thing is that they know about trail cameras, but for some reason with the Ring doorbell, they have no idea it's a camera. They walk right in front of it, like they didn't care, which was great for me. So I took a whole bunch of pictures. Um, Things got very, very demonic. I've had entities that look like demons in my house. They broke into my house, and then I got attacked on Thanksgiving Day. So on Thanksgiving Day, I was zapped, which means they have infrasound, which means for the people that don't know what infrasound is like they kind of make you confused and sick. And some animals have it, like elephants and tigers and stuff. Well, they have that ability. So Thanksgiving Day came, and I had to use curtains and everything because we had a lot of windows in the cabin where we lived, and they would peek through the window, and it would terrify my daughter. So what I did is I started like putting blankets, curtains, everything to cover like the window. So my boyfriend left to Ohio, and then my daughter. We were gonna have a huge snowstorm the day before, like on Thanksgiving Day. So I took her to her dad's the day before, so she wouldn't be stuck like with the snow. And I came home by myself. So the next morning, I wake up and I open up the curtain and I see one, and he's like on all fours at my neighbor's bench. And let me just tell you guys, it doesn't affect the weather does not affect him at all. Like they were standing out there for hours, like hours. I went out there for like half an hour and my hands were like burning because I was so cold. So um then I opened up all the curtains in the living room. I see more, two more. And then I opened up like the living room window. I see three. So they surrounded my house. Now, the man that lived with me next door suddenly died. And I looked through the windows of his house and they left all the furniture. And there was like tags saying, like, your utilities been turned off. Da, da, da. Like either he died, which I heard he did, or he moved for some reason. And I want people to know that I'm not suing for 1 cent. I'm not suing to be famous because you look like a nut to 90% of the public, but I want to make a change. I want parents to be aware. I want people to have a choice to go out into the woods, not because of the bears, mountain lions, moose, snakes that can hurt you. There's bigger things on the food chain that can kill you. So what happened was Thanksgiving Day, I called my best friend. I was crying because I'm like they've surrounded the entire house. In fact, I have to walk 20 steps up to go to my car. So it wasn't just like my car was in front of my house. And at that point, I was like, I went up, and I didn't have a shovel, so I grabbed the broom that it has like a long broom. I don't know if you guys know what I mean. It's like a long broom, and I started like moving the snow away from my car. I turned on the heater, trying to warm up the car, and then I shoveled all the snow away so I could leave. And I would do reverse, and my car would not move at all. And I was like, and then I looked at him and I went like, I said, "Am I going somewhere today?" He goes, "Mm-mm." And I'm like, did he just say mm-mm? And then he said to me, if this is what exactly what he said to me in English, if we showed ourselves to you 3 times, that means we like you. And I'm like, in my head, I'm thinking, you're being sarcastic. And I said, and you know what? I love you guys. And they start laughing, all of them. They thought it was hilarious. So to make my long story longer, I threw the broom because I could not move my car. There was so much snow, and he sees me and he gave me this look that I can't explain. Almost like his eyes lit up, like they were like their eyes I've never seen before. And he stared at me for like 2 minutes, and I was face to face with like the alpha, and then I couldn't breathe. So I was struggling to go back up to my house, open the door, lock it, put like a chair under, and then I laid on the couch. Well, where my couch was, there was a big window. So then all of a sudden I see a Sasquatch, another one, and what they do is they put like the Christmas trees, like the fern. He put a bunch of that on his like hair. So if somebody would drive by, he would just stand still. People would think it's just a stump. I thought that was very interesting. And he was just walking up and down, up and down. And then what happened was I looked out my window like the next day. I was vomiting a lot of blood. They got me very sick, very, very sick. I almost died. And I looked outside and I saw one absorb into a tree. And you guys are going to think I'm crazy. And I don't care if you do, but I'm telling you my truth. I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. I saw them absorb into the trees. And I was like, what did I just see? Like, what did I just, am I hallucinating? I was, because I was throwing up blood. But now I've seen it here in where I live now. So at that point, I walked up and I called 911 and I couldn't breathe. And I said, help me. Like, I need help. Like, I can't breathe. And she's like, you called 911 too much. That's what she said to me because they were trying to break into my house twice. I called them twice. And I'm not going to tell her like a Bigfoot. I said, there's an intruder trying to break into my house. Can you please hurry and help me? So the police came. As soon as the police came, they were gone. Gone. But they saw the tracks. And one of the cops goes, oh my God, Joe, look at this track. Look at it. And so the other cop comes up and they have flashlights. And then he said, shh, she's right around the corner. Don't let her hear you say that. So, and he goes, oh, okay. And so they start looking on the ground. We had dirt, like it was all dirt. So, I I had 3 months to go to court. There's a man named Bobby Garcia. He's a lawyer in Texas, and he called Todd standing and said, I want to take her case. And he said, I want you to send me all the information you have, DNA, everything, her paperwork, written mandate, and I want to look through her files. And if I agree with it, I will do her pro bono. Which, and I literally start crying because I'm like, how am I going to afford attorneys when I'm a single mom? So I said, well, Todd, let me ask you a question. Why isn't he asking? Why isn't he calling me? I'm the one that filed, not you. I mean, not to be disrespectful to you, Todd, but I'm doing this lawsuit. And he's like, well, he feels obligated if he talks to you that he's going to have to kind of take you. And he said, this attorney has 250 people underneath him who work for his office. And Bobby Garcia says, I do not lose cases. And I believe 100% in Sasquatch. And I was so flattered and so thankful to God. The problem was I kept calling his office and his paralegal would talk and she's like, oh, he's in court. Oh, he's in court. Always. He's in court. And I'm like, this is Claudia Ackley. Like in California, my court date is coming up. I need him to talk to me. So he called Todd a week later, like a week before my court date. And he said, Todd, I saw all the paperwork you guys wrote and he said the words are beautifully, like his written mandate was beautiful. He said, but if you don't go in there with evidence, even with DNA, they're not going to help. So let me get some more information. He said one thing. He said, in the legal world, they do work, but they work very slowly. And I was like, what? Like, and so Todd said, can you please put a hold on it? And I'm like, I really don't want to, but I said, I don't want to. I believe this Bobby Garcia. And I said, I don't want to because I feel like I have an obligation to help people. So after the day that I stopped, I put it on hold, which means I can go back whenever I want to start the case over again without filing and paying $2,000. So at that point, he called me like after I stopped the court case and he's like, oh my gosh, it's so nice to meet you. I'm Bobby Garcia. And I'm like, yeah, I've been trying to get a hold of you for like 3 months. And he's like, I know, I'm sorry, I've been busy. I go to court. I said, that doesn't, I don't want to hear excuses. I said, this is a big deal. And this is like my reputation, my kids, like everything. So what happened? Things started getting really bad. So I get a knock on the door. And oh, by the way, the men in black are real. Like I had one man walk up and ring my ring doorbell where I lived, and he wore like a black jacket. And then there was a man like right in front of my house, like holding his hands, like you know how you hold your hands in like a position of anger. Like he had like a plaid shirt, and the man who rang my doorbell was wearing like a black leather jacket, and I didn't answer it because I didn't want to get threatened. I didn't want to hear him say, if you do something, we're going to kill your kids or whatever. So I didn't answer the call, but I have it on video. And then all of a sudden one day I was leaving my house. I was driving and just so you know, it's a very rural area. There's not like 1,000 cars that go by. And he was following me where if I would have like pushed on my brake, he would have rear-ended me. And I'm like, I cannot go down the mountain because he's gonna push me off down the mountain driving. He's gonna push me off. So what I did is I went into our little town, went into the post office, hurried up, made a U-turn, and then now I'm following him. Well, I get my cell phone and I'm trying to take pictures of him. As soon as he sees that, he takes off like 100 miles an hour, like literally. But I got his license plate, and it was a government license plate. One day I came home and it just snowed, and I as soon as I was pulling into my driveway, this car came, and we were like face to face. Like he was going one direction, I'm going into my driveway, and he stopped and stared at me like evil eyes. And I know what he was. And all of a sudden I grabbed my cell phone, and when he saw that, he started to like push like the gas. And then what happened was it was snowing, so like the back tires were stuck. He couldn't leave anywhere, which I thought was hilarious. So after that happened, I get a knock on the door, and it's somebody serving me. And I'm like, who's serving me? And he said, your ex-husband. I go, about what? And he said, spousal support. I'm like, okay, and child custody. And I'm like, that scared me. I was like, oh my God. So I saw paralegals and I talked to the paralegals. Well, I asked my ex-husband permission because they're also his daughters. Can I This is what happened to us. Can I go and take this to the next level? And he said to me, I'm sorry, this is a bad word, but he goes, you have a lot of balls. He goes, yeah. He goes, I'm all for it. He gave me permission to do this. So what he did is he tricked me, and he took me to court every month for a whole year. And I had to fight every single month in San Bernardino to the judge saying I'm not an infant mother. In fact, his attorney said, your Honor, she's got mental disabilities. She believes, and he did quotation marks, in Bigfoot. And it's a very strong hobby that she has. And then I looked at him and I said, and he has a lot of porn addictions, and that's not a good hobby to have either. And then I said, your Honor, like, and then he said, do you have DNA? I said, yes, I have DNA. And I'm like, what does that have to do with what we're here for? And he got quiet. And then, and so then the judge, she took off her glasses and she looks at me. She looks at my attorney, and and at this point, I felt like I was going to pass out. I'm like, don't take my kids away. So then she said, well, I watched a documentary on Bigfoot a couple weeks ago, and I believe they're real. Are you calling me crazy? And I was like, oh, that was like a ray of sunshine from God. I was so happy. And so at that point, finally a year goes by. We settled the custody stuff, and it was hard because I didn't have an attorney. He did, and he was like just very mean, like making me feel stupid that I believed in Sasquatch. Well, then the judge interviewed the children, which is very rare. Usually in the court system, they have like people that will deal with the children, but the judge said, I want to talk to the girls. So they brought Christina in, and she's like, yes, I videotaped it. And then she called my other daughter, yes, I videotaped it. So like the judge was kind of amused about the whole thing, and thank God that everything I won the case. But it was the most stressful thing in my life, going to court every single month, fighting for like what I believe in. So during this time, I'm getting literally demons in my house, demons outside. Like they knew where I lived. Like, and I believe that once they know that they will continue to haunt you. So I mean, there's like that I sent you pictures, Michael, like of one standing behind me. It looked like a skeleton, and he was huge, tall, black coat. There was one that would come to the window almost every day, and he looked like a corpse. He had black eyes. And then I saw Sasquatch like at night walking around everywhere. In fact, there's one Sasquatch picture I have that he literally stood in front of my back porch. And I'm praying to God that he doesn't break the door down. Because I was like, I have my kids. But it got so bad that I had to get hotel rooms when I had custody of my children because it was so unsafe there that it wasn't worth it. I'd rather them be safe and pay $200 a night for a hotel room, and I was financially struggling being a single mom, trying to pay for like my mortgage or my rent, and um going to hotels. So when people would tell me, "Hey, have you been tagged?" I'm like, "What? Like, what do you mean? Did they follow you?" Oh, I said, "No. I drove my car. I looked through my rear mirror. They didn't follow where they don't know where I live." They said, "No, it doesn't work that way." And I didn't understand what they were saying. And now I get it, because they do tag you and they do come. Once you know that they know, they have no problem showing themselves. And they're ugly creatures. Let me tell you, they look demonic completely in the face. And I was sitting in my rocking chair in the porch by myself, and I heard crunch, crunch, crunch. And out loud, I said, "You don't have to hide from me. I know all about your kind." And then all of a sudden, he comes out of the woods and he stands by the shed. And I'm like, "Oh my God." I was like, because I wasn't expecting that. So I get up and take two pictures and got him back in the house. He was like a juvenile. So we also had a portal that I walked into, and I started to float. So, like, I didn't realize I was floating until I saw the security footage. You could see my feet up in the air, like me floating literally off the ground. And then there's another picture of one biting me on my shoulder. So, um, they have a lot of abilities, like weather doesn't affect them. I believe that I saw 12 structures in the back of my house, which are amazing. But so it's just been really hard. So I've been praying a lot to God. I rebuke them in the name of Jesus Christ. They won't leave. And I don't know if they know that I did a court case, and they're very intelligent. He speaks English. He understands English. So the other night, I moved to Tennessee, and I was here for a month, and I was like, "Thank God I'm away from the house." Well, like one morning, I woke up like 7 in the morning, and I hear a whoop outside my window. And I'm like, "Oh no, don't even tell me that they're here." And sure enough, I found a structure in my backyard. And I've seen them in my backyard. I've taken pictures of them, orbs, eye shine, everything. With Dogman and Sasquatch. They've come in my home. Like, and they have so many abilities. I literally saw them disappear right in front of my eyes. Like, I was like looking at one, it disappeared. And then I ran where he was standing, and I start feeling to see if I could feel him. And it was like nothing. It was like air, like nothing. So they have all these abilities that it's so unreal. Like, the more you go into the rabbit hole, the more you're just like confused. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. So, I don't know. It's just been really hard. Another thing too is that a lot of researchers have died, and from medical issues. And when there was a gentleman in Florida, and he's a researcher with a guy named Chris, and they were going to Florida, and they were like getting like to know the Sasquatch. Well, what happened was one of the researchers went and rented a cabin just to spend by himself on the weekend. And he came out to do like a bonfire. And all of a sudden, these Sasquatches came up to him, held him down. And there was a man who was bald wearing a black cape, which I've seen. And he also said, like, "We're grooming you. We want you dead." And he said, "You know your friend Tim Fasano? We killed him." And the guy was like traumatized. You could hear him literally like crying as he's telling the story. He said, "I will never go back to the woods again. Never." And he asked like his partner, Chris, "Don't ever go in. They're bad. Like, they're bad." So I don't trust them. And if, like, talking about them right now, I feel like I'm gonna pay a consequence. Because Michael, like, like when we start talking about them, I feel like there's gonna be a consequence for me. They don't want people to know. Oh, asked the big alpha male, I said, "Do you want people to know about you?" And he said very sternly, "No." And I'm like, "Why do you show yourself then? If that's the case." I don't get it. They hang around one tree in my backyard, and it's completely dead. And we believe that they suck the energy and life out of trees to function, in my opinion. So, you know, are you there? Hello?
That, yeah, I am definitely listening to you. I don't know if you see, I've been sharing images and the videos
Oh, good. I
of
thought I.
you, and I'm just listening to a person speak everything that I experienced. So you keep on going. See,
Oh, I
that's
thought I
you know,
lost you, and now here I'm blabbing like all
no,
around.
no, no. I mean,
So,
you're saying everything that I
oh,
experienced and many others. The difference is that, and you keep going, but it's going to say one thing, and it's just you
yeah,
know what you're sharing is what I've been trying to tell people for years.
yeah, and
So it's
some
to me,
people,
I'm just hearing somebody who really has had experiences.
yeah,
That's what I,
and in
my
my
opinion.
opinion, some people who deny this is because they're afraid of being judged by other people. In my opinion, or they haven't experienced what we've experienced. And I don't care what people think of me. I don't care if they think I'm like crazy. I've seen what I've seen, and there's nothing I could do. And they're big and they're scary, and I feel like they're demonic. I literally see them disappear right in front of me. And they come into your house, they walk through the walls, and they leave like their prints. We have tile floors. So I look at my tile floor and they're oily creatures. Like they have a lot of oil on their hands. And you can see like on their feet, you can see the footprints that it left, like going inside my kitchen. In fact, I have a picture of a dog man inside my living room walking through the wall. I took a picture with my Ring doorbell. So, and he was huge too. So it's just been really hard. But I'm trying to warn people, for those of you who really want to see one, be very careful with what you like wish for. Because if somebody told me like don't get involved with them, they're bad, I would just continue doing it. And then I learned my lesson. And now once you open up the book, you can't close the book. It takes a lot of time, a lot of strength, a lot of patience to close the chapter, the book. So before I just got bilateral pneumonia, I had a blood clot in my lung. I had sepsis. I was having a heart attack. And the day before that, there was a Sasquatch. No, no, he wasn't a Sasquatch. He was a person, like with the master, the guy in the hood. He didn't. He was like behind the tree. So I grabbed a chair. I left the dogs inside, and I looked at him and I said, "Look, I know you know English." I said, I want you to know something. I am not for Satan at all. I said, I'm a warrior for Jesus Christ and I'm going to help people. I said, stop like coming to my house. I've had enough. And then I said, do you want me to play you a song? And the reason why I said that, because I wanted to know if he understood English. And he shakes his head yes. Didn't talk to me, but he literally shaked his head yes. And they looked mad, mad. And I went back in the house and I was like, okay, like I shared my opinion to them, and I feel like God gave me strength to tell them, like, I said God is like watching over us. You're not gonna win. So that happened, and then like a day later I get super sick and I feel like they hurt me physically, internally. I've been woken up with black eyes. I could show you, Michael. Like, how did you get a black eye? I said, I have no clue. On my left eye completely black. I woke up like that, and I'm just wondering what they did to me, and I don't even know what they did. But it's just really, I've seen UFOs walking around the property with my camera, and I don't know. It's just been hard, but I'm just grateful that I have you, Michael, to talk to. And for those of you who are experiencing the same thing, you're not alone. If you need to talk to me, I'm here for you. And the best advice that I have for you is pray and pray and pray. In fact, read your Bible and read it out loud so they don't
How's
mind
that
us.
working? How's that working, Claudia?
It's just doing good, really
Have you been
good.
doing it since I recommended that?
Yeah, and I have had
Yeah.
no activity. Knock on wood, nothing. So
Well, it's a great way to drive them
yeah,
away is to read the
definitely.
Bible out loud.
Yeah,
You said that that's the key.
yeah.
Out loud.
And it's hard because I don't understand what I'm reading. Like
Doesn't
the
matter.
Bible's too hard for me to understand. I'm like, what?
I
Thou
don't.
shalt, and I'm like, I need a Bible for dummies. But
No,
I read it
you
even though I
just
don't
keep reading
understand
out
it.
loud, and eventually it will click. It might take like many
Yeah,
people. Listen, I've been studying the Bible for years.
yeah, it's
So
good.
it takes time.
Yeah,
the important part of all that is recognizing who the name Jesus and all this.
Yeah. And for
But
those people that say like, "Oh, they're my friends," I'm like, do you know like Satan's a liar? He's a deceiver. What makes you his friend? Because they're like nice to you? Like, what have they done for you? They don't kill you. They don't decapitate you. Like, I don't understand. They're demons. Like, and they're out to hurt. And I think they know about the court case. I have a feeling that's why they're so like, have like you told me you see so many entities in my backyard. You know, I think that they are pissed off because I'm going to the court and they don't want people to know about them. So, and I think that if anything happens to me, you guys have this. I haven't killed myself. I'm healthy now. I have a pacemaker, but I'm healthy. And I want to tell people like the truth of what we've like Michael and I have experienced. And see, Michael and I have enough balls to come up and say, we've seen them disappear. We've seen them go into trees. And I don't care if you guys think you don't believe, whatever. It doesn't matter. If you don't like it, click off. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just saying if you don't believe in it, then that's up to you, basically. So, is there anything else you could think of, Michael?
no, well, there's plenty of things I can think of. But I'm just letting you share your story. I interrupt.
Oh, well, that's pretty much my story. I mean, for the most part. So, oh, another thing too is on my nightstand, I leave my cell phone. So something took pictures of me sleeping on the bed by myself. And then something took a picture of us, of our feet, like Ed's feet and my feet, like from the ceiling, like if they were up on ceiling. And I'll show you that picture. But they got a hold of my camera, my phone. Like they're not stupid, they're very techy. So, and then another time I went out there and there was a Sasquatch and he was inside of a tree, but I could see his face. He was beautiful, to be honest with you. His face was beautiful, brown eyes, and he was in a huge tree that doesn't even belong in our yard. And I looked at him and I go, the first thing I said is, "Oh my God, what planet are you from?" And they start laughing because I'm like, I was shocked. And there was a man, the same bald man, next to the shed who would not look at me wearing a purple gown. And I asked him, I said, "Who are you in the corner?" And then he didn't respond, didn't look at me. But the Sasquatch that was in front of me turned around and kind of like was wondering who I was talking to. And then he turned around like he knew who he was. And I don't understand like that at all. One day I was walking in the woods alone behind my house and I saw the guy again with a black cape. So it's just, and it still continues. I've had a heart disease, a blood clot disorder, bilateral pulmonary embolisms, pneumonia, sepsis. I mean, I could just go on. I have a portacath. A nurse comes to the house every week. They put me on. They were going to put me on hospice, but I believe that they're injuring me, not like physically killing me, but making me sick, in my opinion. So just be careful out there. And if I can give advice to anybody, please stay away from them. You, because once you open that door, you can't shut it, and it'll be stuck to you, and it's scary. Them looking through the windows, and especially having kids, you know. So
Oh yeah, it definitely is. Yeah.
yeah, but
Well, it's very brave of you to be honest about what's going on. Most people either
or
are afraid or they can't accept or they're
yeah,
not experienced. A lot of people can't recognize it, or it's too, there's a thing called cognitive dissonance.
yeah,
And one of the most difficult things to do is to come to terms with what you're dealing with and in multiple levels.
yeah.
It's more than people realize. It's not just simply some primate, half man, half
No,
ant, some ant, ancient
the DNA came back, so you
animal.
guys, as a human female and an unknown primate species, which the fallen angels had sex with the humans, and they made like the Nephilim, basically.
Hmm.
So And there's a lot more. There's a lot of things.
Oh, I got a lot of things to say about that too, but when people understand how it actually is done, they think it's done the same way as a man and a woman do it, but that's not exactly how it's done. So,
Yeah. And it
we,
bothered me because they saw three innocent girls walking in the woods. That day, they took my children's innocence away. I mean, like one day my daughter came running up. She had like a downstairs. We had 2 stories, and it was like 7 in the morning on a Saturday, which she sleeps in. And I was up making breakfast, and she comes running up and she's sobbing, and she said, "Mom, you have to quit. You have to quit. They're demonic." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She said there was a little girl wearing all white, and she kept saying, "Run, run." And I go, "Are you sure? Was it a dream?" She said no. So she said, "You have to stop them. They're bad." And and I said, "I can't stop. I have to help people. God has placed this in my life for a reason because He wants me to spread the word about God. Because in my opinion, everything that's going on in the world, COVID, Russia, Ukraine, Japan, China, like all this stuff is happening. California is underwater. Something big is going to happen, and it's coming soon. And I'm just telling everybody, please pray. Get close to God. Keep your faith strong in God, because I promise you, He's real. If I've seen the dark side, there's a good side, in my opinion. I feel that God has protected me from them because they had so many opportunities to kill me. I was alone in the woods, like no neighbors. My next door neighbor, she went with her daughter down the mountain, and we lived in a rural area. But that night, I was circled by them, and they could have decapitated me or taken me, and they didn't. They tortured me at night. I was in and out of consciousness. I thought I was gonna die, and then I was vomiting a lot of blood. And then I called my brother. I had like two oh they turned off my electricity. My electricity box was right by my front door. They tore the wires out, so I had no electricity, no heat, and it was snowing so hard. I was freezing. So I was trying to find whatever I could to throw in the fireplace to keep warm with my two little dogs. And I finally said, I can't live anymore. I'm too sick. So I called my brother, 2% of my cell phone battery. And I said, "Ricky, can you please take care of the girls? I'm dying and I need help and they won't help me." And I said, "I just want to say thank you. I love you. Please take care of the girls." And he's like, "No, no, no. Just give me 2 minutes. Please. Like, just give me 2 minutes." And sure enough, within 4 minutes, here comes a snowplower with the fire truck and the engine. And then they walk into the house and they see like blood, vomit everywhere. Because I was too weak. Every time I would stand up, I'd fall over. That's what infrasound does to you. So I was in the ICU for a week. And if I don't know if he's showing you the picture, but there's entities around me in the ICU. There's like a beam of light inside the ICU with like creatures around me, and the blanket is green, like it went through like grass stains. And
yeah, I'm
I'm
actually, ironically, I'm showing it right now. It's right being
yeah,
brought up, right a couple seconds before you brought up. Go
yeah.
ahead.
So after a few blood transfusions, I felt better. So it's not that I'm scared of them. I don't show fear when I see them, but now that I've been zapped, and it's like you get really sick. You know what I mean? So like I almost died. So, and I do believe that a lot of the missing 411 people are for these creatures, especially the dog man. I had dog man on the back of the house and the Sasquatch were in the front of the house, but they were never together. There wasn't like a Sasquatch and a dog man on the same side of the house. The dog man were in the back, Sasquatch in the front. It was very weird, you know. So that's basically my story, and I'm going to continue. I'm waiting for my retirement to file a lawsuit. It costs a lot of money, thousands and thousands of dollars. If I lose it, I have to pay the state back of their attorney fees, their time, which it could be thousands of dollars. So, like, what I'm going to do is wait for my retirement, and I'm going to go ahead and proceed. And now it's even better because now I have so much footage. And I know that footage and cameras, like, but like security cameras don't lie. You know, when I'm floating up in the air, like, so It was tough. So they're here now in the back of my yard. So they made a teepee structure. I've seen dog man. In fact, I was walking. I let my dog out, and I used that floor. I saw some eye shine, and I had those, those fluorescent lights that you break it and it turns like green or red. It like brights up. Well, I took a couple of them and I opened it. I snapped it, and I threw it on the ground. I looked to my left, and there's a dog man, and he literally is walking up to me. They're very bold. And then I was like, oh my God. I'm like, and I'm calling my dog, Toby, get in the house. And my dog usually chases things or barks. He jumped inside the house, and I locked the doors. But it is true, they do look like German Shepherds in the head with big teeth. And they look like a man on the body. So, yeah. I've seen so many ugly things that I kind of suppress it. So, there was one girl that I went out there, and half of her face was blown off. And when somebody's blind, you're like, your hands are like out and you're trying to feel for like trees or whatever. I saw that, and I was like, oh my God. Like, is this like a burial ground? Like, I was in shock. But then I was scared. I'm like, she's probably a demon. Satan likes to lie. So, but when somebody would tell me like they absorb in trees, I used to laugh until it happened to me. And I believe that they drain the trees. I have a tree that was beautiful. It's dead now, and that's where they hang out. So I also have a story that I had a pit bull. I had him since he was 7.5 weeks old. I trained him how to sit, shake, roll over, um, just like all these. I trained him very well, and I have a little Boston Terrier who's 33 pounds. Well, I went to work. We went to work. We came home at 3 in the morning, and as soon as we got home in the dark, all of a sudden, out of the blue, my pit bull picks up. He weighed 130 pounds at this time. It was 7 months later. He was 130 pounds at 7 months old. He picks up my little dog and starts shaking him like crazy. And then like, my husband jumps over the fence. I run in the house, and like, I'm grabbing like a stick, like trying to stop him from like biting. And I was literally opening his mouth to pry at his mouth so he can let go of my dog, and he would not let go. I hit him with a stick. We got a brick. We got water. We did everything we could, and then we were so exhausted because it was like a fist fight, which I've never been in my life. A fist fight. It was like 7 minutes long, and my neighbor hears us screaming, and she goes, "Claudia, are you okay?" And I said, "No," because I had my cell phone with me, but my dog knocked it off. Like, it was dark. Couldn't find my cell phone to call 911. And I said, "No, please call 911. Please hurry, hurry." So she ran and called 911. So I mean, when I ran out, he was on the floor punching the dog, like trying to get him off. Like, we loved him. He was like our baby. And it was so hard because my little Boston Terrier had over 45 stitches. I took him to the vet, and I had to put him to sleep because we have kids in our neighborhood, and I can't take a chance of him hurting somebody else. And it broke my heart because he was a good dog. He was goofy, but I believe in my heart that's he turned because something in my backyard used him to turn on us. I got bit, and my husband got bit. The paramedics came. They saw the blood gushing, and I'm on blood thinners too. So in my heart, I believe that they did something to my pet to make him turn the way he turned on Toby, my little dog. So, and I had this premonition, like, my husband's like, "Do you want to continue working with me?" And I said, "No. I gotta get home. I gotta check on the dog. I'm worried about the dogs." And it's so weird how like your sixth sense tells you something, and I listened to it, and sure enough, if Ed wasn't here with me, we would have had two dead dogs because I would have put the other one to sleep, and it's just in my heart I feel that something possessed my dog to basically chew him, you know. So, and he weighs 33 pounds, and he was lifting it like a feather in his mouth. Like, the jaws were just, he was so strong. And finally, he had a collar on, and Ed and I took a break because we were like gasping for air. And the dog took a break from shaking him. And then I said to Ed, he's going to kill Toby. And at that moment, both of us ran with another adrenaline. And then all of a sudden, my husband grabs his collar and starts choking my pit bull. And that way, the pit bull lets go Toby. And I run Toby back in the house. And I couldn't open the door because my hands were full of blood. You know, it's like a nightmare, like a horror movie. And I'm trying to turn like the knob. Finally, I did it. And I put him in the house, ran back outside because I felt like he was going to turn on Ed. And he didn't. He was like, "Hey, are you proud of me?" That was his attitude. Yeah. And so it was really hard. I cried a lot. So, but I'll never get a pit bull again. It's just, I don't know. I felt if I had a pit bull, I would feel more protected, but it didn't work that way. So, yeah. And one thing for you guys, like if your TV is off and you can see the reflection of the TV of you sitting there, like in front of the TV, you can see like yourself kind of. And one day I sat there and I saw an entity come and sit next to me on the couch. And I'm like, I'm looking, I don't see anything with my eyes, but I see an entity through the TV of the reflection. And I freaked out. I called Ed and I'm like, there's something sitting in the room. Like, he's so big. Like, I don't know what to do. I left. So many times I got my dogs and I drove to Pilot and slept inside of my car at night because it was so traumatic. So, but anyway, I'm not talking anymore. That's my story, basically. So,
Well,
I'm
thank you, Claudia. Thank you for
thank you.
sharing.
Thank you for having me on.
Now, can you see me posting anything, or are you just any images?
Let me see if I have my
If
glasses.
not, don't worry about it because we're talked about we're going to do multiple shows together, right?
Yeah.
This is just this is our first time live together, but last week we did our
This
first conversation,
is
and
it.
we're like, well, gosh, we relate with each other. Maybe we should do multiple shows and go into some detail about this. And then, like you said, the answer I found is Heavenly Father, and
Yeah,
recognize the name of Jesus and the blood of Jesus.
absolutely.
I think a prayer is definitely a powerful defense. I think focusing on it's very important when we're doing this stuff
Yeah,
not to dedicate 24/7 our lives to it because we're unintentionally
yeah,
we end up handing our lives over to them.
yeah,
And these things want our attention,
yeah.
our
They
devotion.
love that. They love to see your person.
And you see this over and over again. And I'm not knocking any of my fellow quote unquote researchers or investigators because, honestly, there's something that happens to all of us when we have these experiences.
Yeah,
Um, it will own you. So, I mean, it's,
I know.
like let's go back to what I suggested about reading out loud the Bible, regardless if you understand it and agree with it.
Yeah,
If you just start reading that darn thing out loud, it does help create a kind of supernatural bubble around you. Now, that doesn't mean you're not going to have spiritual warfare, but where it starts to create a supernatural bubble on you.
I believe so.
I do recommend that you. A lot of people they start at Genesis and go all the way to Revelation. I think,
Yeah.
and other people say you need to start at John and all that, but I'm not trying to convert you to belong to any Christian
Oh
church.
no, you're not doing
Or,
that. I appreciate that. I love God, and I'm doing Matthew like you told me to.
just
So
start from Matthew and read all the way
yeah,
to the very last verse, the very last chapter of
yeah,
Revelation, and do it
it,
again, and do it again.
yeah,
And in fact, I mean that's one of the things that I've done to prove to other people and to God and to the spiritual realm that I'm doing it. I've recorded me reading the New Testament 3 or 4 times all the way through at least, and the Bible twice all the way from the first verse, the first chapter of Genesis. I think it's really important though to understand what Heavenly Father did through his his instrument, if you will. I'm using my own words now. Instrument, his father, his son, excuse me. Hey,
Someone's
dog.
sitting.
So,
Say hi.
I think it's really important to focus on other stuff that are
Yeah.
positive, because this stuff can destroy you from the inside out, literally. You talked about bleeding. I know when I had my encounters in 2017, I was peeing blood.
No.
And it was like shocking, especially right
What
after.
does that mean? What does that mean? Bleeding blood. What does that mean?
Well, what does it mean? Well, you have, with, how do I say this? Without,
Like
okay.
you physically sick type thing?
Yeah, I mean, after I started, the summer of 2018,
Yeah.
I started peeing blood. I think it was the first time I actually,
Oh, that
not
happened to
actually,
me.
right. And so what happens, there's a thing about, you talk about the Bible, the blood, and your blood is made up of blood cells. They're interesting. They're round like the orbs and stuff. You need to
Yes.
listen. And then it's mostly water. And most people don't realize that our avatar, our physical body, is a meat soak not only for us but other things, whether we want to believe it or not,
Yeah.
live inside us.
Yeah.
They also have the ability to influence our molecular structure through the energetic or electric fields
Yeah.
around us. And so you have this, and people say it's infrasound, but from what I've figured out, it's deeper than infrasound. I mean, they literally can
Oh my
influence
God. It is
our
so
physical body.
painful. It is, and you know what? You can confuse for days. Like I lost track of time. The day I called my brother, I thought it was Thanksgiving Day, and then I find out later it was 4 days later. I'm like, what happened to these days? Like I missed days. Like what happened? Where was I? Like I literally thought it was still the same day, and it was 4 days later, and it was
It
just
does.
like,
So they do influence you once you get at the energetic level,
yeah,
and they can cause you. When they say missing days, there's different ways of going about this and different ways it can happen. But one of the things is, yeah, I mean, what used to be so important to you, the average day things, all of a sudden change, and you're all of a sudden you do lose your days. You're like, what did I do today? And then if you look back at
yeah,
it, you probably were thinking about what you were going through and experiencing, but
yeah,
and probably watching videos and trying to figure out what's going on, and you do lose track of time. That's one way
mhm,
of going about it. Other ways, you kind of go in a trance.
yeah,
And so when you say we're losing time or days, it's because we kind of go in a trance, and we're kind of like, you can definitely be, spiritually influenced from the inside out. And I see this
yeah,
with a lot of people, which it causes obsession with this,
yes. It's so bad.
compulsions.
Either you
Uh,
are terrified and you'll never go back in the woods, or you're completely obsessed and you want to know more. That's in my opinion. There's no
which
gray.
in a way, the individual, spirit that's inside us, of course, we are recognizing
Yeah,
something uh, that touches our spirit, because we're
yeah,
dealing with something spiritual.
yeah,
We're dealing with spiritual entities, and so it becomes very natural once you have these experiences. Now, I know a lot of people say, well, they're out chasing after primate, or
yeah,
humanoid or something like that, but most people that who've been honest with me, and then a lot of times when they're honest with me, they don't say the same thing that they say on their YouTube channels and their talk shows. You know what I mean?
yeah.
They know, if anybody has been doing this any length of time, they know there's something much deeper than a primitive humanoid. You know what I mean? This is
It's.
something. This is interdimensional. This is spiritual. This is something that.
I don't think they're from this planet at all.
Well,
They've
I
been
don't
here
think
for, I guess, thousands of years, but
I don't
I
think
don't
we're from this planet either. I think this is a place that was designed
like we're
and things.
Matrix. Yeah,
What was that?
like the Matrix. I feel like we're living in the Matrix. There's just so many
Oh, it is
questions.
it is a matrix. It's 100% a matrix, and it's a wonderful way of just describing it. Whether you believe in reincarnation or not, just think of it this: reincarnation, soul trap matrix, in which our souls or spirits are desperate in truth to get out of here. Now, you hear a
Yeah,
lot of people say that, oh no, we want to keep coming back to learn more and more, but we're not learning more and more. We don't even
no,
remember that stuff when we come back. We don't remember our previous lives. And if we do, it's only bits and pieces that really aren't that valuable. I
yeah.
mean, you hear stuff, I was a soldier in World War II and
Oh, thank you for serving.
well, no, I'm just saying, no, I wasn't. I'm saying this is what people
Oh,
say.
yeah.
I'm
World
too
War II
young
was
to
a
be.
long
Come
time
on.
ago. You're right.
Yeah. So, anyways, but I'm saying is an example of what people say. They have these premonitions, these outer body experiences, or with regression and all this other stuff. And they say, "Oh yeah, in my previous life, I was a World War II soldier." And I'm like, "Well, great. What
Yeah,
else?" Not much more than that. You know what I mean? It's bits and pieces of gibberish and worthlessness, really. Except for the
oh
fact
no,
that
you never
maybe
know.
no, I'm being very honest about what I'm saying here. When you really go into detail, and I will, folks, in my show, I'll share how although it's impactful on you, the spirit and individual, there's very little information that's imparted. It's just like what's going on here. It
Yeah,
takes time to put the pieces together to realize what you're dealing with.
yeah,
And so you go through this labyrinth of information, disinformation. A lot of it is just because everyone else is confused, right? And
right.
everybody, and I mean, come on, let's be honest. It took a lot of courage for what you did tonight.
Oh, thank you. I'm here to spread
No,
my
you,
truth and my experiences, and my
you
opinions
said,
means nothing.
you
So
said you saw, if I understood properly, that it either a Bigfoot came out of a tree or was absorbed in a tree, right?
they do. They go right, and they become
Now
invisible
you know how many times people actually do experience this, but they will not share this in their stories on
because they're afraid.
with you, afraid of people making fun of them,
Yeah, and I
right?
don't care. If you can believe me, that's fine. If you don't want to, that's
Well,
fine too.
once you go through everything
So
that we've gone through, it doesn't matter anymore. It really
it
doesn't.
doesn't.
A, you shouldn't be afraid of dying because there's something better on the other side. And B, no matter what they do to us, it's nothing because there's something better on the other side. And C, we are in a spiritual war and we have to understand completely what we're going through. And it's very multi-dimensional, this warfare that we're going through. And it's far more sophisticated than even what we read in the Bible. It takes time to understand this stuff. But in the meantime, what we do is read the Bible, start putting some pieces together. You start looking at
Yeah.
things like, Jesus, casting out spirits or demons, and people think it's a joke.
No.
So be it, let it be. Let it be a joke to you until you come. And once you have these spiritual interactions, it's not going to be a joke to you. And
Yeah.
or with Jesus explaining about when people are say delivered is what we say today, right? Or what happens is, we all are. We're like we're a giant meat suit that can house not only us but legions of these spirits. Okay,
Yeah.
right? And this is just a reality. That's the reason why we need to pray and read the Bible and do deliverance. And you're going to find that the most powerful deliverances are going to be not from a priest and not from a pastor. It's going to be you.
Yeah.
And you renounce all the things that you've seen in your life or been experienced and say, God, forgive me for this. I renounce this or renounce this. And you'll find as time goes on, your spirit cleanses. You see things a lot better. Now, listen, what happens to us is that once our eyes are open, right, as you said and I said before, the funny
Yeah.
thing is you're saying a lot of things I've been saying forever, and you're the second person, you're the only other person that's talked this way.
Oh,
like when they realize that you realize the game is on. Okay,
yeah,
and that game's going to continue until the day you pass over to the other side. So you might
yeah,
as well come to terms with it. You can't run away from this, but you can stand up to it. And you
yeah,
stand up to them. One of the things to do is to expose the good, bad, and the ugly about this stuff. Now, I
yeah.
understand, and there's in the sense of there's people here that and they will say, no, they're all nothing but good spirits. And hey, listen, there might be actually good spirits, and these entities, these spirits, angels, a lot of them they don't look like us. They don't. They hide themselves through a veil of light or darkness and all that. But once they finally reveal themselves a little bit, like you said, they're ugly to us.
They're
Imagine they're
scary
ugly.
looking.
They're
They look
probably
demonic.
yeah, sure.
Well, the
And I
one that you have the picture of, like right now, that was in my backyard here. I saw him and I ran out there, took a picture of him, ran back in the house, and he didn't look as bad as some of them that I've seen. Because some of them are like, oh my god, like what are you? So
they're
that
talking
one right
about this
there.
this one right here.
Yeah.
So you can see stuff. Okay. So because
Can you see that the picture?
oh yeah, I
Are
can
you
see.
able to? Oh, okay. Because some people are like, oh, it's too blurry. And then I hate when people say, "Can you give me a clear picture?" I'm like, you go up to one and get a clear picture.
Well, we're
You
doing
know?
something that's it's spiritual.
Yeah.
Spirit, and also, I honestly believe, from what I can see and what I've seen before, is that it's a lot of times what manifests as a Bigfoot is multiple spirits hooking up together to give the impression that it's a larger entity.
Yeah.
Okay. On top of that, then just like I said, and this is a perfect example of what I'm telling people. If you really look closely, and then there's numerous pictures, like when you pay attention, and it's not
Yeah.
pareidolia. These
No.
things that we call Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Semi, whatever, are there's multiple spirits that are hooked up to it and inside it. Think of
Yeah.
like a whole bunch of parasites just hooked on to feeding off their own energy or the energy of these
Yeah.
entities. And so that's why you'll see things that look like there's multiple heads all hooked up together. Sometimes they even create this kind of totem pole structure that I've been saying forever since 2017. Is I finally
Yeah.
heard somebody or two people, I guess they said it a few years ago, and I'm trying to say anything great about me because there's nothing great about me. I have nothing to lose, nothing to gain. So
Me
I'm
too.
just going to tell the truth. So
Me
listen,
too.
they hook up together and they create this like totem structure, what we call
Yeah.
totem poles. It really is part of the inspiration of totem poles. So
Yeah.
you got multiple entities going on. Some are good or harmless. A better way to say they're harmless. Some are really dark and have dark intentions, and they do
Yes.
want to, as the Bible says, steal, kill, and destroy. We're talking about something. We're talking about the spirit realm, the ecology of the spirit realm or entities. They're multidimensional. They've
Yes.
they've influenced us our whole lives. People think it's a joke about generational spirits and personal spirits and generational curses, but the people that know on both sides, whether they're dark practitioners or light practitioners, they know this is real. They know it. Those people
Yeah.
that truly astroplane and go into other dimensions or you know uh, in the spirit realm, they know these things are real. They interact with them. They actually send them to us at times. I
Yeah.
mean, I've had spiritual warfare, which I never wanted to happen, but it happened. Like, and I'll say it to my last breath that I with a Crow Indian medicine man and a Choctaw medicine woman and people who call themselves Satanists who wanted to go after me. Why? Because
That's so.
I'm speaking this way. That's why it's never that I was against them personally, but they see when you talk this way, there's a threat to their power, which is not
Yeah.
really their own power. They're just harnessing the ethereal realm, the spiritual realm. Okay.
Yeah.
These things come in, sometimes they'll manifest in the flesh and you'll see it personally. And sometimes the way it works too, you could have several people in one area and you'll see it clear as day and it looks just like a flesh being and the other person won't see a damn thing because they let people see what they allow who will see and will not see them.
Yeah.
There were many different reasons, and many of it is because they want your attention, they want your devotion.
Yeah.
They do.
Once,
And
especially once they know that you know about them, you know.
yeah,
And then I asked him,
let's
I'm
put it
like,
this way: they have
if
egos just like us, a
yeah,
personality just like us.
I'm checking
Okay.
outside if I see anything right now, really quick.
Well, you wouldn't be the first time that I was talking to somebody and something happened. So, but here's a remember what we want to think about, Claudia,
Yeah.
is it, to remember Heavenly Father,
Yes.
show gratitude and praise to Him the best you can. It's very difficult because you're not seeing Him and He's not talking to you too much. But the voices that you do hear, once in a great while, somebody hears Heavenly Father, and I say they don't, but they're going to try.
Yeah.
This is what they do. Okay. And one of the things I discovered too is they use dread and fear. They'll use it on you. And
I
listen,
know.
they're still going to be out in the sky. They're still going to be in your neighbor's trees. They're always going to be there. And so what we have to do is come to terms with this and say, I'm no longer afraid of you. You're no longer going to control me. I'm still going to live my life
Yeah.
the way I want to live. And by the way, this is what people have done for generations, and people have told us to us who were willing to listen. And they usually are called mystics, witches, or sorcerers, or
Yeah.
priests, or what. These are people. These are orators. These are people that have had interaction with the spirit realm, and they're trying to reveal to other people when they're first dealing with it to come to terms with of how to deal with it.
Yeah.
Some of the bad ideas too, like gifting to these things or making
I'm.
gardens for them or making them altars. And if you do this, you're causing yourself big problems.
Oh, totally. I don't worship them at all, and that's
Well,
why I went out and confronted
see,
them.
they don't
Like,
see they
go
don't see
back
the
here.
world the way they don't see the realm the way we do. So they don't, while you're just going there, put that apple or whatever on that stone, wanting to have some interaction and to get to know them, they're thinking completely different other things. We can't, and even though you can say that they're people, and there's nothing wrong with that, but they're not human beings for the most part. There are human beings as well, by the way, involved with this, who are on the other side. Sometimes they're astral planning. Sometimes we're hanging out with
Yeah.
these things. And this is part of the whole package. And
Yeah.
whether you want to hear it or not, it's your choice who you want to make an enemy or not. I don't want to make an enemy with anybody. But the
Yeah.
same token, I have a divine right to stand up for myself.
Absolutely right.
And so one of the things is you just have to, we just have to do it. We just have to say, I know you're there. I mean, this is, and I guess me and Sheldon were talking earlier before the show a little bit, just a little chat,
Yeah.
and about we was talking about me getting to like this outdoors coyote type wheelchair, so I get on the woods, and I'm like, I don't need to do that. I film my stuff in my neighborhood, in my neighbor's trees, and in my backyard.
What
Why?
did you?
Because I know they exist. I don't need to go a mile in the woods. I don't need to do it anyway. And
No.
they will, like you said, you see tree structures in your neighbor's yard. Listen, here's a guy, Bill Beans, that I did a couple shows with, several years ago. He didn't even have these Bigfoot experiences. He just knew about it. He was dealing with more of a poltergeist and spiritual demonic possession and that kind of thing, right? And doing
Yeah.
exorcism stuff and all that. Since then, I just heard him on that one show. I can't think of the name. Which really bothers me. That guy that keeps doing that devil horn stuff. You listen. I will just say this to anybody that hears this: do not assume just because somebody looks nice, talks nice, or somebody that
You want to trust.
well, this thing called the cult of personalities. We don't know whose motives are what, and a lot of people, they pretend one thing in this cryptid community, right?
Yeah.
And they use this as a platform to gain power that we don't understand. And people think that, say, somebody who's a practitioner of the dark arts has to look like some kind of person all dressed up in black with black uh, 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 eyelash and all, or eyeliner, and you know what I mean. One of these
Yeah.
like a death rocker, heavy metal. Now you can look like the most normal human being on the planet.
Yeah.
You can be walking around with a suit and tie, and very many of them are dark pressures, and we can call them Satanists or whatever. It doesn't matter because there are multiple different disciplines, multiple different schools out there, and many of them aren't even interested in what we call Satan because they know there's even bigger things out there to deal with and to
Yeah.
work with. So I know that sounds strange because
No, I believe
of
it.
our Christian heritage, and because we stay focused on one single entity that was the accuser, the brother, in particular the Hebrews back then. We forget about the multiple dimensions of and levels of spiritual beings around us.
Yeah.
And certain ones each have legal rights, certain territories and church. Like where I live, I know that I have local spirits that look the way they look, and we will call them grass men or dog men or
Yeah.
Bigfoot. Sometimes they look the same. So these things shape shift and everything else. And so one moment, I mean, I filmed it. I filmed one that just started out as a dog man and turned into a Bigfoot. I got a video
Oh,
on my
that's so
channel about it.
weird.
Pay attention to it.
That's so
It's very
weird.
good to slow down. So I'm telling you, it's like what I'm saying is we're dealing with something much more bigger, and it's easy just to label it things from what limited information. And by the way, it truly is limited information, but
Yeah.
valuable information that's in the Bible. There's much more
I
going
don't.
on here, and so we need to be very disciplined about this. We need to we need to recognize that this is part of the creation. This is a dualistic creation that we've been put in. There's darkness, there's light, there's
Yeah.
night and day, there's evil and good in both sides in multiple dimensions. And so that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
And so what we're really fighting against is the evil and the darkness.
Yes.
And when you just simply say Satan or Dogman or Bigfoot, you're missing the huge picture. I mean, it is just three of gazillions, infinite number of
Yeah.
things we're dealing with.
Well, I
And
don't
so
trust any of them. I never know if they're a skinwalker, a demon, because Satan likes to lie. So I've always thought, are you really what you look like, or are you something else? Like I had the little people come inside my house twice, and
I
they were
have to
trying to
walk.
choke me.
Hey, Claudia,
Yeah.
I have to walk away and go use the restroom. I'm about ready to pay my
Oh,
pants.
okay.
But you continue this. Will you hold the fort and say some more about what you're dealing with and what you understand? Just and if you can see the chat, there are a few people that have comments and all that. So I'll be back in
Oh,
about
how do
two.
I see that? Chat.
If you can't, just share more about what you've been going through for 5 minutes. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, you guys. I'm gonna put my. I'm getting old. Let me get my glasses so that I can answer some questions. Hold on. Toby, move, baby. Move. You sitting on my glasses? Sorry, you guys. I'm looking for my glasses. Get back. Hmm. Ed, can I borrow your glasses? Let's get over. I lost mine right now. I don't know where it went. I got a bunch of questions. Thank you, honey. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't know where it went. Huh. Oh, I found them. I'm sorry, babe. Hi, guys. First of all, it's so nice to meet you guys. And I want to say thank you for taking your time to listen to my story. And if I can help anybody, I'm more than happy to help anybody. Not that I'm a professional, because I'm not, but my experience, I have some experience. And let's see, that's Satan's signature illness. He seeks to deceive, destroy, and kill. I always ask God for his protection over my health and allows take measures towards that. That's very, very true. Um, I gone completely obsessed. LOL. Yeah, you get obsessed with it, but then once you open that door, you're like, oh, I I shouldn't open that door. But that's just my opinion. But anyway, I don't believe in praying to God for something other than doing the opposite towards those prayers of God's. Okay, let's see. Thank you for saving. Now, Mike. Okay. LOL. Hey, guys. Howdy. And life experience is very eased in my book.
Claudia, are you doing
Yeah.
good holding the fort? Because, if we're going to do this show together, why don't you answer some of the, I'll just step back again.
Okay. I'm reading them right now.
If you can't read it, you let me know. I'll help you out. If not,
Oh, I got my glasses. I was blind for a minute, but I
so
had a
me,
stroke. A couple of them. I
I'm
lost my
hoping this
vision.
is going to be something that's continuous. Anybody that listens to me knows I can talk all day long. I mean, if you give me a chance, I'm like kind of. But it's good to hear your voice because when, as the old saying goes from the Bible, and it's a universal truth: when two or more are gathered together, or two or more witnesses.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's one thing was
Yeah.
just one person saying it, but when you're saying pretty much the same thing I'm saying, um, um, you know, we could put these pieces together and we hear other people's voices and realize that we're dealing with something that's multidimensional.
Yeah.
It's not a joke. It's influenced our lives and a lot of other people's lives. It's going on right now.
Yeah.
If later on, if when we're done talking here, because I know you. Oh, I know what to do. Why don't you
What?
talk about? Are you allowed to talk about what you're up to, what you're about ready to have happen? You don't have to go in great detail and say names, but just say,
Tomorrow?
well,
You
you're
mean
supposed to be
tomorrow?
going across the country to help somebody. Tell
Yeah.
us about this.
So there's a man that called us for help, and he lives in Colorado. And like within a mile from the ranch to like a mile off the highway, there's been like 17 accidents and very bad accidents. Well, he found like his cows mutilated, and one of the girls lived like near the property, and she became missing, and they don't know what to do. He's seen Sasquatch, Dogman, UFOs, and everything, and he asked us to go over there to help him. And to be honest with you, I'm just got over having respiratory failure, a stroke, and I just don't have the strength to like go out there. And I have my own stuff to deal with here in my in my backyard, so I'm not gonna go. I've decided not to go. I just don't feel it's a good idea because I don't want them following me home again and dealing with all that again. You know what I mean? So Ed's leaving tomorrow. He's gonna go to Colorado and help the ranch family. I just feel so bad for them because they don't know what to do. But neither do we. But a lot of people that have gone there, their cameras die, batteries die, and that's basically what they're gonna. There's like 5 people that are going that will be there to try to do an investigation, and they're gonna interview him, and they're gonna do it like a documentary on him. So people, it's like another Skinwalker Ranch, basically in Colorado. So, but I was gonna go with him, but I just don't feel up to it physically, So I'm just kind of reading the comments right now. Let's see. You know, some it's called Build Your Family. You know what I have done in the name of Jesus Christ, I rebuke you, but they won't leave me alone. They don't even care. Like I don't get it. I don't understand why that is. Um I don't know if they know that I filed a lawsuit in the state of California about them and they are kind of attacking me. Who knows? Whatever the government cannot control, they will never acknowledge. Um yeah, they are demonic. I'm sorry, I'm just reading. Let's
Thank
see.
you for saying that. So yeah, here's another thing too. So it's easy to just say that until you really go through what you're going through, and it's not. This is how you do it.
Yeah.
It's a very bad idea what my friend said there, and I know he means well, and a lot of people mean well. This is what you need to do. Can you remember this? Try to remember this.
Okay.
I am protected by the blood
Of Jesus.
and the name of Jesus.
Jesus.
Heavenly Father, protect me in the name and the blood of Jesus. My sins have been forgiven. My past and present and future sins have been forgiven through Jesus.
Yeah. And the next time I
When
see him,
you
I'm gonna
when
do that.
you say I rebuke you, now you're challenging these things. And if there's something that's a pretty strong spirit or entity, they're going to enjoy that challenge. And so
Oh, I
here,
didn't know that.
well, most people don't until they go through this. And then when you really go through this stuff, then you go, oh, I see now. You have to go through this stuff. So there's a thing. You need to respect the spiritual realm. You do,
Yeah.
just like you need to respect your own people. Let's think of this way: if you went around, and I see people do this, and it's just like this most wacko thing, but it takes time and maturation. They'll go around and rebuke fellow human beings in the name of Jesus. And you think that people are going to appreciate you going around and saying, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Yeah. You're right.
You wait a minute. You need to step back a little bit here.
You're absolutely right. I'm gonna do that if once I see him again in the backyard.
And here's the
So
other thing, like I told you, so if you see them, there's like positive, there's a reason why we have chants and incantations and all this other stuff. So you want to say, you see him, you call upon Heavenly Father, you call upon Jesus,
yeah.
you say, God help me, you help me, please protect me, and then just, Heavenly Father, you help me. God, you focus on Heavenly Father or
Yeah.
positive things. It's much more powerful than I hate you guys and I'm going to rebuke you. It
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
doesn't work. It doesn't work in the physical realm or the spiritual realm. It just doesn't. There's
Yeah.
times when it does, but for the most part, showing some, I guess they would say, well, humility, which is not necessarily the best word, but it's showing some respect of what's going on and realize who's really in charge and who's not,
Yeah.
and when you really are in charge and when you're not. So it's easy just to, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, right? And
Yeah.
at times, yeah, that's the only option you have. But have you ever noticed you hear people about when they have paralysis or they're attacked by spirituals and things, and you know what they say? I
What?
called, Jesus, help me. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, help me. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, whatever, please help me. And you know what happens? The damn things go away.
Oh, that's so good.
Because you know why? Who has more authority over them in the spiritual realm? God
Yeah.
does.
But
And
you
you
know
know
what
what I
I've
mean?
learned too? I'm not trying to change the subject, but when I was leaving to my friend's house, because I know they were surrounding the house on Thanksgiving Day, I knocked 3 times inside my house to let them know that I was coming out. It was like run away because I didn't want to be surrounded by them. So
Would you
I
like
knocked.
would you like to know my opinion? Go ahead, tell us what happened first of all.
So I like 3 times I knocked really hard. Then I opened the door and start walking towards my car with a bunch of snow. And then it was funny because he said, if we shown ourselves to you 3 times, that means we like you. And I'm like, is he mocking God? Like, is that something that they do? Number
I think
3 is always their number.
well,
I
three is a very
noticed that.
sacred number spiritually, of course. It just, but and by the way, I've seen three entities in a portal, so it
Yeah.
happens quite a bit. So, with my own eyes, naked eyes. Of course, I couldn't film it. Isn't that interesting? But
The guy with the black
like I said,
hoodie.
first of all, knocking is a form of summoning. They do the same kind of stuff in seances
Yeah.
and trying to summon spirits. So I would say it's very much, I would not recommend knocking anything or trying to communicate with these things unless
Yeah.
you prepare to deal with what's going to happen. Now, what if you, okay, so like what I do, like, when I leave my house, I go, oh, okay, Heavenly Father, I need you, and Lord Jesus, help me, protect me. And I focus on them, right? Now,
Yeah.
I've seen things in my neighbor's trees, and I've filmed some of it, and I know they're there, and they know that I know they're there. But who has more strong strength, God
You.
Himself or these spirits? No,
Yeah,
it's
God.
God. It's God. We're dealing with spirits.
I literally feel like I live inside a bubble because God is they could have killed me so many times. I mean, so many times, and they haven't. And I
Well,
feel like God, stop, baby. I feel like they put like like God put a bubble, like His angels around me. And there's times where I'll say like my spirit guide, like please protect me. Like one night, a couple weeks ago, I heard a huge pound in my house, and my dog started barking like crazy. 3 in the morning, right? So I get up, I'm by myself, and I'm like, oh my God, what was that noise? Didn't know where to look because I heard a very loud noise. So what I did is I went to like the front door, looked through the peephole, didn't see anything, looked through the mini blinds, didn't see anything, looked in my backyard, didn't see anything. Well, the next day, my home health care nurse comes in the morning. So I open up the door for him, and he's like, what in the world happened to your screen door? And it literally has been torn and kicked inside. Say you kick something like a wall, and it goes, and on the bottom of the screen door, it's metal. It's hard metal, and they kicked the metal in, and that's what that loud noise was at 3:30 in the morning. So it was just surreal. And we live in a quiet neighborhood. It's a safe neighborhood, so I can't see a hoodlum doing that. You know what I mean?
all right.
So I know
Well,
it was them.
one of the things I think it sounds like to me, and don't mean to judge you, or not. And if you tell me I'm wrong, I'm going. But it's like here too. You see, you've been on television over this. You've had the biggest names, some of the biggest names in the Bigfoot world. I mean, I've known about you for several years at least. I
Oh, I
remember
didn't
that.
know that.
Well, of course, and we never talked
Oh,
about it. But it's like, well, she, I mean, I know, the cloaking Bigfoot thing, which we're going to go over that in one episode to really break it down. But um, if you are willing to, so I know about that video. I've seen that years ago.
yeah,
And so, but I know, all that is, it's me. They're not. It's not so much of a blessing, but it's a compounding of maybe um, making things worse by having all these big names in the television, and having you thrown out there. You do become more of an open target to spiritual warfare. Okay.
yeah,
There's
yeah,
people out there, and I know this from my own personal experience, that they'll see someone like you and they'll focus on you, they'll interact with the spiritual realm, and they'll astral project, and they'll send stuff your way. And what you need to do is you need to, whatever has been sent here, whoever's, I send it, I give it back to you, Heavenly Father. I ask you to take care of it. You take it either to the outer darkness or the lake of fire, or wherever they belong, but send them away and send it back to whoever sent it to them 7 times over, right?
yeah,
Why? Not because I want to hurt those people, those people that have been casting these spells on me, which is a real thing, people. And I didn't realize it was until it happened to me as well. And send it back to the people that sent it to you 7 times more, so that their eyes will be open and they may be saved.
yeah,
So you got to change your attitude a little bit, your approach, and fight him with compassion and love.
yeah,
Does that make sense?
yeah.
Because
Well, when I
you're
went
dealing
out
with
and talked
dark
to him,
forces.
when
Yeah.
I went out and talked, I knew there was two, because I saw one behind the tree. But this guy, it didn't look like he had clothes on and big black eyes. It was weird. I'm like, I wonder if he's a skinwalker. And it's funny that I said, I know you know English. And then I grabbed a chair and I sat and stared right at him. We were looking, and I said, look, I'm not anything for Satan. I don't like anything demonic. I said, I'm a Jesus Christ warrior and I'm not going to stop. So you need to stop harassing me, and I'm tired of you coming to my house. I've had enough. And then I go, "Do you want me to play you a song?" The whole reason why I said that, because I wanted to know if he understood what I said. And he didn't
Oh,
say a word, but he shook his head to me. But I was told, like, it's very rare when a Sasquatch actually speaks to you in English. And then I realized that
well,
they do.
here's the thing. I'm going to ask you an honest question. How do you know 100% that it was a Sasquatch or some other entity? Could it possibly be any other
Oh yeah.
spiritual entity or that
Yeah,
could have
he
done
had clothes on and he looked young, like in his 20s, and he had big black eyes, like almost like he got two black eyes. And
it?
then he,
Right. Because we label everything as Bigfoot. That's what I'm trying to get at.
yeah, yeah, no, it wasn't like, it didn't look like a Bigfoot. It looked like a human man just staring at me, and he was talking to
There-
someone behind the tree,
when we
which I
first,
thought was the
when,
master.
you probably didn't see it, and most of you here didn't see it, and I didn't. But we're talking about the back room and the lineal. Oh God, I can't think. It was just the back room. So, anyways, this whole idea. I'm not saying it right, but when the spiritual realm, the entities and human beings are trapped.
Yeah,
They're trapped in these back rooms and these lineal spaces. That's what it is.
yeah,
These multi dimensions, they're stuck here, and so you'll see many things show up, and at times trying to fool you into thinking you're seeing a Bigfoot or dog man when really there's something completely different. So, but it's another thing, this is why it's so important, and this is everybody, whether even you believe in Jesus or God, not just put this in your back pocket. I'm not trying to make you a Christian or anything, but there's going to be times if you're going down this road, you are going to interact with spiritual warfare. There is no way getting around it. And either you're going to let these things end up controlling you, or you're going to like start to learn like I did the hard way, and that is to
yeah,
call on Heavenly Father for protection and the Lord Jesus. And instead of talking to those things, they're there. They know that they're there.
yeah,
Start focusing on Heavenly Father. Start focusing on Jesus. That's
yeah,
another reason why if you and here's the thing, and it's not just once. It's not just once in the morning and once in the evening. It's like you have to become a habitual habit. When you walk out the door, start talking to God, Heavenly
yeah,
Father. No, I'm serious about this. This is this is what real prayer is when you're talking to Heavenly Father. It's a relationship. It's like if He was your real
absolutely.
physical father, and it sounds. And I'm not preaching to people. I'm telling this just what I know works. And when you focus on God, you're driving down the road, and you're focusing on God. You're not focusing on these things because believe me, once you get this under handled, um,
Yeah.
you'll be able to see these anytime you want to. If I want
When
to,
when I
all
got
I have to do is call upon the name of or call on the Lord of all hosts, the Lord of all spirits, call on Heavenly Father, say, hey God, reveal to me these spirits and all that. And you know what? Within a couple days, I'll see something or I'll film something, and I don't even have to go past my front porch to do it.
yeah,
I'm not making this up. There's nothing special about me, and there's nothing magical about me, and I don't have any special powers. I don't have anything more than anybody has. The only thing that I have is experience. That's what I have, and
yeah,
and,
me
and I've
too.
learned. So
Like
and
we
so
all know, there's no expert in this, and I have opinions, which means nothing. I'm just
oh
expressing
no
the
no no no
truth.
no no no!
Yeah.
Don't ever say that. Your opinions do mean something.
Oh, thank you. You're so nice. So
Don't downgrade yourself, and don't buy into this because this is what nobody's an expert. Nobody's expert. Nobody is expert. Well, you know what? For thousands of years, Christian mystics and leaders have been telling us how to deal with all along, but we don't want to listen to them.
yeah,
We don't want to listen to
and
because we
I
think it's religion, and it's not religion. The
yeah,
moment you put religion in it, you set yourself a snare and a trap to not see clearly what's really going on.
I don't
It's
like
not.
religion. I like
It's not.
talking to
This is
Jesus
not
and
being
having
a saint. It's not being a saint or being better than anybody or being holier than thou. This is about reality and the fact that in the world that we live in, this interdimensional world that we live in. And so we are, and we always have been, and we will to our last breath be in the midst of spiritual war.
Yeah.
getting out of it.
And we're not going to give up. It
So
all
that's
goes to
what
God.
I'm saying. My suggestion to you is, and I'm glad that you took that first suggestion about reading the Bible out loud. Do that.
Yeah.
Do that. I mean,
Yeah.
and before you even decide to go outside, or if you start hearing those things, say, get that Bible, start reading out loud. By the way, they just like most people can't stand hearing it, these things can't stand hearing it either. So there's something supernatural about how it's been formulated. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
there's warts and all its problems. Reading that Bible out loud is now it's there's it's what it does is it transfers your thought process, your thinking from them to something greater or more positive. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And so it's not about being religious. Believe me. I mean, we'll learn real fast that the average person not going to want to hear what the scriptures say. The average spirit doesn't want to hear what you say. That definitely the dark entities, dark spirits don't want to hear what's in that book. And just read it out loud. I mean, this is the reason why Muslims read their holy text out loud constantly. I mean, I don't people realize, and it's telling you to be a Muslim or not. But I'm saying this is one of the reasons why they constantly praying, they're constantly reading their Quran, because they're trying to focus on something higher than this what's going on around them and their own problems. And it is powerful. So it's something to think about. And I don't know if I'm saying, I wish I could communicate in a clear enough way for people to realize that cracking that book open has nothing to do with being a quote unquote modern day Christian. I'm not asking you to be a Catholic or a Protestant or anything like that. You do if whatever you want to do in that course of time. That's your decision. But the fact of the matter is, just cracking that book open,
Yeah.
just like the Book of Dead and the Solomon Seals and the fifth and sixth books of Moses, they have spiritual implications.
Yeah.
They
They
were
do.
by spiritual people. They were prayed over by spiritual people and entities. And this is just a reality of things. These are weapons or tools to influence or battle the spiritual realm. The people got it all wrong. I mean, they think it's all religion. It just goes right over their head.
Not.
And you're going to read this stuff and you go, what the heck does it has anything to do with me? It's 2,000 years. Who cares? Well,
Yeah.
guess what? You'll find out
And
real fast
I
that this.
gotta say something like for you listeners, and I know a lot of people have this pit in their stomachs as something. There's been so many sightings of these evil entities attacking people. Like on, I watched TikTok and there's like, I mean, some of them of course are fake, or whatever, but and then there's like a flood in California, and then there's earthquakes, there's volcanoes erupting, there's Russia, and all this stuff that's going on in China with COVID again. It's a stronger like, and I just feel like God's coming soon, and I want to say this because I care, but I
Regardless
hope
if
you
it
can
comes or
get your
not, go
yeah,
ahead,
because you don't want to spend eternity in hell. Believe me, but you know what I mean. And
Right.
I care for people, and I want them to have the best life, even after life, as much as I can, because something's happening here, big time, like scary,
Well,
big time.
I would remind you a couple things, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just going to remind you a couple things because I don't. I think I know personally that it's detrimental to be focused on the world's okay. It's if it's going to end, it's going to end, right? We still got to
Hmm.
live in this moment. We still got to live in this hour. We still got to live in this day. We still got to live in the present. So whether or not the world ends or not, right?
Yeah,
We still got to live in this presence in our
yeah,
moment. And by the way this place is designed, there's always been evil, there's always been good. Like I said, there's darkness and there's light. There's always going to be all these certain things to challenge us and to kind of cause, whether it's natural disasters or floods or wars, it's never going to end. I mean, I'm telling you, if the world say the world's not going to end for another 500 years. We don't know for sure, right? We don't know. So the thing is, we need to focus on now and ourselves. And it's
yeah,
really hard for us to do this. This is not our nature. Our nature is and I'm just as guilty. I mean, hey, listen, there's a reason why we kind of like the darkness a little bit, let's be honest. That's what that's what our interest in it is what led us into this path
I
in the
know.
first place. You know what I
But
mean?
we were deceived to go into this.
It's
Like I
true.
never. I mean, my daughter like brought it up to
Ignorance.
me. Then I went to Washington, like because I was interested in it. Like there's a guy named Timber Giant Bigfoot in
Oh yeah,
Kansas.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, I love the guy. Like I mailed him like fireman shirts and his family and stuff, and I was like obsessed with it, like his channel. But I feel like we were slowly deceived to go into the whole field. And like I said before,
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, you're totally right. Go ahead. You're right. Go
and
ahead.
like I feel that since Satan's a liar, he's gonna like when people tell me, "Oh, they're my friends," I'm like, and in my head, I'm thinking, "No, they're not. You're being lied to." Like I've heard like I think two stories of a Sasquatch savings, like two kids, like one time, but everything is like
True.
Sasquatch Chronicles is like it's all bad. It's nothing good. There was these two men that were cousins on a boat during the day fishing in Ohio. Well,
Yep.
they're quiet as they're fishing, and all of a sudden rocks start getting thrown at them. So, like one of the cousins had a temper. So he gets on the island and he picks up a bunch of rocks and he
Yeah.
thought it was an African American. So he grabbed the rocks and threw it back at him. Well, all of a sudden, the Sasquatch comes running like full speed, picks him up, throws him, breaks his ribs, and the other cousin jumped in the water because he was terrified of what he just saw. Helped his cousin get back on the boat, and then he called 911. And he said a monster just attacked us in Ohio, and they were like, "Come on!" And he's like, "My cousin's dying. Like, I need the ambulance at the boat ramp. I'm 20 minutes away." So there was no ambulance, but there was police. So they were interrogated over and over and over again. Like, what hit you? Did you guys get in a fight? Because he had punctured lungs from the ribs that and
Right.
there was more like medical stuff that happened to him. And that's what started it. Because when they said was it a Sasquatch? They had no idea that it was a Sasquatch. And that tells me that people have to be educated. If you have rocks being thrown at you, most of the time it means leave, go away, but they
Yeah.
don't they don't even know, they never knew about
Right.
Sasquatch. And that's what I feel like the government lacks, and I mean, and the state of Washington state, you can't kill one. It's a law. You cannot kill one. At the military bases they say if you see a Sasquatch you cannot kill it. Do
Sure.
not kill it. So
Well, you notice the
somebody
one
else.
thing they don't talk about is what we just talked about earlier.
Yeah,
They don't talk about, oh, here's the solution. The solution is we're dealing with something supernatural and spiritual, and there
because the
is an
government
answer.
can't control it,
That's right.
basically.
And here's the other thing: if you really start believing in God, here's something that happens. You start to lose your love of this world for what it really means. It's not because you don't care about the planet and birds and the animals and the people. Is that you stop falling in love with this world, with all the lies and the deception and the agendas, manipulation, and you start speaking the truth like we've been doing, like your story, and then getting into this stuff and the solution, speaking the truth, really realizing that you're not going to be popular. The world,
I don't
the
care about that.
Bigfoot community is not going to like you for what you're doing. But if one person's life's changed, Claudia,
It's all worth it.
and no longer ours, we've done our job. That's the
Yeah.
real job. The real job is not to have 20,000 or 200,000 or 250,000 followers and sharing scary stories all day. Is to say, hey, listen, this is real and there's a solution to it, and to offer and continue to remind people there's a solution to it, and it's not religious.
Yeah,
It is something spiritual.
absolutely. And I mean, like the Forest Service, when she came, I said, I'll do a drug test, a psych evaluation, and something else I told her, a lie detector test. Plus, my daughters were with me and they're old enough to talk about what they saw. But she didn't want any of that because they know that I'm right. You know what I mean? They didn't. Anytime somebody questions, I'll say, I'll do a lie detector. You pay for the lie detector test, I'll be happy to take it. This is what I saw, and it's just it's
She's like,
hard.
let's go back to that story about the guys on the boat in Ohio, and I know about it, and I've heard it years ago.
Yeah.
And the one thing they didn't say, they were talking about guns and throwing rocks and there's violence and there's drinking. And no one ever said, well, we saw this thing, there's rocks thrown. And so what we decided to do is call upon Heavenly Father in the name of Jesus for protection. But yeah, because if you did that right now, we've ruined the story. I've had, how many times I have people interview me, people that claim even to be Christians, and I just what I said and go through my whole story, what happened, and what was the answer, and they took all the parts that had anything to do with Jesus in it, as if it was some
Yeah.
kind of religious thing, because people can't think that they've been polluted from mainstream media, from world religion studies, from their own understandings of what they see in televangelists, you know what I mean? They see Benny
Yeah.
Hinn and all this stuff, and they think that they all represent the truth about what it really means to have a personal relation with the Heavenly Father and Jesus. They don't. They're there to just to cause confusion, to be another, what do they say, a snare or a trap.
Yeah.
You see, but this stuff, you just can turn this into something amazing and say, wow, the spiritual realm's real, the darkness and the light, God's real, Heavenly Father is real. Jesus was a real entity and still is real, and it has relevance in my life. And I know people hate it, and I know they don't want to hear it, and I understand for most of my life I was the same person. But listen, it was Bigfoot itself, Sasquatch, that that convinced me that Jesus was real and Heavenly Father was real. Because if it wasn't for me turning to them, I would still be tormented day in and day out. And I know what it's like. Believe me, I know what it's like completely. I know what a living hell it is.
Yeah.
So what I started doing was start focusing on things other than them. I realized they're still going to be there. Nothing's going to change. There's no point in me going over creation to find the things, because I can bring them to my front door if I want to.
Yeah.
On my own power of summoning and intent, and call upon Heavenly Father and say, "Hey, listen, Lord, all spirits, I want to see some of your spirits." I know, and I can do it. I know anybody else can do it, and I also know it's not that special. I just read one of the mysteries in the mystery schools, and maybe one of the most important mysteries of the mystery schools. You and I do have the power to see things
Yeah.
and to tell them to leave us alone. But how do we do it? That's the thing. So if we think that burning sages and doing rituals and all that's going to do or replace the ability that God Himself can do, we've missed the boat.
Yeah.
We've missed
I
it.
think they're kind of, I mean, because I've seen like entities in my home, and I show no fear, even though inside I'm like crying, but I never show fear to them. I
Now,
literally say, "You have to leave, like right now, go. I'm not afraid of you." I'm like 5 feet tall, like, and
yeah, but
and it's funny because
do you
they're
hear what
like a
I'm,
thousand pounds,
Claudia?
but
Because I
they
know
also, I've seen
we're gonna
fear
do
in
the
them.
right. But I'm asking you, and how do I say this without preaching and telling everybody how to live their lives? But anyways, Claudia,
Yeah,
what happened during the times when instead of focusing on them and you saw them, you called upon Heavenly Father named Jesus?
nothing. They stayed, but
No, no,
I
no,
said,
no,
I
no.
said
no,
three
I,
times.
how often did you stay focused on Him? Stay focused on God? Stay
Oh,
even.
not very long. I would say it like twice, and nothing would happen. But I never said the blood of Jesus at all. So
You
that's
call
different.
upon Heavenly Father
Because what I
and
would say to them
God,
is,
have
be
God to
real.
protect you, have God to take them away, protect me in the blood of Jesus, in the name of Jesus, right?
Right.
Recognize that you are forgiven of your sins, past, present, and future. Whatever that means that God has reconciled Himself to you. You have Him in your presence if you want Him.
Yeah.
And
I'm
so
very
what I'm
blessed.
saying is that when things show up, instead of focusing on them, which is very difficult, we have to discipline ourselves in that, we start focusing on God. And I'm
Yeah.
guaranteeing you, when you start speaking it, and if you do it enough, and maybe the first time is not so sincere, but I got to tell you something. If you say it over and over again out loud, it's robbing us to go away. If you keep talking about Jesus, you keep talking about Heavenly Father, it will drive them nuts, just like human beings. And they'll
Yeah.
drive, or they'll be like, hey, I don't want to be in this room. I don't want to hear this stuff. I've had enough of this stuff. Now, if
Yeah.
they're a good spirit, a spirit of light, a spirit of love, a companion or a servant, a heavenly Father, guess what? They're not going to bother them. And guess what else is going to happen? They're not going to bother you.
Yeah. I
You
believe
see?
it. So,
It's really simple, and there's a very And here's
and
the
I
thing.
know that you and I aren't the only ones that have seen it. I mean, and I know somebody else just saw them absorbing trees and stuff. So it's just hard to explain to
And the
people.
Native
Like,
Americans and many other indigenous or other cultures said the same thing.
yeah, it
We all
did.
dismiss them and say, "Oh, it's just folklore and it's superstition and it's mythology," right?
Absolutely, for
And
sure.
by the way, but that's because we were indoctrinated and brainwashed by the modern educational system.
Right. I agree.
Now, this was never an issue with 4 generations, 3, 4 generations ago. Our great grandparents and our families from 4 generations ago, I guarantee you, most people having this conversation, they wouldn't have a problem with it. They go, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's right. That's what I do. What do you do when they show up? Well, I focus on God and I ignore them. And guess what happens? They lose their power, and my life gets better. Show up
Yeah.
again. I know now what to do. I start focusing on Heavenly Father and in Jesus, and stop focusing on them, and they just go away because they
Yeah.
realize they don't have any power over you. See, I realize that this is what this is about. This is the reason why these entities, these spirits, will just walk out in front of a car, and you're like, man, they're about as dumb as a skunk or a possum or something. Or what are they really doing? They're trying to cause fear and get your attention. They want your attention.
I heard a story today. I don't know who told me, but this man was driving a 18-wheeler, and he was on like a 2-lane road, and he saw in the middle of the road. He said it looked like a cow, like it got hit, and he drove slow. And when all of a sudden, before he gets to this, in quotation, cow, it was a dog man who stood up on 2 legs, and literally was running with the 18-wheeler, like,
Yeah, yeah.
So that's kind of scary, but I have to cut this short because I have to help my husband pack because he's leaving tomorrow early in the morning.
Well, I tell you what, thank you so much. Please
Thank
take it
you.
very seriously. Uh, Continue to keep reading your Bible out loud,
I'll text you
please.
in a couple days so we can
And,
catch up
and
again.
and let's try to do this once a week. And you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Let's try to
and
get
thank
other
you
people
everybody for
involved.
listening.
Now, we're going to play something that's very much in line with this, okay? And
Okay.
this comes from the confessionals, and he asked all of us to play this. And so this is part of this show. And so I'd ask you to just listen in. Can you still listen into the show while you're in your packing?
Yeah.
'Cause I swear this will be it's long. It's 3 hours long, but it'd be one of the most rewarding 3 hours that you have. And once again, some other people that are in the cryptid community and coming to terms and being honest about what happened, what was the solution, the spiritual warfare. This is going to, you people, you tie this together with what tonight and the other
Yeah.
things I'm sharing with you, you're going to say, yeah, man, this is exactly what's going on. We're dealing with
You
something
know
that's,
what's so weird? Is somebody texted me the confessionals. They said, Claudia, you have to listen to this. She's going through exactly what you're going through. And he sent me the link to the. I know Tony Merkel, so I was like, wow. So I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but I'm gonna
yeah,
check
well,
it out.
Tony, and I've watched these guys, and I watched, because we've had similar experiences and interests, and Tony doesn't know me, but I know him, and I've watched him, and I've seen, he has that Christian background, and it's
He's a
popping up
good
again
guy.
in his life because he realizes that the answer to all of this really is God. It really is
Yeah.
Jesus. It really is. It's not about playing religion now. It's not about religion. But you look at
Right.
just how this young man, this story is fascinating, folks. When you guys listen to this guy almost lost his life. He got involved with a satanic group. He sees UFOs. He sees vampires, people shape shifting, people floating up in the air. And guess what helped him? This is what
What?
we've been talking about.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
He called on the name of Jesus, called on Heavenly
That's so
Father,
good.
and then guess what? And we're not just talking about spirits now. We're talking about human beings and spirits. We're people that
Right.
had the intent of actually sacrificing this guy.
Yeah.
Now, I talked to you guys. My first interaction with encounter with a Crow uh, Indian medicine man who bragged about being in a sacrifice with a 15-year-old girl in my car. I wasn't making this up, and this is another story that's going to prove to people or another witness of how this is connected. It's all connected. It's
Yeah.
all connected. And if you think you're just going to be able to just go down one road and pretend that you're going to find some physical being and you're going to act like Indiana Jones, you've missed the point, man. This thing is deeper than you can ever imagine.
Way deeper. Way deeper.
So please listen, folks. Don't abandon us and let people know. And listen to this again. If just listen to the background, Claudia, I love you.
I love you too, my friend.
Thank,
Thank you so much. And I
I'm
want to say
so
thank
proud
you,
of you.
everybody.
I'm
Thank
so
you,
proud of you
everybody.
for being honest. He's so
Oh, thank you.
yes. I
So,
know how much courage it takes, and I know
oh
that,
no, I
and
just
I
want to
know,
help people.
yeah.
So, I want you
So
guys to know if you're going through the same thing, you're not alone. And there's no shame to my game. And if you need me, I'm on Facebook. You want to talk, I'll be happy to talk to you and help you in any way I can. So, but thank you for having me. We'll talk. I'll call you in a couple days. So,
you know you can reach out to me anytime, Claudia,
oh, you're so
many
nice.
blessings to you and your husband, and I hope Ed, it's that. Well, I pray, Heavenly Father, that you protect him.
Yeah.
In the name of
Thank
Jesus,
you.
in the name of
Pray
the
for
blood
him
of Jesus,
because,
also for Claudia and anybody else in here. Ask Heavenly Father, in the name of the blood of Jesus, that you protect them on all sides, and that you protect
amen.
them in their homes, in every corner of their home, and outside of their home, and throughout their neighborhood, and protect them and their neighbors and everything. Loosen
Yeah.
your mighty angels from all sides, God, and loosen
Yeah.
your mighty spirit to protect us. Drive away all evil spirits, all those who send those evil spirits, send them back to them so that they may wake up to realize of your great power. And all of those other entities, I pray, God, on all the entities, that those that are evil, that causing us harm, I ask you to bind them, that you rebuke them, Heavenly Father, in the name and the blood of Jesus, and you send them where you want to send them, whether it's the lake of fire, outer darkness, or somewhere else. We're handing this over to you, Heavenly Father.
Oh,
All the
amen.
power and the glory is to you. Thank you, God. Okay, Claudia,
Okay.
I'll let you go. You please
Okay.
listen if you want to, and if not, everyone else listen, because really it's going to be worth your time. I try
Oh,
to make this
definitely.
worth
I
people's
will, for
time.
sure. I
And
promise you I
it's
will.
funny. The funny thing is, they still like the internet, the Google, and the powers that be, including the internet eventual, not let me have 300 subs. It's so funny. I got to 299, and they
Yeah.
dropped back down to 297, and it's always going to be that way with me. And even when I had 4,000 subs, they still. But
It took you down.
no, they've just been censoring me because the powers we don't want this being said, which is bizarre. But
Which
they
is
obviously
demonic,
what
like
part of it?
Hollywood.
Yeah. And I said they just don't want this, because I know most people don't want to hear it anyways, but there's still enough people. It still comes down to this whole thing. It's about
Yeah.
it's about doing the right thing. And by doing the right thing, loving your neighbor as yourself, you're serving God. So I'm going to let you go. Love you. And
Oh,
we'll listen to this
love you too.
great. This is phenomenal. When you listen to it, it's a little slow, but in the first maybe 10, 15 minutes, but when it starts picking up, you're going to be on, holy
Oh, thank you so much.
smoke. Okay.
Thank you. God bless you and have a good night, everybody. And thank you again for taking your time to listen to my story. So, amen.
Anytime.
Okay.
Anytime.
Goodbye, my
Anytime.
friend.
Bye-bye. All right, that was Claudia. She's awesome. And anybody else that sticks it out, I think you're awesome too. And I'm just saying that I know how much effort and time it takes just listening to this stuff. Plus, I'm not the greatest communicator. So, anyways, let's share. Edit, mic set. Let's go here. Okay, this is fantastic. The Desert Portal and Death Cult. There's a, this is going to blow your mind.
We also have preparewiththeconfessionals.com. That's preparewiththeconfessionals.com. Get yourself some emergency supply of food and survival gear for those emergencies in your life. If that interests you, right there. Friend, and he ran into another guy. They befriended each other. They hit it off. They went to another bar where the bar was kind of sketchy, and he's just spending the evening hanging out with this new friend of his. Well, this guy was supposed to take him home after that bar, and this guy got a text message from people that there was this party popping off in the desert. James, do you want to go? James didn't want to go, but he talked him into going, and this turned into a several-day ordeal where the following night, when James was there and the party off, the DJ's doing music, there's tents everywhere, RVs everywhere, things got weird. In fact, things got weird well before the.
Before we go any further, can you guys hear that? Can you hear what's going on? And thank you everyone for showing up. The few of you that and all of you. So thank you.
This night, but
tell me if you can hear this.
Point, it was kind of okay.
Please.
What's going on here? That night when James was out there in the desert, people were shape-shifting. Vampires were exposing themselves. Things were flying through the air, including people. And then he had his awakening moment when he saw people in cloaks, pentagrams on the ground, and it seemed like this whole thing was designed for him. He ran for his life out of that desert, but the journey of getting out of the desert was a trip in itself, because it seems like James was not part of this reality during this experience. It seems like he was in a transitional state, what I'm calling a bridge between this realm and another realm. It's a very mind-bending, trippy experience that we have here for you today. I promise you, I absolutely believe James, because after we were done recording this, he showed me the receipts. In fact, everything that he claims today, he was able to back up, except for one thing. If he can find the voicemail that he talks about on this show, it'll be icing on the cake. But without the voicemail, I promise you, friends, the things that he's shown me, Instagram accounts, the pictures, this actually happened to him. And it should terrify every single one of you. Before we get into this episode, please consider sharing this episode with everybody that you think it could impact, because I'm telling you right now, what James is doing today is revealing the dark truths of what goes on in these Hollywood circles. Let's get to James right now. All right, today we got James on the show. James, what's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going, Tony?
Man, it's going. So listen, you and I were talking here, and you started telling me some parts of your life here that led up to you getting to California. I just thought it was an interesting, it was an interesting story, but also I think just kind of, I wanted you to be able to share with the audience, because I want the audience to kind of have a painted picture of your life and what got you to Hollywood to begin with. Because when I was reading the email, I was under this assumption that either you had been to Hollywood for a long time or you lived there, like you grew up there. But this is all, it really kind of puts things into a time frame for me, because this is all, the story you're going to share today is actually something that happened fairly recently. Because I was thinking, because I didn't know how old you were, and I was thinking, okay, I'm going to be talking to somebody like Joseph Granda from episode 420 you and I were talking about. I mean, he's got 30 years experience in Hollywood. So like in my back of my head, I was thinking somebody like that, in the sense of you've been there for a long time. So this might have happened 20 years ago. That's not the case. This is actually that happened in here recently. And I wanted to have the audience give them the opportunity to kind of just hear that conditioning for the story. So I know you said you're from Michigan, and then you moved to Florida for what did you move to Florida for school?
I went to college down there, yeah.
What'd you go to school
And then
for?
after, I studied film down, actually.
Full Sail. Full Sail? I knew it, man.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you heard me say on the show before, but I actually was accepted to Full Sail too back, 100 years ago. Everybody thinks like I feel like everybody thinks I'm an old man now because I'm almost 40. And when I talk about going to Full Sail, that was almost 20 years ago. But yeah, I got accepted in there and stuff, but I decided not to go because I was 17 at the time and I didn't think I was ready to have my own apartment in Orlando, Florida. I don't think I would have been doing much school. Anyways, that's really cool.
Yeah, that's probably a good call. Yeah, Orlando can get a little. It definitely. I mean, yeah, it was good times out there, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think that. Yeah, it's one of those hard. I think it's like you can get a lot from it. Knowing what I know now, I definitely like realized, oh, I could have just moved up to Atlanta. So once I finished college, I moved to Atlanta, started working, but I worked on my first Netflix show, got the keys, and it was this Netflix show. Once that was done, I moved up to Atlanta, and I was there for about almost 5 years. And then, so it was 2020, and me and my buddy Rob, we went to Bali for a month. We were just hanging out, traveling, surfing. We were doing some skating, and we got when we got back, my plane landed, and I forgot I was out there, and I literally told him, I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna move to LA this year." And then he was kind of like, "Yeah, sure, man." Like everyone said they want to move to California, or, you said that before. And then the flight lands, and my old roommate that I used to live with actually in Atlanta, Zach calls me, and he's like, "Hey man," he's like, "Call me right away." So I get this text when the plane lands, and I call him, and he's like, "Hey, my roommate's moving out, and I have an open room. If you want to come out here, I can probably line you up with some like filmware, da da da." So I pretty much I had just signed actually a lease at this new house in Atlanta, and I had to tell all of my roommates like the bad news, I guess. They're kind of upset. They're like, "What, man? You're gonna leave already? Like, we haven't even been here a full month, and you're leaving." And I was like, "I know. It's just like I have this opportunity. I want to take it." So I got someone to cover my room. I broke the lease. I signed the new lease. So this is like, at this point, I've been back for like a month and a half. This is like early March. And then stuff about COVID started happening, and I was like set to move the next week. And then basically, it was the first week of lockdown, and I pretty much had to move because the new roommate was moving into my room at the house in Atlanta, and I had this new apartment in North Hollywood. And so I basically do this cross-country road trip during the middle of the beginning of the pandemic, and it sucked because there was no Airbnbs, because you couldn't get one because of the COVID restrictions. Like, most of the hotels were closed, so I was staying at like these really shifty motels to make it all the way through. And then I ended up getting out, and when I got out here, it kind of sucked. The job that I had lined up no longer was going to exist, because the entire industry got shut down for COVID, and I was just basically going off unemployment and just being like, "Oh man, I made a really bad decision doing this," because I decided to move to one of the most expensive states in the worst time ever. And I was having a bit of an existential crisis, like, "Oh man, what am I doing out here, like trapped in the apartment?" But yeah, I mean, once things got lifted, I ended up working again, and probably like September 2020, I started working again. I was like dating someone at that time, and then I had moved out to Long Beach, and dated for about like a year. And then this past year, I was kind of just like going through 2022, or end of 2021, 2022. I was kind of just like going through this like breakup, and just like kind of just like bummed. And I ended up living on found this living situation where it's renting out this guy's nice like 1984 Carver boat, and yeah, things were like getting better, and I was working on another Netflix show, and we had a hiatus in April, and my buddy Daniel, he lives in Hollywood, and we go to shows together. I actually met him at Full Sail, and we went out, and he took us to a bar near his house. And we didn't really have like a plan. We just were drinking some beers before we left his place, and we were just like, oh yeah, we're just go to this bar. I forget the bar's name, but it's right off there on like Hollywood Boulevard. It's has 3 different rooms. Like one room's like kind of more like hip hop. Like another room's like kind of where the bar is, and they're playing kind of like old school like rock music or punk music. And then upstairs they kind of have like the deep house, like kind of like EDM stuff going on. And we were hanging out, and we were just like chilling at the bar, so packed we can barely like hear each other talk. And I'm just like, hey man, do you want to like go upstairs and just check out? Like, I don't know. It's like, it might be fun. Just like, I don't know, like dance around, like have some drinks up there. So we go up there, and we're up there for a little bit, and he tells me, he's like, oh, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. And at this point, probably like 45 minutes until the bar's closed. So we kind of got out a little late, and he's like, I'm going to run back down and get another drink. Just like, don't go anywhere. And I was like, yeah, man, like I got you. Like, I'll be right here. And then as I'm just kind of like standing there, this kid with like curly hair just kind of like taps my shoulder, and he's like, hey, what's up, man? And he's kind of starts talking to me, and he like offers to buy me a drink. And I was like, sure. And there's another bar upstairs too. So he goes over, grabs one. I'm just talking to him, and I found out that he actually works in film, but he works like more like low budget stuff. He was saying he was in the art department, and I'll just, I guess I'll just, for the sake of just like concealing his identity, I'll just call him Mark. But so Mark comes back with the drinks, and he's telling me about his life, and we're just like talking, whatever. He seems like a pretty cool dude. He's like really friendly, but you know, my radar was kind of starting to go off. I was kind of like, why does this guy seem so like intrigued to speak with me? I just kind of, I kind of wrote it off, but I definitely remember thinking like, this is kind of strange that he's trying to be friends with me. I mean, like, he didn't seem like he was there with anyone, or I think he may have been there with one other person, but they weren't with him. And yeah, we're just talking about like life kind of and stuff. And then my buddy Daniel gets back, and then we're just all hanging out up there, and I introduced him to Mark, and we're just hanging out. And then basically the bar starts closing, and then we're like walking down, and I was like, yeah, man, it's great to meet you, whatever. And then we're walking down to the first floor, and we're near the entrance, I remember, and then he kind of pops back up, and he's like, hey man, what are you guys doing after this? And I was like, I don't know, we don't have any plans. I mean, we're just hanging out, we're going back to his place. And then my buddy Daniel kind of whispers in my ear, can't bring random people back to my place. And I was like, I kind of told him, I was like, I know, I'm not gonna invite this guy to your place, but like maybe he knows there's like something going on, or an after hours spot. And basically, he hands me this flyer, and at the time, I guess I didn't really think much of it, because I don't really tend to like, well, especially at the time, I don't really tend to look at, I guess, like demonic type imagery or anything as like a red flag or anything. But yeah, the flyer definitely had like, forget what it said on it, but it was something, it was just the typical kind of like joking about Satan stuff on it, and it had some creepy imagery on it. And he's like, yeah, there's this after hours spot, you guys should come through. It's in the art district at this warehouse. Like, it goes all night. There's drinks and like girls and this and that. And I was like, okay, yeah, like we might be down. And then he's like, all right, what's your number? And I exchanged numbers with him. And we head back to my buddy Daniel's place, and we're kind of just hanging out. And I think we got some food on the way back, and we're like eating tacos. And then he texts me, and he's like, hey man, are you guys coming through? Like, and I was like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to like convince you right now. I don't think he's really trying to head out, but I'll let you know. And then he's like, trust me, it's worth it. It's worth it. You got to come. And I was like, all right. And then I talked to my buddy Daniel probably for, I don't know, 10 minutes of trying to convince him. He's like, dude, we don't know this guy. This is sketchy. Like, and I guess I kind of just get, I get a kick out of just, I don't know, maybe risky situations sometimes. Like, they seem fun, but we're two grown men. And like, I mean, I highly doubt. It just didn't seem like that sketchy to me, really. And so I convinced Daniel to go. I texted him. I was like, hey, we're on our way. We called an Uber, and I remember being in the Uber, and Daniel was telling the Uber driver, he was like, man, this guy's crazy. He's having us go meet up with these random people at this spot. Like, how did you know they're not trying to us? And then I kind of made a joke. I was like, maybe that's part of the fun or something, just being dumb. And we get there and we get out, and it's just this like sketch. It's like the art district in LA. If anyone's been there, they know what I'm talking about. It's just kind of like not the nicest part of town. And we walk in, and it's just like they're like, oh, it's gonna be $15 a cover. And I was like, oh, well, I know this guy Mark. He said he's gonna get us in, and basically he took a little while to show up, and then he shows up there, and everyone there, they kind of had like you know, the gothic aesthetic, I guess. And he shows up, and then my buddy Daniel kind of like looks at me. He's like, I'm not sticking around. He's like, this is sketchy. He's like, I'm going back home. Like, I don't trust this. So he leaves, and I stay, of course. And we walk down into like, I guess it's like almost like a kind of like a dungeon. We walk down these stairs. There's these like red lights, and there's pole dancers down there, and just like questionable people. And I was kind of at that point like, yeah, I don't know, like this is actually not really a place I should be hanging out right now. This is like 2, almost like 3 a.m. And we both like buy a drink at like whatever little, you know, makeshift, well, it's a real bar, but you know, they shouldn't be serving at those hours. And we get a drink, and we're just, you know, I'm just drinking a beer and just talking to him, and we really just sit there for probably about 45 minutes to an hour, and we just are just chatting about life, about work, about, you know, things that we're going to. And then I looked down at my phone, and I parked my car at Daniel's place, and I was originally planning on spending the night, and I'm not going to drive after I've been drinking. So I was like, oh, well, I'm going to have to Uber back to Long Beach. So that's going to be that. So I should probably get going. Is what I told them. I was like, hey, man, I'm about to have, I think it's like 3 something. Like, it's getting late. Like, I got to get going. And then he's like, oh, how are you getting home? And I said, oh, I'm going to call an Uber. And he's like, what part of town do you live in? And prior to this, I don't even know where this guy lives. Like, he hadn't really like disclosed that with me. And I was like, oh, I live over, you know, like closer to Orange County. I'm in Long Beach. He's like, oh, dude, that's perfect. I'm actually like headed that way. He's like, I can give you a ride. And I just think in my mind, like, okay, it's a little weird, but I mean, if that saves me like $120 like round trip on an Uber, I guess I'm down with that, because I guess I'd only have to pay to get one back the next day. So I was like, okay, that works. And so we walked out, we get into his car, and we start driving, and we're on the highway, and we're heading, like, I can tell we're heading in the right direction. And then he starts getting these texts, and he's just silent. And then I'm like, oh, what's up? What's going on over there? And he's like, oh man, this girl and her friends, they're in Joshua Tree right now, and they're trying to ask if I want to come out. And I was like, what? And I was like, you're gonna go out to Joshua Tree right now? And I had driven through Joshua Tree before, and I always had wanted to camp there, but I had never actually done it. But I know the distance from where we are at Joshua Tree, and it's a few hours. It's not that close. So I'm like, what? I was like, they want you to come out right now? I was like, that's weird. I was like, what are they doing out there? He's like, I don't know. They're just saying it's like worth it. And then he looks at me, and he's just like smiles and says, do you want to go? And I'm like, no, I don't want to go to Joshua Tree right now. It's the middle of the night. Like, I'm pretty drunk still. I'm just trying to go home, man. And then he's like, all right. Like, I understand. And we can continue driving for a little bit. And then he randomly asked me, and I'm not sure if he asked me this before his next conversation with these girls or after, but I think it was before. And he just randomly asked me what kind of car I drive. And I told him the make of the car I drove, but I gave a different color. I just thought it was strange. I was like, why is this guy asking me what kind of car I drive? This is strange. And then, but I feel really, really like, I feel so foolish for even, honestly, like going home with this guy, because I don't know what I was thinking at the time. But then he gets a phone call, and it's that girl again, and her name was Fernanda, I think. And he's on the phone with her, and then he's like, all right. He's like, I'm gonna come. And then he gets off the phone, and then he's like, hey man, he's like, I'm gonna go. He's like, they're saying shit, like they're gonna be partying, like it's gonna be a good time. I was like, and I told him, I was like, dude, it's so late. I was like, what's the scenario? Like, is it a couples thing? Are they in an Airbnb? Are they camping? Like, what is this exactly? And he still said he didn't know. And I was like, okay, that's weird. And then basically he convinced me to agree to go. And I was like, all right, let's go, I guess. And I told him, I was like, I have to be back on Saturday night, or technically Sunday morning at the time. But I told him, I was like, I have to be back by Sunday evening, because I have to work on Monday. And I was like really clear about it. I was like, hey, I was like, if I do this, like if you promise that we're back at this time, then I guess I'm willing to do this. And so we just start driving. And as we're driving, probably 30 minutes later, he's just music, and we're kind of going back and forth from like sharing. Like, he plays a couple songs, I'm playing a couple songs, and he says something that's really weird. And he says, you're really trusting, man, just to go out to Joshua Tree in the middle of the night with someone that you don't know. And he goes, how do you know I'm not trying to kill you? And then it just kind of got quiet for a second, and I kind of just like looked at him, because like we're pretty far further, like it was dark. We were on a dark highway road. I wasn't exactly sure where we were at that time, because I wasn't really looking at the signs. And I looked back at him, and I was like, well, how do you know I'm not trying to kill you? And I kind of like smiled at him, and then he's like, oh, that's fair. And then I'm driving and then he says something again that's like very odd, that like I don't think normal people usually say to someone that they don't know that well. And then he's like, hey man, so do you have like any like weapons or anything? And I was kind of like, what? And I asked him, I was like, what do you mean by that? Do I have any weapons? I was like, weapons on me? He's like, oh, just in general, like, do you have weapons? And I was like, I mean, I have a couple knives, but I don't have anything, but no, like, I don't have weapons. Why? And then he just kind of, you know, ignored the like question basically. And we kept on driving. And at that point, I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, this is getting kind of sketchy, but I'm like sizing the guy up and I'm like, he's shorter than me, he's pretty skinny, but I was just like, I don't know. He's taking me to some undisclosed location and like what was on his GPS was just essentially it was like coordinates that he put in. And I was like, this is really weird. But at this point, I'm like, what am I gonna do? Just like ask him to drop me off on the side of the highway and like hope that there's an Uber around. So I was like, at this point, I was like, I'm in for the ride. I guess I'm gonna see what this is about. And so we start, continue to drive, and it's probably around like 4 or 5 at this time. And then he just kept on saying like, crap, the sun's coming up. I'm trying to get there before the sun comes up. Like he was really adamant about getting there before the sun came up for some odd reason. And I don't know. I didn't really think much of it outside of at the time. Now I have more of a reason to kind of believe why he would want the sun not to be up when we got there. But at the time I was just thinking, oh, like we're going to show up and be passed out and whatever he was trying to do is not going to be happening anymore. So it's probably, I don't know, probably about 45 minutes, an hour later, it's 5 something, the sun's starting to come up, and he needs to get gas, and he pulls into a gas station, and I'm just like sitting in the car, and at this point, I'm pretty sober now, and I'm just kind of just thinking like, wow, I made a really bad decision coming out here. I'm going to feel like awful next week working. I shouldn't have done this. And so I'm just kind of sitting in the car, just kind of having like buyer's remorse, just wishing that I wouldn't have gone on this adventure. And he gets back in, and then he's like, oh man, they're not selling beer. And I was like, of course they're not selling beer. It's like 5 in the morning. And I was just like, I don't even know why this guy wants beer right now. And he gets back in, and then we continue to drive, and we get to where the GPS ends, and it's pretty much we're on this sandy dirt road that's not an actual road anymore. And he's like, he's like, it ends right here. And all the houses, it definitely has like a hills have eyes, local, like, or like, it looked creepy where we were at. I was like, the sun was up though, and then he's like, he was saying he didn't know which way to go, but then randomly he's like, I think it's this way. And he starts driving, and I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, that's really random for you to be so for sure on making this, I believe you can get a right turn. I was like, this is really odd that you're so convinced that you're in the right turn. Like I was telling him, I was like, should we try to call them? And then he was like, oh, I don't really have any service. And my phone didn't really either. And so I was like, all right. So we start driving down this dirt road, and probably drive for about 10 minutes. And I'm just starting to get kind of worried at this point. Not even about anything like bad happening, like in terms of like, there's going to be people out here that are going to do something to us. This is more in terms of like, we have no water, if we run out of gas and get lost out here, he has a flat tire, we have no service. So this could turn into like a bleak situation, like really quickly. And then probably about after 10, 15 minutes of driving, we see what looks like in the distance. It's like we're kind of above, and it's kind of almost like in a canyon, it looks like, and it's just like homes and tents, and it looks like some really ghetto makeshift festival or something. And I was like, is this what it is? And then he's like, I think so. And then we pull up, and I just think it's important to note that I was wearing these Crocs at the time, so these aren't very like good shoes for like the environment. And we pull up, and it's just all these people, but it's very strange. It's not like necessarily young, like it's not people like in their early to mid 20s per se, like there are, but then there's like, I'm seeing like a bunch of little kids, like families, like it's a really weird thing. And I was like, what is this, man? I was like, is this some sort of like music festival thing? Like, what is this? I don't know. It's just, we're going to find out. So we park and we get out, and then we're kind of just like looking at it. And it was a beautiful view. It was a sunny day. I was kind of like relieved not to be in the car anymore. And I was honestly feeling like a little relieved that there was like other people around, just because I had just been in the car with this dude I had just met for so long, and he was giving me like weird vibes, and I was just glad to be kind of like around other people. And essentially we get out, and we meet up with the girl and her friends that he was planning on meeting, that he said we were going to meet. And I don't know, they were whatever, they weren't really friendly. And that was another weird thing, was when I got there and everyone that I kind of met, it was like they were very like standoffish. Like I've been to like a music festival before, and it seems like people tend to be, it's kind of like community, like, oh, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Oh, you need a water, you need this, you need that. Like people are willing to I don't know, like look out for you. And we just kind of went around, and there was this tent, and it was like kind of like a DJ tent, but like I guess they were playing music, but like it wasn't like really like a show. It was just some people were kind of dancing, and it was just a kind of like the Burning Man crowd. I don't know if you're with that, but it was just kind of like those types of people. And I remember just being like, oh man, I feel like crap. Like I just need to sleep. So I went over to Mark, and I told him, I was like, hey man, I'm really exhausted. Like it's probably 10 something at this point. We'd walked around, talked to some people for a while, and well, I'd like to know, one of the groups of people we talked to, they were asking me, they're like, oh, so they randomly asked me, they're like, are you, and I was like, no. And they're like, oh, really? And then they're like, well, what do you believe in? Like everyone here is Jewish, and I guess the ethnicity there seemed like a lot of Eastern European people. And I was like, yeah, I mean, like I'm at the time not religious, and I just said, you know, I grew up like Catholic, parents went to church, practiced, you know, typical Catholicism, and they kind of got like weird when I saw that, and I was like, oh. And then he kind of pulls me to the side, and he's like, hey man, you're saying too much right now. And I was like, what? I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, don't be telling people that stuff. And I was like, okay, I mean, they asked me a question. No, I'm not supposed to respond to it. So I thought that was weird. And then I basically, I decided to take a nap in his car a few hours. And when I woke back up, the windows were down in the car, but it was baking. We're in the desert. It's April. I was exhausted. I was sweating. I wake up. I'm like, oh man, I'm at this place right now. I kind of want to go home, but I gotta wait till tomorrow. Oh yeah, and I need to preface. I guess this was Friday night then so we got there Saturday morning, and then it was Sunday. So yeah, it happened Friday night, Saturday, and then yeah, it makes more sense. I was wondering why it seemed like the time wasn't adding up. And yeah, so it's like Saturday. It's probably around like 1-ish now, or 2. It's probably more like 2 because I slept for a while. And he tells me he's going to go to the store and get some beers and some water and some snacks. And I give him some money, and he got me some stuff. And he came back. And in that meantime, I met this guy, Ollie, and hanging on the outside of his van. And we were just like talking, and we were hanging out. And he had this inflatable mattress, and he kind of asked me, he's like, oh, so where are you guys sleeping tonight? And I was like, well, we just brought his car, so I guess in his car. And he has this mattress, and he just tells me, he's like, hey, man, if you need it, it's yours. You can sleep on it whenever you want. This is your bed if you need it. And I thought it was a nice gesture, and I was like, yeah, thank you. And as the day went on, we got back, I knew that some things started to seem like kind of strange. One, a lot of people were cooking food, but no one seemed to be sharing with anyone. It seemed like kind of like a very I don't know, seems like not very like a welcoming environment, I guess. And at one point, I'm hanging out with him, and then he has his buddy show up, and it's me, him, and his buddy, and it's this girl that they know as well, and this guy Ollie, and we're all kind of hanging out, and we're sitting there drinking beers, like having some laughs, and this guy, I guess he kind of is like orchestrating the whole thing. I guess he's definitely Eastern European. He had a thick accent. I'm not sure what country he's from, but he came over and he's wearing a Mad Hatter hat. Like, we made this Mad Hatter hat, had the card and everything, and came up to me and a person, and he gave us these bracelets and put them on us, and he just said, "You guys are VIP." And I was like, "Okay," and I was like, "What does that mean?" And he doesn't say anything, and he just walks away. And I looked around as the rest of the day kind of went on, and no one else besides me and like a couple other people had these wristbands on. And then I was asking someone about it. They told me that the wristband, oh yeah, it just means that you can walk around any area. You can go into trailers and this and that. I thought it was weird, but I didn't think too much of it. And then it was probably close to like sunset, and one of the girls that we were originally hanging out with that guy Ollie, we're all kind of sitting in the same spot, and she was laying on the inflatable mattress, and it was starting to get dark. It was sunset. And she says, "I don't want to be here another night. I don't want to see you again when it gets dark." And I was like, what? I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, we're just having fun. Like, it's going to be like a good time. Cause like, it just felt like it was just going to be like, we're just going to be listening to music, drinking beer. It's just a party. So I thought, I didn't think anything of it, but I thought it was weird. Cause she was visibly scared. Like, she was like putting this blanket over her and she didn't want to look at anything. And then we stayed there and split. And when it got dark, she was just not wanting to talk to anyone, and she just had this blanket over her, and she's just like, I don't want to see it, I don't want to see it, and she just kept on saying, I don't want to see it. And I was thinking to myself, wow, I don't know what happened last night, but I guess stuff got strange here or something. I'm not really sure. Mark had been talking about the fact that these twins that were going to DJ were up, and he was like really excited that they were showing up. And these two twins from another country, and everyone kept on talking about them as if, like, I don't know, they're like these heroes. The twins are coming, the twins are coming. And I was like, who are these twins? Like, I want to meet them. Like, I seem like cool guys. And so at this point, it's probably around 10:30, 10:45. And I had been casually drinking some beer, but I'm drunk. And I don't know what was telling me not to get drunk, but it was like I had this like inner premonition of like, just, I don't know, because normally whenever I've been in like a scenario with like a party scenario, or there's like drinks, like, and it doesn't seem like there's not a reason not to like indulge, like I'll usually just have a good time and see where it goes. But I think it might have had something to do with the fact that like we didn't have like a tent, we had a camper. It seemed like, okay, I don't know, I'm in the desert, like this isn't actually like a real music venue, there's not paramedics here. It just, I don't know, maybe just like my self-preservation was kicking in. But yeah, the twins showed up, and Mark and his buddy, we went over and they introduced me, and they're kind of weird. They didn't really say much. They're like, hi. And I was like, hey. And they started setting for their like DJ set. And this is where things really start getting bizarre. And I'm sorry, Tony, like, I have a hard time believing this myself. Like, honestly, like, every time I talk about this, it's just like blows my mind, because I know with my logical thinking mind, in my past, I've had some experiences growing up, but like I've had sleep paralysis, or I've seen something outside of my window before. But what happens here, I mean, I don't know. All I could relate this to is like whatever these people were like harnessing, or if they were using, I don't know, I guess in my mind it would be some kind of dark arts or dark magic, that they had opened a portal to something. And as I continue to explain this, it's going to get pretty crazy. I honestly, this is empirical to me. I mean, like, I know what I experienced, and I know that it happened, but it really just feels like it was like a nightmare. And I don't know what other way to describe, but we are at the dance, like under the tent. They have this tent, the DJ booth, and the twins start playing. And what was weird, during the day, you had seen everyone that was there, and you'd seen what they were wearing, essentially, because there wasn't that many people. Probably, like, I would say under 100 people. And if more people would have shown up, you would have seen them showing up, because you would have seen cars pulling in. Like, even during the day, like whenever you saw someone coming or going, you would easily see cars coming and going through. The only odd occurrence I had during the day that was kind of like a Twilight Zone thing that happened was I went to the bathroom in this porta potty, and I just walked around the corner. I knew where I walked from. I walked away from the group, went to the porta potty. I came out, and it appeared as if it just appeared as if like when I came out, there was more people than had previously been there, but I didn't think too much of it. So now we're on this dance floor. I'm looking around. I see what everyone's wearing, and it's normal. It wasn't what it turned into. And as these guys start playing this music, it almost felt like you're like in a trance per se. And I remember at one point there was these like little kids running around, and they started running around us, and it seemed as if they were running at like the speed of light. It was so bizarre. And I remember seeing it and just thinking to myself like, oh, I don't know. I just kind of like wrote it off. I was like, oh, that's really strange, but maybe it's because these lights and it's dark here and whatever. And as they continue to play, I remember kind of just like looking around at everyone, minus Mark and his buddy. They're still wearing their same stuff. I'm looking around and I'm looking at everyone's attire, and everyone looks like they're wearing these black, and they hadn't had them on like 5 minutes ago. And I was like, what? I was like, how did this happen? And I remember I'm looking at like before the Twins came on, there was this one DJ, and she was like performing, and she was like turning the knobs on her set, and it looked like she was shapeshifting. And I kind of like tapped Mark, and I told him, I was like, hey man, I was like, do you notice that? Like, looks like she's like doing this thing. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Or just kind of like, it was so loud. Like he is probably like, I don't know what this guy's talking about. And then the Twins start playing. When they start playing, I start noticing that nothing looks right anymore. And I'm like, okay, this is strange. I look to the left of me, and it appears, I guess the only thing that I could relate it to is what a vampire would look like. And this person had like yellow eyes and probably about 6 feet away from me. And I could see the fang canine teeth, and they're extra sharp. But I was kind of just thinking, okay, these people probably just put on some makeup and they're just doing some odd stuff. But I was watching what she was doing, and it looked like she was feeding on someone's neck, and I was really thrown off by it. And I was like, okay, that's not happening. And I kind of looked away, and when I looked back, I saw blood like on the neck of the person, but it wasn't like she was killing them. It was like and I've looked into this. I guess like there's bars in Hollywood, I guess, after this experience that like people go in and quote unquote vampires, but I don't think they're actual real vampires, but they like sign waivers and they beat on each other. But yeah, I saw this, and that was really weird. And I remember just trying to just like pay attention to the music and just kind of like ignore what everything around me was looking like. And then I turn around, and I'm about to like walk out of the tent. I was just starting to feel like uneasy under there. And I see these two guys right behind me that the only way I could describe them as if like demons had materialized into this plane, and were standing there, and they didn't like, and I could clearly see them. Like if I was looking at myself, and like if I was looking at the Mark and his buddy, they weren't looking weird. Other people in the audience were looking weird. I look back at these guys. This one guy doesn't even have fingers. It's almost like he has like mitten hands and like this weird monocle thing. And they look like Hellraiser. That's like the best way I could describe it. And I got definitely spooked when I saw that. And I turned around to my buddy, and I said to him, I was like, hey man, what is going on right now? I was like, do you see those guys behind us? And he just is like, he's like, you're just wigging out. Like, he's like, it's fine. It's just people are just having a good time. Like he just kept on saying we're just having a good time. That's what he was saying. And I was like, okay. And then I start hearing these things behind me talk, and they're not in an actual language. Well, not a language that I'm familiar with. And the tones of their voice were definitely on a demonic range. And then I finally was just like, okay, I'm gonna chill in here. Maybe they're doing some weird stuff out here, and it doesn't seem like anything's trying to hurt me, so I'm good. And I basically just stay in there for probably 5-10 more minutes, and then I'm like, all right, I've had enough. Like I'm seeing other vampire-looking people. I'm seeing more demonic-looking getting around. No one really looks normal at this point, except like the two guys, that Mark and his buddy. And I'm just like, hey guys, I'm sorry, but like there's some evil shit going on. Or sorry for cursing, but there's some evil stuff going on. And I kind of like put my hand around his shoulder, and I start walking out with him. And I'm like, dude, what is going on here? This is some dark stuff. And he tells me, he's like, I think you just need to take a rest. And his buddy had this van, and there's this weird ship compartment in the back, and he essentially told me I could hop in there and sleep. And they were telling me that, oh, you're probably just dehydrated. Nothing weird's happening here. Everything's fine. Just get in here. Just get in here. And I started climbing in, and I realized as I was getting in that I could actually get trapped, because it was weird. He had a pickup truck, but he had this like rig set up on it, but you had to like climb in there. But I noticed that there was a latch outside, like it locked from the outside, which was weird. And I started getting in, and then I was like, hold up. I just like had like, I don't know. I just had a really bad like feeling, and I got out, and I saw them walking back over towards the tent, and I was like, hey guys, I was like, are you guys going back in there? And then they're like, they asked me, they're like, you're not gonna sleep? You're not gonna sleep right now? And I'm like, no. And then they started like whispering to each other. And as I'm looking at them, this is hard to describe, but like, if you like drew something on paper and you erased it with the eraser, like you drew a face, erased it, that's what was happening to their faces. Like their faces looked as if they were erasing, but then it would stop. And I was like, and they were just whispering to each other, and they kind of just like ran off into the crowd. And at that point, I turned around and I started getting worried. I was like, did someone put something in my drink? Or, I'm starting to think like worst case scenario, like maybe I've been drugged or something. But it was strange because I wasn't feeling off there, except for like visual things I was seeing. I knew I was sober. I minus drinking a bit, but I wasn't wasted. And I walked over to where that guy Ollie had his van set up, and at this point he was fidgeting with these lights, and I went up to him. I was like, hey Ollie, can I talk with you real quick? And then he's like, I can't talk right now, I'm really busy. And I was like, okay. And I stood there, and as I stood there, I heard this, and this is one of the well, I don't know if it's the craziest, but this is like probably the craziest thing, one of the craziest things I saw. I hear this ear-piercing scream, like in unison, a bunch of people screaming at this high frequency. I turn around, I see the tent from the dance floor fly up into the air. I see people flying into the sky, and I see this green portal. And I'm like looking at this like, oh my God. Like my stomach dropped. And then I looked back at Ollie and I was like, hey man, what is going on right now? I was like, what's happening? Something's not right here. And he just kept on saying, I can't talk, I can't talk, I can't talk. And then basically I was like, okay, well, I'm seeing some very unexplainable things with my two eyes right now. So I pull out my phone and I go to try to like record this, and my phone won't even unlock. And it's just glitching on me. It won't unlock. It's just glitching. And I'm like, and I can't even get it out of the home screen. Like I'm getting my phone to unlock. It's doing something I've never seen it do. It's just like glitching. And then at that point I was like, okay, man, even if I was like drugged, this doesn't make sense. I would still be able to like unlock my phone. This doesn't add up. So then I kind of, obviously I get freaked out. So I start walking away from what I'm seeing because it's not registering in my mind as logical. I'm like, I'm a logical person. This is not logical. This can't happen. People in the sky and portals don't open up because that's just not, well, at the time, that's not how things work in this realm that I live in. Like I've never seen that before. Why would that make sense? So I start walking away from it, and as I'm walking away, I just decided to like line the RVs that are kind of parked kind of on the left from where I'm standing. So I start walking and I'm like, okay, I was like, they gave me this bracelet. They said I was VIP. Maybe I can go and kind of hide in one of these trailers. Like, I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking logically at all because my sense of reality has now just been like blown away. Like I don't know what's real anymore. I'm like, doesn't make sense. And I'm walking near these trailers, and then I see these group of people sitting around this like makeshift bonfire that they made, and they look like vampire people. And I'm just calling them that because that's just like the way I think to like describe it to anyone listening, but I can't say for sure that they were or not. It's just they had these yellow beating eyes, and they were wearing like biker type of attire. And what was strange is I'm starting to see a lot of them now, and these people weren't here earlier in the day. Like I would have seen them. It's just I'm like, where are they coming from? And so I'm standing kind of by this trailer, and I'm contemplating like kind of walking in this trailer just because I'm having a panic attack. I'm like, this is like really bad. This doesn't make sense. And then that group of what I call vampires was sitting around this bonfire, and this lady said in this accent, she says, she's like, what are you doing by our trailer? And I said, oh, I'm just walking around, just checking stuff out. And then she says, do you know what kind of evil's here? And then I said, just trying to play it off, yeah, it's chill, it's cool. Yeah. And then she said to me, do you realize what's going to happen to you? And I was like, yeah. And then like the hair on my neck just started like standing up, and I just turned around and I was like, oh my God. I was like, is actually happening right now? Like, I just feel like I'm in the middle of a horror movie. And I start walking, and then I look back towards like where the dance floor was, where I was seeing like people flying around, and there's not anyone in the sky anymore. But now what I'm seeing is people are dancing, the music's playing, but they're playing really weird sounding stuff. Like it's almost like a seance. Like they're doing this chant, and they're playing like a weird frequency. Like it's hard to describe, but I guess kind of like when you're listening like binaural beats or something of the sort. It was similar to that. And when I look over in that direction, I see these hooded figures that there's a bunch of them, and black hooded figures with a blacked out face, and it almost looks like they're floating off of the ground. And next to them, there was an upside down cross, and then they had a pentagram on the ground that was on fire. And I'm thinking to myself, like, oh, like, this can't be real. Like, I'm going to walk a little closer. I'm probably about 100 yards away from it at this point. And I start walking, like, slowly closer to it. And I see that I'm like, yeah, that's definitely right there. That's not good. And then I saw the inflatable mattress that Ollie had, and he was setting stuff up on it. And there's these flower petals that were like in the shape of like a human body laid out on the bed. And then my stomach kind of dropped because he told me earlier in the day, he's like, oh, this is your bed. You can sleep on it whenever you want. And I just kind of lost it. I was like, is this really happening? And so I start kind of slowly backing up, and one of those cloaked figures points at me and then looks back at the rest of them and kind of does this like wave, like for them to start coming towards me. And I'm just like, oh God, this is really bad. I start slowly walking the other way, and then anyone that wasn't in like these cloaks, like I had a couple of them get close to me, and when they got close to you, the cloaked entities, I guess you would call them, if they got really close, like I could see eyes, but it would almost be like a gas or something would like just kind of like cover it real quick. Like the best way that I could describe them looking like is, I guess, like the Dementors from Harry Potter. I mean, they look different than that, but that would be like the easiest like description of what these black cloaked figures looked like. And so I start walking around this place, like just because I noticed that they're slowly marching towards me, but it almost seems like it's like a game. Like they know I can't escape. It's like they're like taunting me because whatever was going on at that place, like I could feel this energy. It was just purely evil. It was not good. And yeah, it felt as if like I was being taunted in a way. Like they knew. I mean, from what I believe what was happening, I believe that they knew that they had me in this whatever weird seance thing that they were participating in. But so I start walking around, and anyone that doesn't look like them, that just looks like everyday people that I was seeing earlier, they're walking by me and they're just pointing at me and laughing, like random people out too. They just walk by me and they're just going like this. And I feel like I'm in like a Twilight Zone episode. I'm like, what is going on right now? And then this couple, this guy and this girl, their faces were kind of erasing as well. They came up to me and they're like, are you doing all right, man? And I said, not really, but they're like, do you need a drink? And I was like, yeah. And they hand me this beer, and I don't have a bottle opener. And then they like, oh, do you need help with this? And then he cracked it open for me, and he hands it to me, and they walk away, and they're just like laughing. And I look down at the label of this beer. There's no label. It's just a blank label. And I was like, I'm not drinking this. And then I just continued to walk with this in my hand. And then I round the corner of this trailer. And then I was, at this point, I'm trying to decide what my like move is because I don't have a car there. I want to leave, but I'm in the middle of the desert. I have no water on hand. I don't have adequate shoes to be like in this scenario. So I was just like, and I could see the city lights down below because where we were at, it was down in a canyon, but you could see in the distance, you could see the lights of the nearby town. So, and I have no idea how far that's going to be. So I just do one more rounder around the outside of the perimeter of this place, just to see in my mind, like maybe this is just me having a bad time. But I keep on looking at my phone. I'm trying to unlock it. It just says it's stuck at, I think it says 11:11. It's just stuck. Every time I try to unlock it, it's just glitching, and I'm just like, oh man. So then I kind of needed like a breather. So I go and like lean up against this like pickup truck, and I'm kind of like in the shadows, and then I can hear them still doing these like chants. I see way more cloaked figures. And then I'm like leaning up against this car, and it just feels like this car just grows behind me. I turn around and I'm looking at this car, this pickup truck, this black pickup truck, and it's 20 feet, like 20 feet tall. And it looks like these cheesy red fog in Hollywood. It looks like a gag from a haunted house or something. And I was like, there's no way this is real. There's no way. And I was like, okay. I was like, I'm thinking in my mind, they must have drugged me. I'm just going to feel around, and I'm going to feel the door handle, and the door handle is going to be there because it has to be there. This is just all in my mind. This isn't happening. I go and I reach around. No. It's like somehow materialized into this like enormous structure. And at that point, I'm like, okay, I got to get out of here. I don't care if I have water. I don't care if I have anything. So I just start walking towards the outskirts of this place, and I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna get out of here. And it was weird. There was this light as I started leaving. It was almost like a spotlight came, and it was shining down on the whole place. But there's no spotlight of the desert. It's not possible for there to be this light coming where. And I get probably, I would say, a football field and a half away. That's like how long the stretch of campers lasted. And as I'm making my way, I'm like, all right, man, I'm almost out of here. I just got to sneak away. They're not going to know that I left. And then I see these 3 shadow cloaked entity things, and they're just standing at the perimeter. And then I start I'm just like, all right, well, I'm just going to kind of get going. And one of them grabbed me, and then I pushed it off of me. But it was weird. When I pushed it, it wasn't like a solid thing. It's hard to describe. I know this sounds crazy. It's just, it wasn't like, it felt physical, but it was so weird. And they start kind of hissing at me, making these hissing sounds. And I'm standing there thinking to myself, this can't be real. And then I grew up with a, religious background in Christ. And I was just, okay, I know what they hate in horror movies. Going to do it. And I was just like, all right. Because I just felt like they were just blocking me. It was 3 of them, and they were kind of coming around my perimeter, and I was just in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. And right when I did that, they hissed, and they kind of shot back, and then I start running, and I probably run about 50 yards, and then all of a sudden it's just I hit this force field, and I've never felt anything like this. And then I'm trying to run, and I'm running, but it's I'm on a treadmill. I'm running nowhere. And then all of a sudden, I just see the ground expand in front of me. And then I'm like, oh my God. I was like, this is it just felt like I was in a nightmare that I couldn't get out. So I'm just standing there, and then I'm like calling out to my dad who had passed on, and I was like, Dad, please help me, like, please, like, because I at that moment, like, I was pretty certain something bad was going to happen. Like, I had a feeling I was going to be sacrificed, and it was crazy because in these moments, I felt that I don't even know if I was per se afraid to die. I felt like there was something worse than death, like in this moment. And then I had this weird recollection of like my whole life, like kind of flashing before my eyes, and just thinking about how I just really felt like I was a good person, and I'd never felt this before. Like, I felt like this overwhelming good in me. Not saying I'm a bad person, but like, I just felt like this, like, presence just come over me, and I'm just stuck, and I'm trying to run, and I keep on trying, and then I kind of just give up, and then I look behind me, and I just see those like folk entities, and they're coming in the distance, and I'm just like, I'm doomed. I was like, I'm doomed. I was like, there's no way out. And then I don't know what came over me to say this, but I just started saying, I walk with Jesus. I walk with Jesus. Jesus guides me. I started saying that. I start breaking through it. And it's like, and it feels like I have these weights on my foot. As I'm saying it, I'm starting to like break through. And I'm like breaking through. And then finally, like, I keep on saying it. Jesus guides me. I walk with Jesus. And then I like break through. And now I'm like running. And like the ground seemed to like retract back into like a normal thing. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I was like, they had some kind of force field or some portal going on here. I mean, at this point, I'm not even trying to know what's happening. This is more so like me rationalizing it after the fact, but I'm kind of just in flight or fight mode at this point, and I know that like I can't fight these things because it's beyond what I can do as a human being. And I get to probably, I say it another about football field length away, and I'm just like kind of out of breath. And I'm just standing there, and I'm starting to hear like whispers, like something like the best I could describe it as is like a demonic spirit, like something like it's like swooshing by my head, and I'm just hearing like things walking, and it's like happening on like both sides of like my ear, and it would stop, and I just kind of froze still, and I was like, what is going on? I'm looking back, and as I look back towards the gathering of what that was, I see like dune buggies or car headlights start making their way towards my direction. And I was thinking, great, they're coming for me. And it kind of at that point confirmed, okay, this isn't good. I need to get out of here. So I start making my way. I'm hearing these voices. And then all of a sudden I see these 3 unmarked graves, and there's not headstones, but it's mounds of dirt that look like freshly dug, and there's 3 of them, and there's like placards on the top of them, names, or I don't know, but it's just a really weird thing to see after all of that. And I was like, okay, and I just tried not to look at it. So then I just keep on saying, I walk with Jesus, Jesus guides me, and this is probably, this is, I think, the scariest part of the whole thing for me. And as I'm going, all of a sudden, these grayish black hands come out of the ground and start trying to grab me. And they're like pulling on my legs, pulling on me, like, and I start slapping them, and I try not to look at them, and I'm just saying, Jesus guides me, Jesus guides me, and like, they're just popping out, and then something from behind with all its force pushes me. I fall face first into the dirt. One of these hands comes out of the ground and throws dirt into my face. And it's the most evil thing I've ever experienced. I'm like spitting dirt out of my mouth. I'm like getting up, and then the hands are still coming out. But as I'm saying, like, Jesus guides me, I walk with Jesus, I notice like less of them are appearing. But I also realize I'm like, whatever this is, I don't feel like it can actually like drag me under the ground. Like, I feel like this is just like a trick or to have me under a spell, or it's just, I just knew practically, I'm like, I don't think I can get sucked under the ground. It's not possible. And I just keep on saying, I walk with Jesus. And then all of a sudden, it feels like I hit another invisible like wall. And then I'm literally like lifted off the ground like a foot or so, and something just comes through my body and just starts speaking out of my mouth, and it starts mocking me, like with a different voice, saying like, I walk with like mocking me, saying like, just saying all types of stuff. And it was the most I've ever felt. Like, I felt like it's like getting spiritually, I don't, it's just the worst feeling I've ever felt. And I was literally fighting this thing with my arm, like, and it's like contorting my arms. It felt like my wrists were gonna snap. And I was able to do the cross. And when I did the cross, I fell on the ground, and I got up, and I was just like, so I don't even know. I'm just like, I'm not even out of this. Like, they still got me. So I start walking, and then I'm just saying, Jesus guides me, Jesus guides me. And then all of a sudden I run neck first into barbed wire. And I look, and I'm expecting myself to be bleeding. I use light to look at it, and I didn't run into it, but I like clotheslined myself on it. And then I can't believe I'm not bleeding. And I feel like I must have had some like protection, some spiritual protection protecting me, because I'm calling out to God. But I look down, and there's no other barbed wire. It's like a booby trap or something. I'm like, why is there a random neck high barbed wire in the middle of the desert that is unexplainable? It was strange. And then I kept on going, and basically there was more of them, and there were some that were waist high, ankle high. So I'm like having to hop through these, and as I'm hopping through, I go through like 2 or 3 sets of them, and then I can see the headlights of the cars like getting closer. But since we're in Joshua Tree, it's not so easy just to go a straight path. And when I was wearing a black jacket, so it was helping, I guess, like hide me. But I don't know how all this works. I mean, they could probably sense my energy if they're toning into some kind of dark magic. But I'm standing there, and I'm just catching my breath, and I'm noticing the headlights are getting closer. All of a sudden, a fire on its own lights up in a triangle around my body, and I'm standing hop outside of it.
No, I'm still there. Go ahead. It's just,
oh, did I lose you, Tony? Okay. And then I hop outside of it, and it goes out, and then I'm starting to hear like these voices and these whispers again. And I see what it looks like a bonfire just kind of materializes in the distance. I'm starting to get like this confusion. I see another one, and I'm pretty much like surrounded by these bonfires, and it looks like there's like people there like dancing around. At this time, I'm still checking my phone, and it's still like glitching out on me. And basically, I felt as if it was a trick, like, oh, run to the bonfire to these people for them to help you. And the chatter I was hearing from these bonfires appeared to be, I don't know, the chatter I was hearing from the bonfires felt like, they sounded like ghouly, like the frequencies, like the people that were laughing. So I pretty much like avoided the bonfires. My phone still not working. I walk, and I see the van, like their car is getting closer, and I kind of like hop to like duck on the ground. and I feel like I'm playing cat and mouse with them for at least, I don't know, an hour and a half. And then finally, I get to this road. And right when I get to this road, I just feel all of this like negative energy just kind of come off of me. And then my phone's working. And this is probably only about like 2 hours later, 2.5 hours later. Phone's working completely fine. I basically am on this road, this abandoned road in Joshua Tree. There's houses along the sides, but I start to walk, and then every now and then I'll hear a car like bumping like music, and then I'd kind of like hide behind a tree. So I felt like as if it was them, and I noticed the same car just doing the same path back and forth down this road, back and forth down this road. And I pretty much walked all the way till I got to a main intersection. And this is after like hours, obviously, of like running through the desert, like falling, tripping. I'm all cut up. I feel like I'm losing my mind. And then I text these girls I'm friends with, and I went into all of it because it sounds crazy, but I'm like, hey, I'm in Joshua Tree. I feel like there's this cult of people that are trying to kill me right now. I'm just texting you because if no one finds me, I just want you to know. And they're like, oh my God, James, are you okay? Like, and my phone's running low on battery, so I just didn't have time. Like, I was just sending it out, just if I became a missing person, that someone would know what happened, or not what happened, but that I said something bad was happening to me, so maybe they would have them like clues to where to look for me. But so I get to this kind of like industrial, and there's no one around. There's a few cars coming by every now and then, and I go and I use the bathroom behind this dumpster, and then I'm just sitting there on the grass, just like trying to just like gather my bearings, and I'm like looking for Ubers on my phone, and no Uber, no Lyft, and then my phone dies, and I'm like, great, I'm stranded in the middle of nowhere after all this happened. And I was sitting there, and then I just hear this like caw. I look up, and it's just looking at me, and it was so creepy. And I can't say I'm relating it to the experience, but it was creepy, and we just held a moment, and it just flew off. And I mean, I remember thinking at the time, like, oh, I bet it's one of their spies. I mean, I don't really think it is, but it was just creepy. And then I was just out of breath, just on the side of the road, not knowing what to do. I was trying to flag down some cars, but I'm like, of course no one's going to stop. I wouldn't stop for a random person on the side of the road in Joshua Tree at 3 a.m. Like, it didn't make sense. And decided, I was like, okay, well, I'm in front of this big industrial building. I was like, I guess I'm just going to go around back and just try to sit down and I was too afraid to go to sleep. So I was like, I guess I'll just try to just wait till sunrise and then try to walk to a gas station and charge my phone. And as I start walking up this road, I see an emergency sign, and there's a hospital. And I had never been so relieved in my life. And I walked in, and they were like, I looked crazy, like, probably, because they could tell probably by my face. Like, they're like, do you need help? What's wrong? It was just like, I was like, I've been being chased by these group of people. I just need to charge my phone. And they're like, do you want to see a doctor? Do you need us to call the cops? And I was like, no, I do not want to talk to the cops. I was like, I just want to charge my phone. And like, do you want to see a doctor or anything though? And I was like, no, I'm fine. I just all I'm asking is so I can please just sit in the lobby and just, if you guys could charge my phone for me. And I charged my phone. I looked up a taxi service. It ended up being a $500 taxi trip to LA. I did not even care it was $500. I was like, whatever I can do to get myself away from this place would be great. The taxi guy picked me up, and I remember just being so on the edge of my seat, and he just asked me kind of like what was going on. I didn't give him the whole rundown. I just kind of said I was seeing some weird stuff out here, and it felt like it was like kind of like a satanic cult that I was like in the middle of. And he just said, yep, wouldn't be the first time I've heard about something like this happening out here. I hear these stories all the time. And then I was like, oh, that's great. And I remember I wouldn't fall asleep in his cab because I kept on just having that like horror movie scenario where you get like driven back to the place. So I was just like, okay, I'm not falling asleep. And then, I get back to Long Beach, and this kid Mark doesn't hit me up. Like, if you think if we spent the night there, he would have hit me up at like noon or like early morning, wondering where I'm at. He doesn't try to call me until like 3 p.m. the next day, and I'm already at home. I've like ate some food. I think I called one of my buddies, and I did call one of my buddies and told him about it. My buddy thought I was crazy. And then I just stopped talking about it because I realized there's no point in trying to like explain this to anyone that like maybe doesn't have like an open mindset to like something of the sort. And yeah, he accidentally left a voice message on my phone with his buddy, and then they said something along the lines of, "Oh crap, he was saying a lot last night, wasn't he?" And then the one kid goes, "I hope he doesn't tell anybody." And they I have that voicemail. I think I still have it, and I remember showing it to some of my friends. I was like, "Isn't that weird?" And then when I didn't, he texted me, and then he's just like, "Hey guy, how'd you end up getting home?" And I said, "Hey man, saw some pretty like weird stuff. I don't know, I was having a bad time. I just felt like it was getting kind of weird there, and my buddy picked me up." And then he didn't say anything, and it was 2 nights later, he texted me at 3 a.m., witching hour.
Of course.
I was up actually at the time, and then he goes, "Hey guys, so how'd you end up getting home the other night?" And then I just said the same thing. My buddy picked me up, and then he just didn't say anything else. And I asked him a question afterwards. I was like, "How'd the rest of the night go for you? Did you do stuff?" And then he just didn't say anything. And it was really weird. And I remember looking at his Instagram, and I was searching some of his followers, and I saw that like a bunch of them were into like these weird like blood sacrifice type things. And it was just really weird, like saying that they're praying to random gods and like a lot of numerology stuff. And then this one girl had a photo of her in San Francisco making this weird like spherical design with these stones, and she's got these like fake like crazy horns on, and she's like doing a point up to the sky with her 2 fingers. And I was like, wow. I was like, there's some dark stuff going on possibly in the shadows of Los Angeles, or I guess everywhere. But I had never really I've never really experienced any of this stuff. And it was weird too. After this all happened, 2 days later, my car broke down on the highway. Just started smoking. I had to get a new car. Yep. So I get a new car. I bought this new Jeep, had it for 2 days. I'm leaving work the 3rd day after I had it, and I get rear-ended. And this is all within like a 2-week time frame after this. And I get rear-ended by this girl driving a Jeep and totals my car 3 days after having it. Luckily, my insurance covered it, and I was able to get a new car. But in that time, a couple nights after that, my car got totaled, I woke up, and I always put my wallet in the same spot. And my wallet, I wake up on, and that turned into a whole mess because I wasn't able to get a rental car without my physical driver's license. My driver's license is still out of state in Georgia. And then the DMV in California wouldn't issue me a new one without my old one. Then I had to get an old one reissued from Georgia, but they needed me to come in person. So I was having to take Ubers back and forth to work, and I remember being all upset. And then probably right after I got my second car, after the first one got totaled, after my first one like broke down, then I got the second one that got totaled. I get the third one I finally have, and I'm inviting a friend over to the boat, and it's like a Saturday, and they show up, and there was a bucket that was like upside down on like kind of like the patio area of the boat on the back, and I was like, oh, this is kind of a tripping hazard. I should move it. And I flip it over, and my wallet's in there, except there's no note. No one would know. I mean, I guess someone maybe on the dock could have thought it was like, oh, that's his wallet, but it doesn't have my address in my wallet. Isn't to the boat, and like I don't really talk to many people on the dock, minus like one or two guys. I found my wallet. They would have like told me they found my wallet, and I just thought it was. I mean, I don't know if I can relate that to the specific experience, but there's something really important that I need to know. 2 nights after Joshua Tree, I've had sleep paralysis before. And this was like a sleep paralysis I've never had. I was having this dream that I was around a pool with my old high school graduating class. And I remember in the dream saying, I thought it was strange everyone looked so young. And I was talking to this guy, and then this guy kind of like shapeshifted into what was like a vampire, and then like screamed in my face and looked demonic. And then I woke up, and I was frozen on the boat, and I see what's a black hole materialize, and one of those gray black hands that I saw in Joshua Tree coming out, and it was like attacking me. It was like choking me, and I was trying to kind of like fight it off of me, but I can't move. I'm completely paralyzed. And somehow I was able to muster up saying, Jesus says go away, and then instantly it closed and I could move. And any other times I've had sleep paralysis, I wake up the next day. It's not like when I come out of it, I can instantly move and everything around me is back to normal. Like, it was a very strange occurrence, but since all that stuff has happened, I haven't really had any profound experiences, which I'm honestly glad. I definitely think I've like, I mean, I feel like there has to be a God now after experiencing this, and I felt so bad for, I guess, doubting him for so long, but yeah, I don't know. I know that story is a lot. Tony, sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize for anything. I'm sitting here thinking how I kind of just want to, when we get to this point, just fade music in and escort the audience following week's show, because I don't want to ruin it by talking. Like, this is one of the most bizarre, amazing, crazy, scary stories I think we've ever had on the show. The fact that this happened to you personally and you live to talk about it is insane, because what you described seemed like the entire thing was set up for you to not survive. It definitely seemed like there was an intent to have you as a sacrifice, the way you laid things out. And those unmarked graves, those are previous nights VIPs,
Exactly. And like my whole thing too is like that girl raid, like that's what really bothered me. And I had gotten her Instagram, I remembered, but like I remember I like deleted the request, but I had requested to follow her. And I remember the next day I was like, dude, I hope anyone else that was there is all right. Because I was like trying to see if she would accept like the request, and like she never accepted it. And then I kind of just got creeped out with like just even having association with any of those people that were there, because I'm like, man, because he didn't have my Instagram, luckily. So that was one thing that I was like glad that he didn't have. But I mean, nowadays with technology, if you have someone's phone, you can just use one of the phone searches and you can see their last name. But I definitely I was worried for a while. Like I remember working like the next week and someone walked by me and I would like jump. Like I was having like PTSD and I don't know. I feel like the best way I try to kind of get over it as is like in my waking life, I just kind of associate it now as kind of like a nightmare. Even though I like know that it happened, I just feel like if I hyper focus on it, it worries me because I'm like, I just don't even want to channel that stuff back in. But I feel like the fact that I call power and like if you want to call it God, Jesus, whatever, I know that it's possible that there's tons of gods. I don't know how this works, where it's a crazy realm in reality, but like I started finding out about stuff about CERN and like Oak Ridge and other stuff, and when I started realizing all like putting stuff together and trying to like kind of wrap quantum physics into it too, I'm like quantum physics even says that anything's possible within the quantum realm. So, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like if anyone else has experienced something like that, I don't know, like, if they would be taught. And I was honestly afraid to honestly even bring this up because I don't know the powers to be if they like, that's something that like they, it's sacred, like stuff that they don't want people to know about. But it was the scariest thing I've ever experienced in my whole entire life, and I would not recommend it for anyone to like. As much as people want to chase ghosts or cryptids or anything of the sort, I kind of suggest to stay away from it. But I mean, ghost hunting is one thing I feel like, but like when it starts getting into like a demonic realm or like otherworldly stuff that's like unexplainable, like I don't know, man. It just it bothers me, honestly. I just, yeah, I definitely like late at night. I definitely sometimes I get spooked out. Something kind of starts creaking on the boat or moving around, and I get concerned. I'm like, okay, do I need to leave right now? Like, is something bad gonna happen? But I don't know. It's wild. And thank you for listening to this, by the way, because I know it's a lot. And I've definitely like I think. You can't tell this stuff to the wrong people because you're gonna look like how people like perceive like UFO stuff, even though the government has like clearly like stated it, and they came out admitting that UFOs, we've had contact with other alien technology, but people will still write it off as if you're talking about it because it breaks their paradigm of their reality. They can't. It makes them uncomfortable. So, yeah, I realize some of these topics aren't for everyone, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what the show's about, really. I mean, it's to make people uncomfortable and think about what is actually possible, what is actually going on around us, what's real. And over the years, I think we've really accomplished that goal of getting people to start thinking outside the box. And I think you're coming in to the show's existence at the right time because I'm personally in the middle of an expanding of mindset and understanding because of some of the things I'm looking into. And some of your story doesn't have, at least as far as I can tell, doesn't have anything to do with what I'm working on, but it has shadows of it for sure.
Tom, you're so.
First of all, I would say
You'll figure it out.
I
Tom, you'll
believe
figure it out.
I don't even know how to talk about this stuff because this is also new to me as far as how I'm thinking about things. But I think that our when we go to sleep, I think that we're actually not always, but I think that there are times that we're entering into other realities and other realms, and I think that somehow through the dream state, it becomes a portal of sorts or a gateway between this world and another world. And I think that
So now it's my turn to inject some, and I'm glad to see that it's finally waking up a little bit. Now will he wake up all the way? I have no idea. But yeah, I mean, this is more than just a dream state. This is going an outer body experience. And you see, when you stay so stuck in one part of the big picture, right? Where you're focused solely on things like Dogman or Bigfoot, when there's so many other things that can shapeshift and pretend to even be Dogman or Bigfoot. And this is part of the problem with a lot of the cult of personalities. And that is that people become so obsessed with being popular, to have the next latest big show, to be part of the community, that it blinds them from seeing clearly the big picture. Now, I'm not knocking him personally as a human being. I understand how this is because I've gone through this. Here's a great example. If we look at this, this is from a video that I have earlier with this guy who is messing around with ayahuasca and all these different shamans. And as he's trying to fight, trying not to focus on God, not wanting to hear about Jesus, horns start popping out of his chin, and I'm not making it up. Here's one of those green orbs that I filmed. Look at this thing right here in the tree, popping out with fangs. It looks like a vampire. And guess who's next to him? The laughing Bigfoot. Now, if you think I'm just making this stuff up, you just carry on with me, because I'm going to tell you the absolute truth. Because you know what? I actually care. Genuinely care. I care enough to lose everything to know that at least one of you comes to the truth. I'm not here for a popularity contest. They can shadow ban me all day long. Tom and all these guys, they can play their games and get 20 subs, 40,000 subs, 100, 200. I don't care. None of that means anything to me. What matters to me is that one of you wakes up to the reality of what's going on, and you turn to your creator, your God, our God, everyone's God, Heavenly Father. You see, we are in a spiritual battle, and this place is a heck of a lot more complicated and more diverse and more complex than we care to admit. We've been publicly educated, like a fish in a school, as they lead us down one stream to the other. As long as we're following the official narratives, as long as we're following the herd, they're happy. Once you start following the truth, the way the truth in the life, once you start following God, I'm not telling you to be a religious person. I'm asking you to follow God. I'm going to tell you, the world's going to open up. It's going to open up big time, and you're going to see clearly what's going on. Tom's going to have that day of reckoning himself, like many other people that are in the cryptid community who still have belief in God. You see, what's going on in the cryptid community too is there's multiple factions, different groups of men and women, agendas. Some really want to know the truth, and a lot of other people have very dark agendas. It's hard to fathom because you're not one of those people. You're not wishing harm on people. But there's a lot of people out there. That's how they're made. That's how they're designed. They do wish harm. We'll continue listening to this stuff, but I just want you to remember that, there's a big picture to this. It's big picture. And it's more than just an entity or chasing a particular being. We're talking about multiple beings. Multiple beings. That he said he saw people morph, shift. People drinking blood. They wanted to take his life. What was the one thing that got him out of it? Of all things, Jesus. I'm sorry. That's what did happen. And how many other people have said the same thing? I think the problem is that we've been brainwashed so badly that we think that is a religion when it's part of our reality. They hijack the truth, the keep you from having your full awareness and your own full power and your own full relationship with God. I'm asking you sincerely to take it seriously what I'm saying for your own sake and people around you. There's a lot of you, you know what? There's going to be everybody around you is not going to believe. They're going to make fun of you. They're going to mock you. Still, you got to be there for them. You're that light in the darkness. It's not religion. Yeah, Diesel, that's right. Learning about the force only strengthens my belief in God. That's wonderful. That's true. I mean, and when you realize that there's multiple entities you're dealing with, multiple liars, you realize the spiritual realm is absolutely true. In fact, it's more real than most of everything we've ever seen on television or we learned in public school system. Most is on the internet, unfortunately. And so, the indigenous populations, the shamans, the Native Americans, they all knew this. We never listened to them. Our own ancestors and our own elders, the ones that weren't actually corrupted by the church, they told us the truth. We never listened to them. In fact, they've been so blocked that it takes an immense amount of effort to even find it. But it's still out there. And I do believe that part of the key it truly is to defense against these things, to start reading out loud that thing called the Bible. Is offensive and is absurd and is confusing. There's something about it. Something magical, something spiritual that affects these things. I'm just telling you, that's the reason why I read the Bible out loud. And people, I read this stuff about out-of-body experiences. I'm not asking anybody to have an out-of-body experience. It's the full picture. I'm sharing my journey, my investigation, the full picture. And it's multidimensional, it's multifaceted, and it's big. As big as the universe itself. Sorry to get on my high horse, but I just wish there's more of these, especially louder voices out there that are just willing to take the bullet, figuratively speaking, and speak the truth. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how big your following is. It doesn't matter how much money you make doing this. It doesn't mean anything in the long run, especially if it stops you from telling the truth. And yeah, telling the truth, you're going to become extremely unpopular with the people that you should be bonding with. But that's just the way this world is. There's a lot of people out there that do not want to hear the truth, because when you know the truth and you don't speak it, you become accountable for it. By the way, in this, picture with the happy dogman Bigfoot thing, and then the vampire thing, you got another entity there. And if you look closely, I know it's burglary, but it's multiple of them popping out of the life force of the trees. Multiple. Anyways, for whatever it's worth, let's listen to this, continue listening to this. But I just really feel the need to. I'm not condemning Tom. My hat's off for him doing this. It took courage for him to do it, because I know he's going to pay for it in multiple ways. He doesn't even realize it probably yet. Maybe he does.
What you experienced with that sleep paralysis, and then the hands that you saw in the
Thank you,
desert
Julia.
coming through the black portal while you're laying there, Steph. I think you were experiencing something like that.
I totally believe. I agree. I think it has something to do with like, for all I know, this could have been some crazy lineage. Like, maybe this was always known to have happened, right? Like, it's hard. Like, if the universe was just like all these sequences of numbers and things, that is it possible that since everything's always technically in space-time happening at once, like, because space-time's not linear, then potentially it's always going to happen. I don't know. It's hard to wrap your head around, but
yeah. It definitely is hard to wrap your head around. It's going to be hard. I think it forever for me. I was while you were talking here a few minutes ago. I have very severe ADHD, and my mind went off another direction. And I was thinking it'd be really cool if I could have a group of guys that I connect with on a thinking level, for us to just get together every once in a while and think and talk about these different bizarre topics out loud and try to connect the dots together, because that happens a lot of times. I think when I'm talking and stuff, the more I'm able to connect the dots as I talk it out loud and I hear myself. But yeah, it's very hard to fathom and understand all this stuff. Your experience, Mark, quote unquote Mark, he certainly, I'm assuming you agree with me, he certainly was in on this, and he was doing it from the jump. Like, he was planning the entire, like, he targeted you at the bar, because he's the one who initially at the initial bar started a conversation with you, got you a drink, right? Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And so, like, he gets you a drink, and you're talking, and at the exit of the bar, he's like, "Where are you guys going?" And then you went and met up with him. You and your buddy went and went. I'm sorry. Speak, Tony. You and your buddy went and met up with him at another location where all those goth people were walking, and your buddy left. He's like, "Bro, this is crazy. I'm not going in there." You went in with Mark, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Gotcha. And then I'm just trying to get the timeline down here. When you guys left there, it had to be really late, because it probably at least 3 o'clock in the morning, because you said that now you're in the car with him driving, and you're supposed to be going, he was supposed to take you back to your car. Was that what it initially was?
Well, so I had my car parked at my buddy Daniel's place in Hollywood, but the whole idea was that I'll come out, we'll go out to the bar at your place, we'll come back, and then I grab the couch, and then I leave in the morning, which prevents someone from, obviously I'm not gonna drive drunk, but prevents me from having to get an Uber home, Uber to his place and Uber back home. But since Daniel had left early, he kind of was telling me, "Hey, if you're staying, you're gonna have to like go home basically, because I'm gonna be sleeping." So when I told Mark I was leaving, he essentially was like, "Oh, where do you live?" And I told him, I was like, "Oh, I live over in Long Beach." And he's like, "Oh, perfect, I'm going that way." But he didn't tell me where he had lived previously. I'm like, "Oh, where do you live?" He's like, "Oh, around there." So it was just like convenient. He really wanted to take me. It was like convenient for him to want to take me, which was odd.
Yeah, absolutely odd. So that's right. So he's initially, you think he's taking you home, and then he has those weird exchanges through text messages with people, and he's trying to talk you into going to this other party. And
yeah,
in the car, he's asking you weird questions like, "Do you have any weapons?" And you know, he said like, "Do you own any weapons?" Like, and you're like, "Not on me, but I have knives and stuff." He was asking because he wanted to make sure you didn't have anything on you at that time, because of what was going on, moving into the night and the next day and stuff. He wanted to make sure that the package was secured. Yeah,
well, like this guy's like, probably, okay, if they were, quote unquote, going to do whatever seance or whatever they're planning on doing, easy target, someone that's trusting. I was trusting, not a huge guy, okay, and then make sure he doesn't have weapons on him. So then it fits all the pieces, and then also pick a person that seems like they're down for an adventure, so then they're not going to get creeped out before it's too late.
Yeah, he was profiling you the entire time, and making sure you fit the profile that they needed. Not like, is he white meat or dark meat? Like, they were not that kind of profiling, but literally the characteristics that they needed to be able to have, not only get you there, but to keep you there for 24 hours into the next night, where you were going to be the source of entertainment or whatever. Now you go through this whole thing. Now I will tell you, one, I've heard stories like this before. We don't have a ton of them on the show, but I would say that your story has a lot of similarities to a brief story that we heard on the show. It was an overtime episode. It was with Shep and Ballas. He owns IntelliHub.news, and he told a story of stumbling into an underground vampire coven in Detroit. And he went to a hotel. I think it was like a really rustic, old-looking hotel. It was like a party scene, like, you know, EDM music and stuff. I think it's back in the 90s. And he went down this basement cellar dungeon looking thing, and he talked about that in the overtime. It was episode 478, the overtime for that one. But your story has so much detail, and as it went on, I found myself thinking, how the heck is this going to end? Does he survive? Of course he survives. He's sitting here talking to me, but how does he survive? How does he get out of this situation? And
I mean, I would just say, with the mercy of a higher power, like I believe that if I had too much of an ego to like be like the cool guy and be like, I'm not going to call out to God, like, but I literally told this to a couple of my buddies, because they're like, oh, I hope you're not trying to like preach religion on me. And I was like, listen, regardless if you believe my story or not, and if you find yourself in a situation like this, you're going to be, you would be doing a very similar thing. Because once you start realizing, okay, if I'm looking at some evil things happening around me, and then if I can gauge that this is happening on evil spectrum, why wouldn't there be then the opposite possibility of it? And I definitely think if I didn't like hone in to something else, I don't think I would have made it. But I do think that even as I was asking for help and saying, Jesus guides me, I think that, yes, I was getting help from God, but I think that I still make my own decisions in the situation. It wasn't just like I was being like guided. I had to make turns. I had to decide what I was going to do. And I think that if I would have, I mean, I could have tripped and hit my head, or I could have broke my ankle, and then it would have been over, you know. And I think I just got really, I mean, for lack of a better term, I just think I got really lucky, honestly, because I don't see how, if I would have stayed there to see what was going to further take place, even if it wasn't them harming me, I'm sure I wasn't going to see anything I wanted to see.
yeah, you know, I'll tell you, you're absolutely right with everything you just said, and there is no pre-qualifier to the whole Jesus thing. I mean, like I personally don't think, if say you don't believe in God, you're an atheist, and you're in a situation like you were in, and you called out to Jesus, and you're like, Jesus, save me, because I'm like, sucker, I haven't heard from you in 30 years. You save yourself. You know, like I don't think that's how it works. And so, and I think you, like, your story kind of shows that. But I've also talked to people, and I always bring this up. I was talking on a radio show, and the host is I don't know what he is. I think he does mysticism type stuff. He's not a Christian. I'm a Christian. I'm outspoken about it. I don't care who likes it or who doesn't. But he and I are having this great conversation, and I'm telling the story that I was referencing to you earlier and stuff before we started recording, about my experience in that guy's house. And and I think it was that story. I don't remember. I just remember talking about rebuking in the name of Jesus. And he, as somebody who is not Christian, he said on his show live to his entire audience that there's something about the name of Jesus. Now, I mean, as a Christian, I have my own explanation for it, obviously, but he said there's just something about the name of Jesus. And he told his audience, if you're ever in a jam, use the name of Jesus, and it will stop the attack that you're having. And then he went into, as you know, Jesus being some kind of sun god and all this other stuff, which I don't agree with. But the fact is, he himself recommended his audience that they use the name of Jesus. Somebody who doesn't believe in Jesus Christ as the Son of God, he still told his people to do that because he recognizes the power and authority, and he doesn't quite understand why. He even said, he's like, I don't understand why it works. It just does. So in your situation, you kind of put that into practice. It was just like, well, I got nothing else to lose.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like, because I was trying to call out to my dad, and it was like I hadn't really ever had like a connection with him. I mean, the day after he passed, I had a dream where I was in the house with him, and well, the day after my dad passed away 5 years ago, and it was really rough, and I had just saw him a few days beforehand, and I had this dream where I'm in our old house, but it's not our old house. But in the dream, I knew it as my old house, and I just hear water running. And then I go over to a sink, I turn off the water. Then I hear water running in the bathroom. I turn off the water, and then finally it like leads me into the kitchen. And then I see this version of my dad, because I was his son from his second marriage. So I had never seen my dad like that. I've always known my dad to look more as like an older man. And he had like a full head of black hair, and I just saw him, and I ran, I hugged him, and in the dream he was crying. I remember like hugging him. It felt so real. And I just said, "Dad, are you all right?" And then he said, "Not really, son." And then I remember waking up, and I don't know where I was getting with that, but like just how, I don't know, sometimes I do think that the dream realm connects you with, I mean, so what I was getting at with is like, that would be the only experience maybe, and it's just a dream, so I write it off as a dream, but that would be the only, like, I feel like connection outside of like maybe hopping in my car and a random song on the radio that my dad used to like is randomly playing, or I go into a restaurant, but like stuff like that. But I feel like I have those occurrences. But yeah, like for me to be in that situation trying to call out to my dad, I kind of had a feeling it wasn't gonna work. I was like, "Dad, please, like if you're out there, like help me," and it's like not working. And then I just knew the only other thing I could do is like, I'm like, all right, God, if you're real, like this is, I mean, I guess this would be the time for you to let me know, because I really need you right now. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just glad that I really thought I was not making it out. I really like when you hear those missing people stories, like in the desert or state parks or whatever. I was just like, I'm one of those stories. I'm one of those statistics now. I became a statistic. Like, and even if they found my body or something, like it would just appear probably that I got murdered. You know, it's like, oh, he's dead. We found his body in the desert. Like, and the thing that creeped me out the most is that guy Mark asked me what kind of car I drove. So it's like, okay, I had my keys on me, obviously. They know my car is somewhere in Hollywood. So they're going to go look for this car to possibly like move it or take it to a scrap shop. Like, I don't know. Those are like things that were running through my head afterwards while it was happening.
Yeah.
It's just a lot.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. As the story was going on, you know, little pieces of what you had said earlier, stuff were kind of popping in my head. And one of the things was about the car, and I was thinking they were going to try to erase you. You know, basically, we don't know what happened to him. The only problem with that is there was somebody that was a friend of yours that saw you leave with him. Like your friend went home and knew that you were at this location with this guy. Now, he didn't know that you left and went to this other location and all that stuff, but at least there'd be somebody who's like, the last known person to see him was this quote unquote Mark guy. But even that, I mean, we're talking about some dark magic here. You don't know if what you saw that night as Mark is actually what he actually looks like. You're talking about shape-shifting people. You're talking about people flying. Like, it's very possible that Mark himself, the way he looked to you and your friend in those moments, is really looked. And chances are the name that he gave you. Well, actually, no, that's not true, because you said you found him on Instagram, right?
Well, yeah, so I found him on Instagram. So I know that so like what you're saying is interesting, though. I did think about this. So I'm like, okay, so this guy actually exists, and he is a person. But then I was also thinking, I was like, okay, so say if like there's a potential for vampires existing, or possibly unknown stuff that we don't know. Like, is it possible that this guy his body is a host? Like he had fallen victim to a similar thing, and now he kind of like works for them. Like he's compromised, kind of like he got doxxed. Like they now took, like he's almost like living in a like Indiana. I hate to use Indiana Jones, but when Indiana Jones is like possessed in the Temple of Doom, and like Short Round like burns him to wake him up, like kind of just like operating in like a trance. Like he's kind of like abiding to these people, like their needs or their wants. But I went on Reddit and I searched vampires in Joshua Tree, and you can probably find this post. And then this guy makes this post, and he goes, what's up with Kitchen in the Desert? I'm pretty sure I just saw vampires there. So I Googled Kitchen in the Desert, and it's a bar slash restaurant, and it's like an outdoor place. They got red lighting. Kind of, I don't know if we would say if it's on like the gothic, like demonic vibe, but it has that kind of like presence to it, I guess. And I read his post, and he just says, "Hey, I was just at Kitchen in the Desert with my girlfriend," I think he said, and I'm pretty sure I saw him. So I DM him on Reddit, and I go, "Hey man, I was just in Joshua Tree. I had a pretty weird experience where I also felt like I saw vampires. I was like, could you let me know like a little more about this?" And then he didn't get back to me until about like a month or two later. And then one day I was like on a date with this girl, and I get a DM from Reddit, and I was like, holy shit, it's this guy. And then he was like, and then he just says, "No way." He's like, "You saw vampires out there too?" And I was like, "Yeah, I mean, that's what it looked like." I was like, "What'd they look like?" I was like, "What I saw," I told him they had these yellowish eyes, and I described them, and he's like, and he just said, "Yeah, man, that's exactly what I saw." He's like, "That's so crazy." And I was like, "Did you see anything weird?" He was like, "No," but he's like, "They were just walking around, and it was bizarre." So, I mean, I there's an account, I guess. I mean, it's a random stranger on Reddit. I mean, but I don't see why this guy would be going out of his. I mean, if he's making a post about something, a strange occurrence, and I'm also have experienced a strange occurrence, and I ask him about it, and he's telling me, "Yeah, I saw this." I'm telling him, "Yeah, I saw this too." I mean, it helped confirm to me that I didn't feel so crazy.
No,
from the experience.
Yep. And that's a huge thing, man. Even for me, receiving some stories like your story, like I listen. I referenced to you earlier to the audience that I'm working on another thing, and a lot of people have shadows understandings of what I'm working on. And I keep teasing it, but I'm working on it. It's all I can say. I've talked about it too much publicly, to be honest.
Why?
To be honest with you, that's why people they keep asking, when's it coming? I'm like, when it's done, I don't know. But in the process of this whole thing, it's been so confirming, but also what's the word I'm looking for? It makes me feel like I'm not crazy when I have other people and other characters and narratives coming across my plate that's telling me their version of things that tie into what I'm working on, and they don't know anything. It helps me know that I'm working on something, and people will tell me I'm crazy. When I drop this, people will tell me I'm crazy. People will tell me I'm lying, that I made it up, and that's fine. I've already come to understand that it is what it is. But for me personally, I don't need to listen to those people because I know I'm not crazy, and so it's very confirming for you, and I'm glad you have that. There's a couple things here I want to ask you, and if the answer is no to all of them, that's fine. But I have to ask you.
Yeah.
One, do you have a link to that Reddit post and that user that I could talk to him possibly at all?
Yeah, I can look it up, and I'll send it to your email. And I'm almost 100% because I looked at it again not that long ago.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if I can have the link to the post or even his username and connect with him, that'd be great because I'd like to hear his story if possible. Now, let's go with Mark, his Instagram. Can you send, for me personally? I don't need to share with the world, but can you send me his Instagram for me to see?
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
And what about the girl's Instagram that you looked up that was really scared that night, and we don't know what happened to her? Can I look her up too?
So I don't have. So I canceled the request, so I don't have hers. But on his following list, and I still have these photos screenshot, and I can email them. It's the people that Mark follows and that follow him that are kind of doing these like fake blood sacrifice things, and kind of like they have like shrine. There's a few photos, and I have them on my phone screenshotted. and I can send those over to you so you can take a look at that.
Yeah, whatever information and screenshots you can send me, I can dig from there. I mean, especially if there's a handle on there that I can look into that person and go on and surf through the rest of it. I want to dig on this if I can. And lastly, the voicemail. You said you were pretty sure you have it. If you still have it, can I have that to play on this episode?
100%. Yeah, if I still have it, I will 100% give it to you. Yeah.
Okay, those are the things I wanted. So I have them typed out here, so I'll make sure I remind you of what I asked for. Now, I'm not winding this down yet. Now, we talked about the unmarked graves, and I kind of hinted at it. Do you think that those unmarked graves might have been from previous nights, or what?
So when I initially saw it, when all this was happening, I was like, okay, that's for me. That's where I'm going. But then getting out of it, and again, I'm like, okay. I was like, is it possible that someone owns that land and they buried animal or something? I'm like, yeah, but it to me, it doesn't seem cool. Like, I almost felt like that was from the night before. And the thing that bothers me so much about this is that I wish I would have been able to save, like, drop a pin where that location was when I was there. Because during the day, I didn't, well, I guess I might have photo, if I put in my photo, if I have a photo from there, I might be able to see the location. But I wish I would have known that, well, I wouldn't have known, but if I would have known that this stuff was going to happen, then I could have saved this, like, location. I don't know if I would have personally wanted to go back alone. I wouldn't go back alone, but to go back there and, like, see what's up in that area. But I don't know if I could bring myself to do it. But I believe that the unmarked graves possibly could be potential victims from whatever they were doing. But for me to say that 100%, I have no idea. I did look online. I'll try to find the link, but I found this old, I think it was FBI, it might have been CIA. I think it was FBI though. It was this old document from the 80s, and it was like revolving around, like, Satan, because I guess there was a huge, in the, like, mid to late 80s, like a huge kind of like satanic scare. Maybe it was late 70s, yeah. But there's a huge satanic scare kind of like after the whole Charles Manson thing. And they would find, like, like, I guess, like, mass murders or just like human looking sacrifices in random places like the desert or woods or whatever. And they started looking into it. And I guess from some of their accounts, like, I mean, I don't know how legit this document is. I found it, I was Googling it and I found it, and it was like a 50 to 70 page document, but it said on it, there was sacrifice dates. And one of the dates was the date I was there, and it said human sacrifice, animal sacrifice, child sacrifice, any sexual. It was just going into all this stuff. But I was just like, oh, I mean, I don't know if this confirms exactly what they were trying to do, but I mean, I guess ritual sacrifices do tend to take place on certain days, and I guess with, like, possibly have something to do with the moon. I don't follow the occult that much, so I don't know enough of the info to, like, verify, like, if I think, like, this document's, like, super legit. But if I could find that too, I think you'd find that possibly interesting to, like, flip through.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can send it to me, it'd be great. If you find it, I would say that there is a lot of little truth with little lies that the CIA puts out, and that these organizations. What you were talking about, the Satanic Panic era, we actually interviewed a guy, actually at a
Satanic Panic. Yeah, Satanic Panic.
I talked to a guy whose dad was arrested based off of that stuff, and his dad was in jail for like 17 years or something, then released. And he talked about having to mend relationships with the family, with his dad, because they were manipulated to believe that their dad was a Satanist and was trying to, feed them to Satan essentially. And none of it was true. It's just all this Satanic Panic era stuff. I forget.
It's kind of like the Salem witch trials.
Right.
Like,
but the thing is,
you know,
there's this stuff. So the Satanic Panic era was real, where there was a lot of lies going on. There's a lot of false narratives, but there was truth within it as well. And maybe the document you have, true side. What before you were about to say something? What was the date that this happened?
I'd have to go and look on my phone. I know this sounds weird if I don't have the exact date. I have to look at the photos, but from what I remember, I think it was April 3rd. I'm pretty sure it was April 3rd. It was April 3rd, I believe.
Okay, so April 3rd. And what year?
Well, because it would have started 2022.
It was this year. Or no, last year.
Yeah, it was in April.
Yeah.
For last year, but technically it's like hasn't even been a year. Yeah,
wow. Okay, so April 3rd, 2022.
If that's the day. And if I look at the calendar, I can let me check. We'll end the call if I look real quick.
No, you should be fine. I just won't be able to see you, which is fine. So you can look away.
Okay.
Now, I would say that's interesting. I don't know the significance of dates and stuff. So I know there's a large portion of my audience that would know way more than I would on that stuff. And so they'll be digging for sure. That's right around the time I moved to Tennessee. I moved April 14th to Tennessee. So 2 weeks leading up to that, I'm trying to think.
Yep, it was April 3rd. So April 2nd was so Friday was the day that April 1st that we went to that bar. So it would have been the 2nd that night, when early Saturday morning when we got there. And then Saturday turned into Sunday night. It was past midnight. It was around 10:45 when all this stuff started happening. So it went into the 3rd. So April 3rd was the official when it was all taking place.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we were able to narrow that down. Now the pictures you're referring to, what are they? Screenshots from the Instagram accounts that you were taking pictures of, or what?
Yeah. I mean, I might be able to share them with you on here right now. I might be able to.
Yeah. I mean, like, you mean on the Riverside app?
Yeah, I could send them over so you can look at them right now.
Yeah, go ahead. If you, I'm not sure if you can send pictures on the Riverside app, but you can text it to me if you want. But I actually, the company phone's in my office. So are you gonna text it to me? I can run over and get it real quick.
I'll text it to you.
All right, I'll get over and get it real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
Okay, so I'm gonna text him right now. And these are some of the people he's following and the people that were following him, just so you're aware.
Okay. Yeah, I can't wait to see this. This is so much fun. I like digging into this stuff. Let me ask something. You said something very behind this story. You were talking about how when the crazy stuff happened, you wanted to, whoa, this, okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So this is what I saw afterwards. And obviously I was like freaking out because I showed this to some people and they were like, dude, those are just California weirdos. But I'm like, okay, but you don't think this holds any weight to like my story if he's like following these types of people? That it would be kind of bizarre that they're doing what looks to be like blood rituals.
Yeah, that's crazy. I gotta figure out. I want to make sure I don't open the doorway for people to be harassed if I share these, but maybe I can block out the. I have to look into it as far as the legality. I just don't want to. I don't want to get in trouble with people because in all
honesty, get in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm talking like legally in trouble with these people. I'm not worried about. It would be quite the adventure if they came knocking on my door. But that's interesting. I'll at least share the photos themselves with people online and stuff for this episode. Now, you mentioned in passing during you telling the story that when and correct me if I'm wrong as far as how I say this, it's just from memory, but it was a really bizarre point. The tent goes in the air, people flying in the air, and is it under the tent? There's a portal, a green portal.
So it was really weird. What it ended up looking like was a UFO, like a typical. Okay, so like the tent was above the portal, and it was making the portal appear to be like some sort of UFO, and the people were swirling, like flying in the sky, looking as if they were getting sucked into this portal. I can't confirm if they're getting sucked in. It just that they were flying in the sky, and it was just kind of like I felt like I was in Stranger Things or something. I'm like just seeing something, like I'm seeing the Upside Down for the first time. I'm like, what is? It was just mind-boggling. But so the tent above the tent like just lifted up like it was a vessel, like it was a spacecraft or something, and it lifts up, and when it's up there, this green portal opens up underneath it, and then the people are in a diagonal line, like swirling circular in the sky, like screaming bloody murder. And yeah, when my phone was glitching and I was trying to record it and it wouldn't unlock, I basically turned away and I looked at that guy Ollie, and I was like, what's going on? Like I'm like losing it. I'm like I'm freaked out. I'm like, this can't be happening. And then he's like, I can't talk to you. And I'm just thinking in my head, I'm like, okay, even if I was like out of my mind and I was like drugged and I was going up to this guy that I shared hours earlier in the day, if I'm going up to this guy, like, what's going on? Like a normal, compassionate human being, even if like someone was losing their mind, would be like, are you all right, man? What's happening? What are you seeing? Like, he's just completely like disregarding how I'm acting. Like, it's just like, I'm freaking out. If a homeless guy comes up to you and starts like freaking out, you're going to be thinking in your head, like, okay, this guy's crazy. He's freaking out. You're not going to think much of it. You're like, that's normal. But if it's your buddy or someone you just met where you spent hours and you had a conversation with them, if they came running up to you freaking out, you probably would give some type of compassion to be like, what's wrong? Are you okay? Like, do you need some water? Like, talk to me. What's going on? And this guy was just completely just like, was like ignoring me. Almost like I felt like I was like a ghost. Like he was just like, couldn't see me. Like, go away. Like, didn't say go away, but that's like what it felt like. He was just like, I can't talk right now.
Yeah,
and
like
I'm just like, what?
You were annoying him.
Yeah, like I'm bothering him, but it's also like we're at a place where people are partying. I mean, whatever he's doing with these lights isn't like make or break. Like, it's not like he can't put that to a side for 2 seconds and like talk to me for 30 seconds.
Right.
Which what I found to be very odd, because I feel like normal people don't typically do that. And I don't know, I started thinking, I was like, is it possible that there is, and not in all EDM music, but in some of the music scenes, that there is like this underground kind of dark demonic cults that are kind of like running it, and a lot of these shows for like smaller circuit festivals possibly are more of like a ritual, like, and then maybe not even like a blood sacrifice.
I gotta interject with that. Is it possible? Not even small indie like raves and concerts and festivals, huge ones. In fact, I guarantee you, like Lollapalooza and all these other festivals, 100% are rituals, and people don't even realize it. I didn't realize it when I was in it. I had no idea. like the music at the time. Now that I listen to it, it's it's like these spells are being cast on us. Yeah. Here's the other thing I noticed too. Like for instance, perfect example. I keep sticking with the Crow shaman, medicine man, practicing the dark arts. When I saw the first Bigfoot, right when it was 15 feet in front of us, the one that when he threw the pizza at it, it was calling. These guys, what they do? They scout you out. And see if you're one of them or you are a good offering up. I guess for me, they realized I was in the wrong place with the wrong dude. Not because I'm anything special, far from it. But I just dared to bring up Jesus. He didn't like that. He didn't like that at all. And then he wanted to see if I was going to be a good offering, and it wasn't going to be that either. So I wasn't going to be part of the club, and I wasn't going to be a good offering. So the next thing they do everything in their power to get away from you. Mind it, this is probably reciprocal on the other end, right? There's a reason why there's a division between the children of light and the children of darkness. It's not because one's better than the other. We are who we are. And there are many people that are at war with you. And if you want to understand about world wars, large wars, think about the Mayans, the Incas. Think about all the many other cultures who have offered up sacrifice to some things, not just to someone. They want you to believe it's just one thing. There's multiple things. Remember, this creation, there's darkness and there's light. There's evil and there's good. There's day and night. It's the way it's created. Not much more you can do about that except decide if there is a choice, and I really believe this at this point, the only choice, the lesson to learn in this life is which side you want to be on. That's all. By the way, neither side's going to be very comfortable. And when I say a side, I'm not talking about a cult or a group. I'm talking about a side. It's not about like your favorite football team or who you identify with as the group. And I think we do have a choice to a certain point. But I also believe in predeterminism a bit. And I believe there's a lot of people that cannot help who they are. I could never be part of the darkness with them. I mean, I explore the darkness to understand, right, the totality of the creation that we're in, but I can't be part of their darkness. I can never do what those people do. Does it make me better than them? No, not really. They are what they are. Some snap out of it and come back to the light. Some people are in the light, go back into the dark. Each person's destiny is their own, as far as I see it. As far as me, I'd rather be in the light. Now, the problem is when you're in the light, you can see a lot better in the darkness. Whereas if you're in the darkness, you have a harder time seeing into the light. As ironic as that is. When I say light, does that mean I'm a perfect human being or that I'm better than? No, not at all. It's just a choice we make, a side. It's clear as day to me. It's as clear as night as me. There's a division. We're in this dualistic system, and we all have to make a choice. And there are many people who chose the darkness. It's just the way it is. And there are many who chose the light. And each has their own reward, I guess. I guess we'll keep on listening to this because the next hour is pretty interesting. It does go into some interesting other avenues of exploration. It's a great recording. He did say in the beginning of this recording and the end of it, he wanted all of us to share this particular show. So let's do it.
Ritual, but just for whatever. They're just, worshiping whatever, but it's not like a lot of these things are on the basis of love and free spirit and energy, but like, is it possible that some of this stuff actually has a darker undertone, and some people might get like wrapped into things that they don't even realize they're getting into because they're going into it
100%.
thinking it's just a good time.
Yeah. No, I don't know you. I don't know what you think about things, but you're talking to somebody who just absolutely yes. And and so episode 331, we kind of talked about it on the show. I had Joel on, who's a good friend of mine. He's been on the show several times. And he is a Freemason. To this day, he's still a Freemason. He's not practicing because of what he knows, but it's not like, he turned his card into anything. But he pursued Freemasonry because he wanted to climb the ranks in it, and because he was trying to get more power for the music industry, because he was trying to advance his career in music. And he thought the best way to do it was to go about the dark arts, essentially. And so there's that. And there's another example. Was it last year, the whole Travis Scott concert thing?
Oh yeah,
like the videos that were popping up, and I didn't really do deep dives on it. I was actually trying to get another guy on the show to talk about it, but he just kept ghosting me, unfortunately. But
yeah,
there's a lot of videos that were just questionable, and people can say, oh, well, that's just a hoodie. There were things that were popping up in videos from that whole night that seemed very demonic, and so there's definitely underlying. And if you think about it, it makes sense, because when you look back at just like history and Native Americans to tribes in Africa, the roots of humanity, a lot of it is spiritual, and a lot of it comes through music, dancing, and there's a spiritual energy that happens when people are putting their intent in certain directions when it comes to music, and so. Yeah, I what you just said, for me, it's like absolutely 100%. I have no doubts that that's the case. You mentioned about the phone not working properly. Like I think you said you had it unlocked, but you couldn't move it off the home screen. The time you mentioned was 11:11. Does that mean anything to you?
or I think it was 111, but yeah. So I 111. I don't know. So
This is fascinating. When you brought this up, I had no idea. I've been watching this other YouTube channel, these two gals that are dabbling in astral projection and outer body, all this other stuff. And they brought up 11:11, and it was weird. It was the week that I was focusing on their channel. They brought it up that night. Hours later, for the first time, I get a phone call at 11:11. 11 o'clock is 11:11. The next morning, this is about one of my son's activities, and I need to call the neighbor and tell him that it's over. And I look at the clock; it's 11:11. It happened again later on that day at 11:11 p.m. There's something to do with 1111, 11:11, and magic and witchcraft. Now they asked me, I brought it up to them, and they asked me, well, what do you think about it? In the end, I said, I don't know. I'll have to wait and see. It didn't take very long. Well, it took a while, about a month. But I told her when I said, the chances are it's the spirits messing with me. How are they messing with me? Well, as strange as it is, there's people who practice sorcery and witchcraft, and they use that number, 11:11, as a way of casting a spell and see how pliable you are, how influential you are. There's more going on to that. But it's interesting that he just out of the blue said 11:11 because he knows there's something going on as well with 11:11. And in the end, the kid says, or the young man says, 1:11, but it's darn close to 11:11. And he threw that up. And the reason he did is because there's something with 11:11. So that's something to remember. If you do know anything about it, let me know.
In the past probably 6 years, 6, 7 years, 8 years maybe, I've noticed, like everyone's had these occurrences. You look at a clock or your phone and it's like 333 or 444 or 555. Like you see these things, and I know kind of like in the astrology realm or kind of more in like the spiritual mystic side of things, like numerology, like they're like, oh, 11:11, something good's coming. I kind of like learned recently that numerology is kind of has a basis in witchcraft a little bit, and I don't know, it's possible. I think that it being at 11, I think that, I don't know, it was just so weird. It's my phone was froze at that time, and it would just, it's the strangest thing. So this glitch is not like, it's not like a glitch where it's like TV static, but it was more like everything on the screen would start just like shaking, and like it was almost like dissolving. Like it did, like it's like me trying to unlock it was like pissing something off. And when I hear some of these other accounts, like I started listening to your podcast, a couple other podcasts, I found that yours was kind of the most informative because you actually like asked the people, why do you think things are happening? Like a lot of the other podcasts are just like people sharing stories, but there's nothing to like other areas of it. But I found that from other stories that I've heard, whenever someone sees like a UFO or an unexplainable thing, for some reason electronics cut out. And I'm starting to think, because I felt those force fields, that it has something to do with a frequency that's taking place when these things occur, where our modern day electronics don't operate. Like I was even thinking, if I had my car out there, like if I would have drove out there, I wouldn't have been surprised if my car wouldn't start or something. And I mean, and I can't say that any of this I know for a fact. It's just from like, hearing other people's accounts, and I guess just thinking about frequencies and potential frequencies that something could emit. Like if a portal to another dimension was opening, or kind of like what I found out about aliens is like, they aren't like the aliens that people are seeing aren't actually from Mars or from another planet. It's like they're coming from another dimension and they're materializing over however they're doing it. But it's possible that they're using sound frequency, and I've heard about like this with like, I guess like the Egyptians and stuff, is like they harness sound and I don't know, how much of that is, fact or fiction, but I think that's like when these things occur, that if a portal were to open, if that's what happened, they open some portal with whatever dark energy. By opening that energy now that's being like emitted is now affecting any of the technology that's like in the area, or maybe it has a control over it as well, something that we may not fully understand. And I mean, that's the only thing I could really think, because like why are there so many accounts of people seeing something and they take a photo or a video and are deleted, or my phone crashed, or my phone stopped working and restarted? Like I've heard these accounts a lot, and it makes me think that it could have something to do with that.
No, absolutely. I don't think it's an accident that your phone stopped at 1:11 in the morning. I don't think that it's an accident that it happened at the, I mean, just in the sense of a portal. I mean, just in the very basic sense, at the very least, it's reasonable to say that if you have a portal opening up in front of you, there's a good chance it's sucking energy from something, and electronic devices around it could very well be affected by that in just that general sense. This portal you said was green, right?
Yeah, it was green.
And was it was it a circle, or was there a visible shape to it?
So it was spherical, but it was like green, like with black swirling in it. So it like imagine like it's mainly green, but it looks like it's a spiral. It's like spiraling kind of, and there's black within it. So almost like a black hole, but it was like green. It's hard to explain. I mean, I guess you'd have to see it to like understand, but I think that's like the best description. It was spherical, and how it was like resting under the tent of how the tent was resting above it made it look in the sky. Like if you just saw it like from afar, you'd be like, I'm seeing a UFO right now. But I realized, I'm like, this isn't like an alien space. Well, I mean, it's not an alien spacecraft. It wasn't extraterrestrial from what I was seeing. It was mimicking that appearance for whatever reason. And it's also like happening in the desert, which is like a common place. And it started making me think that some of these accounts too of people thinking that they're seeing a UFO, that they could, I mean, I believe there are identified flying objects, some military, some potentially from other dimensions, I guess. But it also got me thinking that it's possible that some of the sightings that people are having of UFOs, I'm like, what if it's not a UFO at all, and it's like a portal, or it's something else that they are just misinterpreting, like they are viewing it as a UFO because that it's giving that appearance of it to be a UFO, but that's not exactly what it probably is in all cases. And I think that that's definitely a possibility of what's happening with some of these UFO encounters, is people are thinking they're seeing something that they think is a UFO, but it could actually be something completely different. It could be a portal or something else.
Yeah, I mean, I think the location you were in is some kind of portal location. It wasn't just a spot where it's like, hey, this is a good spot for us to set up and do our ritual. I think there's something very significant about the location you were at. I would listen, if you can figure out where that thing is. If you don't want to go alone, that's cool. You can take me. I'm serious. Like I want to check this place out. I might even just squat down in the bushes and wait for them to come back at night. This location seems to be important, and it's probably some kind of portal location in itself. And I say that because of what happened to you when you went to the bathroom. There seemed to be some kind of shift that you didn't experience with your eyes because you went to the bathroom. And I think that was probably intentional. If there's a controlled environment going on where, which clearly there was that night, it was a very paranormal, black magic, dark, controlled environment. It wasn't at random. And if that's the case, then there's a good chance that you were in that controlled environment the entire time. You just got to see the party at night. And so there's a really good chance, I think, that there was some kind of portal shift into the bridge, is the only thing I could say, is that you weren't in another realm, I don't think, but you weren't totally in this realm either. And I think that's what you were experiencing when you were trying to get away, is you were
100%.
The portal. You were leaving the bridge. You were trying to get off the bridge that night.
Like a gray area. That's what I was thinking. So, I like that you brought up the coming out of the bathroom, because that's when I noticed things didn't add up. But because I was like, how did all these vehicles get here in this time, and why does it seem like me walking back now to where I was just at feels like this like big excursion, that it didn't have that, it wasn't like that on my way there. And it's kind of like when you hear those accounts, I know you had some people on your show, I've heard on other shows when people are in state parks and they go down a trail, right? And then as they're going down the trail, and then they start coming back, and now there's another trail, or things have changed and now they're lost and they can't find their way out. And it seems like they entered into and like things get super quiet. That's what I noticed too. That was like getting eerily strange is I remember when I was like running out of there after like I experienced all the demonic type stuff happening. I remember just being out there, and obviously it's at night, it's in the desert, it's going to be quiet, but it was eerily quiet. Like it was so quiet that I felt like if I just step too hard, they're gonna hear me. And that's not like, and when you're out in nature, like I feel like you should hear like the crickets and the bugs and the wildlife, and it just seemed like everything would, it felt like being in a void, like you're in a vacuum. And I think that I think what happened was, yeah, they opened something and we're in this realm. If space-time is not linear, but is parallel and is all happening at the same time, is it possible that certain realities or dimensions could then converge? So maybe those like things that I was seeing, those entities, is it possible that they were there, but only because they shifted for that time? And maybe that's why when I tried to run and I was getting blocked, it was like most of this stuff could only happen within the perimeter of this energy field. And if you got out of it, like when I got to the road and I said my phone worked again, and then the time, I watched the time just change in front of my eyes, and I was like, okay, I've never seen my phone do that. I mean, I've seen it change, like I've never seen it change from like a different hour. And yeah, I mean, it just seems as if it's just really made me realize that what we're experiencing here isn't what everyone actually thinks it is. And, you know, I know talking about an account as crazy as mine, you know, it puts you in like the loony bin area where people are gonna be like, this guy's off his rocker, but okay. But the thing is, like some of my close buddies that I told why they, honestly, that a couple of them came up to me and were like, dude, I believe you. Like we're just hanging out, having a beer, or like just doing whatever. And I was like, why do you believe me now? They're like, well, if you were actually losing your mind, you wouldn't be acting normal still and like going to work and like living life. Because I'm not like every time I hang out with them, I'm like bringing this back up and I'm like hyper focusing on it because it's not stuff that they're interested in. But I think from them like hearing the account and then me continuing to live a normal life, it suggests that, okay, is this guy actually crazy? Or did he actually experience something like otherworldly? And we don't know what it is, but the best that we could do is, you know, like put two and two together and kind of just think like, okay, like if I talk to a random person and tell them this account, they're like, if I was talking to a random girl or guy and I told them this account, they'd be like, I don't believe that because I believe in science. I'd be like, okay, that's great. You believe in science. And then I would ask them, since you believe in science, then what rate this bottle cap's going to fall at when I drop it out of my hand? They're like, yeah, it's going to fall at whatever the gravity rate is. I'm like, no, but do you actually know the rate? It falls at 9.8 meters per second. A free-falling object falls at 9.8 meters per second. And it's just like people very easily off-write things that they don't understand as crazy while not even knowing basic physics principles in their own reality. So it's like if you don't even know your own basic physics principles, but you say something's crazy, well, it's just crazy because you haven't experienced it. But I believe space is real. I believe people have gone to space. Okay, but I haven't been to space. I believe it. I could be one of those people that think this is all, you know, a matrix, it's a setup. But the reason why I believe it is because people are showing me like, you know, fact and evidence, but I haven't actually experienced it myself, you know. So with that frame of thought, something's only real as if you've experienced it. Well, not every person on this earth has experienced every circumstance. So I think there's a lot of room for the unknown and the paranormal, like, I mean, all this happening to me, this could be a lineage thing too. I mean, my mom's from Brazil, and I know that it's possible that my grandma, like, even maybe has something to do with dark stuff. I'm not sure. I didn't get to meet my grandmother that much on that side, and that anything's possible. But I tend to think that, like, even though this guy targeted me to bring me out there, was there also something else like happening? Like, it was like almost like a predetermined like quest, I guess, like a spiritual crusade or something that I had to go on for some weird reason. I don't know. I mean, I've just thought about this stuff for so long, it'll drive me crazy trying to come up with the whys and hows and whens of it all.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It can drive you nuts thinking about it, trying to understand it. Yeah, I think that if you were crazy, the crazy would show up in other areas of life too. And that's probably what your friends are thinking. Like, if you were losing your mind, you would have been like, guys, listen, I know I told you that crazy story, but gas station, there was a flying person over the gas station and they offered to pump my gas. Like, they'd be like, what the heck is wrong with this dude? But the fact is, like, it was this one-off experience, and you're continuing to live your normal life outside of that, which I think really kind of helps them. But I'm really glad, by the way, that some of your friends are like, dude, I believe you. Because, I mean, you need somebody in your corner when it comes to this stuff, just so you don't feel like you're alone. Let me say this, and then we'll start winding things down. I'm going to bring up two different things. One's more commentary. One's more, I need more information if possible. The vehicle that you said was like 20 feet tall.
Yeah.
There might be a possibility that the vehicle didn't grow, but you shrunk. You ever think about that?
So I didn't. I actually haven't thought about that. But that's very interesting that you bring that up, because while I was kind of going through all this, and when I was seeing like those bonfires popping up and what kind of looked like, I guess I told my friends they seemed like witches, like by the noises they were making, and I felt like it was like a setup to get me to go run over for help. But I felt like when that stuff was happening, I was starting to experience like confusion, but like a confusion that I've never had. Like, I've had a concussion before growing up from skateboarding and snowboarding, and I know what like base level confusion feels like, but you can still like formulate what you're thinking. But I was like almost breaking out of it. Like, I was getting further and further away. I was starting to like kind of like, it might do with like, because I think like when you experience something so crazy, it kind of gets you going. Like, but yeah, shrinking. What do you mean? What do you think? Like, I actually like physically shrank, or it was like my perception? They were like manipulating my perception on things.
Yeah. So I'm not saying you were like hit by a stun gun, like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids kind of thing, but you're in this alternate state of existence, and from what I believe, and from what it seems like to me, it seemed like it kind of clicked with you too when I was talking about the bridge and all that stuff. And within that state of existence, I think, like what you said a couple of times while you were telling the story, this doesn't make sense, and this isn't like you have to throw that all out the window when this stuff is happening. Nothing's going to make sense. Your traditional understanding is not going to make sense. If anything, the only thing that's going to make sense is the coming to the acknowledgement, realization that everything you've been taught is real is a lie, and that reality is far more real than what the real is that we've grown to understand. That's why by the time people hear this, you'll have heard the episode where I talked to a guy that he dreamt about a dog man that was coming at his family. He stepped in between. This thing started tearing him apart. He opens his eyes. He's sitting up in his bed. He's got scratches on his back, bruised handprints on his shoulder, and one could say that this was him doing it in his sleep and stuff, until not long after, him and his son were walking through the woods, and they both saw what he quote unquote dreamt about was now standing before him. And there's this idea that I'm working on where our minds, when we sleep, there's some kind of gateway and portal opening that can happen, that allows things to enter in, just as we enter into this reality, just as we enter into this other state of existence in our dreams. And with that note, there's a lot of shadows with what you experience in that vein. And within that realm, I think we have to just throw away everything we think we know, and just say, on a basis by basis situation, take in the information as it comes, and like, okay, I'll figure out what to do with this later, but this is the situation now. And there might have been several things going on where either maybe you actually did shrink in this other state of existence, this bridge area between two different realms, where things don't operate the way we think they operate. But maybe there's a perception thing too. It's very clear that there was a lot of dark energy, dark black magic going on around you. There's a very good chance that you were under some kind of spell, and under some kind of spell, what are you seeing? And we talk about that with the topic of Dogman. Ward from Dark Holler, he's my cameraman for these adventures we're going on, and he presented on the very first film, Expedition Dogman, this idea that occultic, one of the things they'll do is for a ritual is actually put on the skin of a wolf, and they'll do a ritual. And the idea is
that's what they.
Go ahead.
That's what happens in the. I believe it's is it Carlos Castaneda or Daniel Castaneda? But that's what they. That's so it was like in the late 70s. This guy goes and meets with the shaman, and he goes to learn the ways. But this guy is basically he does that shape shifting, and he teaches him the way.
Yeah.
And this is the guy at the gym that was telling me to read this book, and I'm like, I start reading it, and I'm like, I think I'm gonna put this down because it's getting a little dark. I don't know if I just don't want to attach anything to myself at this point.
I forgot about the guy at the gym. We'll come back to it. I just want to say that somebody might do this ritual, and as they're casting the spell, they're not transforming as much as the people around them perceiving what they're quote unquote trying to transform into. So the people around them fall under the spell, and so they see this werewolf dogman entity, which is actually just a man wearing a wolf skin casting spells on people. And so a similar vein where maybe you're in an environment where you are starting to see things that aren't really actually there.
Because I'm under it being under the trance of the
Right.
spell, basically. So it's like the hands coming out of the ground. Were there actually hands coming out of the ground, or was it part of this spell? They were like, I'm getting pushed. I'm actually physically getting pushed. Maybe they are pushing me, using their energy to do it. But as far as seeing, they might not actually be materialized. They're not maybe actually even there. It's just it's like in my mind. It's like almost like they got in your head. They're making you see the story that they want to see. And maybe that's part of what like a sacrifice is sometimes, is that they get their victim host and they have them. It's basically maybe everything I was doing, I was going through it in the right way. Like maybe they knew I was going to run in that direction, and then that was going to happen, and then those things were going to happen, and then I was going to see fire around me. It was just a big. I finally give up, because probably most people would cry. One thing I was thinking about, and I'm so glad that I went alone, is that about my or about I was with someone else, and we were both going through this. And I think I could have left them behind, and then I think that potentially could have ended up both of us being goners. And he really wanted my help. And my other buddy, he can be clumsy sometimes. I can totally see him rolling his ankle, or just wanting to stick around, oh, it's okay, there are people in costumes, or you know what I mean, just try to rationalize it until it got too far, and then he's like, oh shit, I need to get out of here. And then I'm just glad that I just had myself to look out for, because for a friend, I think that the scenario would have ended bad, completely different, in my opinion, and I don't think in a good way. And can I be sure about exactly what was going to happen? I mean, maybe they weren't even going to sacrifice it. Maybe it was just going to be we're just going to what they have going on, and then I was going to be the recruiter for the next one, right? But I tend to believe it was going to get darker than that. I mean, I saw pentagrams on the ground and upside down crosses. I mean, there's fake Satan people that joke around about it, wear shirtless encrypted stuff. But then when you see something like that, you're like, no, these are people that are actually worshiping this stuff, because you don't just bring this stuff out to the desert and just putting it up as a joke when it's supposed to be a good vibe. People joke about it and make it out to be not that bad, but what's cool about liking evil shit? Liking evil stuff, I never really.
Yeah, no, so you can't, for your situation, you can't say that they were trying to play a joke on you because of all the things that you saw. So you saw the tent go up in the air, you saw people flying, you saw a portal open up, you had this experience with the vehicle. You had the experience with coming out of the porta potty and more people being there. There's what's going on, that it wasn't just some people playing a prank on you or trying to do some weird initiation into this. Well, now you're part of our group. At the very least, that's what the goal was, of them just some kind of weird initiation into this cult. But I tend to agree with you. It seems like it was going to be a lot darker than that. And I'm glad you got. Obviously, I'm glad you got your friend that was supposed to go with, or that left, and you were now by yourself. So what I would say that, and this kind of has nothing to do with what I'm about to say, but I just want to say that recently everybody's been talking about that new Netflix series Dahmer, and I hadn't watched it until last week. I was working in the office and I just turned it on for background noise. Everybody's talking about it. And it really struck me, and I brought this up earlier in the conversation with you here, and then beforehand, that guy that I went to his house.
Now I see where my son got that. He brought up Jeffrey Dahmer, where my 11-and-a-half-year-old son heard that from.
Really struck me in the sense that I really feel like I might have been in a very similar situation as some of those victims with Dahmer, because of how the whole thing went down with him trying to get me in his basement. And I really think I think if I would have went, I think that I wouldn't be here. But two, I think there was a spiritual aspect to it where I don't think that I think there was a real strong spiritual protection going into that moment that allowed me to walk out of there. And I don't know why I brought that up. There's something that struck in my head. But let me ask you about your friend. Your friend leaves that night. You're now flying solo, and there you're doing this by yourself, so you got out and you don't have to worry about anybody else. And I think it's kind of what I was thinking about because I was like, I'm kind of glad I went by myself to this guy's house so I could just bail when it was time to get out. And I realized something was going on. Because if I would have went with somebody else that was a Jesus person, they're like, oh no, let's talk to him more about Jesus. I'm like, no, we got to get the freak out of here. Okay. This guy's trying to chop us up. Did you tell him what happened that night? Did you ever talk to him about what happened after he left?
So I called him the next day, and I told him, and he was kind of like, what the fuck, dude? Did you take, like, you just took some, like, drugs or something? That's what he was, like, just telling me. I was like, no, dude. I was like, I'm telling you, I was sober, man. I was like, I was like, dude, for what I saw, you would have to be on extreme dose of something to, like, it just physically getting hurt, like, because you don't feel things like that. And he was just thinking I was lying about it, or not lying, but he just thought, like, dude, you lost your mind or something. That's what I felt like. Like, you must have, like, taken something or someone drugged you and you lost your mind. We kind of just didn't talk about it. And then I told some other buddies that were more perceptive to, like, I guess, paranormal experiences, and they were a little more not grounded, but they helped me feel more grounded about it. But then about a month later, I met up with that buddy, and we got, like, we said we were having brunch, and he's like, hi man, so, like, I want to hear the story, like, tell me. And I sat there, have brunch with him, and at this time, he's working on this, like, TV show that I'm working on. He was a back for a little bit, so we had seen each other on set in between this period, and he basically, he hears me tell the story, like how I told you, probably just as much detail. I talked to him for a while, and then he just, like, looks at me and just smiles, puts his hand on my shoulder, and he's like, dude, he's like, that's some crazy shit. He's like, I told you not to go. He's like, I told you not to go. He's like, why don't you listen to me? And I was just like, I know, man. I was like, I should have listened to you. I should have listened to you. And we were just kind of cracking up, and I was like, I'm not gonna lie, I even told him, I was like, I'm glad you didn't go. And then he was like laughing. And then he's like, well, you're probably right. I probably wouldn't have thought, like, he even said, he's like, he thought that he probably would be kind of like more with the naysayer mindset, like, no, let's just see. Or even if something kind of paranormal was going on, he probably would have been like, oh, let's keep on watching. You know what I mean? Like, kind of like when you're watching a movie, you're like, oh, you shouldn't go up, don't go upstairs, don't go in the basement. But then, like, someone, like, they go in the basement anyways, you know, not to go, but you go. Like, so yeah, no, we were both kind of like, it felt good that when he was, and then, like, that's what he brought it up to me. We hung out probably like a month ago, and he brought it up. We were like having some beers again. We were just like watching some music videos on his TV, and he was just like, yeah, he's like, man, he's over all that stuff because he's like, man. He's like, you were really going through it. He's like, I know you're not crazy now, though, because he's like, you're living your life. You've been doing stuff. You don't, like, always bring it up to me. And I was like, yeah, and I told him, I was like, yeah, I mean, I was just in a dark place. And after it happened, my wallet going missing, my car breaking down, the other car getting totaled, just, like, weird stuff happening. I remember when I came home from work, and it was probably a month after it happened, and I had gone across the street to Whole Foods to grab some water and some snacks, and I'm about to walk down the dock, and I see so I know everyone that's on the dock. Like, it's like if you see someone in your neighborhood that you're driving down the street every day, you're like, oh, I've never seen this guy before. There's these three people wearing all black, kind of in, like, you know, I don't like to generalize things, but it looked like gothic, like, attire, and they're over kind of by my boat, and I was on the phone with someone, and I was like, hey, dude, like, there's someone on the dock for these people, like, and then my buddy is like, oh, you don't give them any attention. I was like, yeah, it's just weird, I don't know what they're doing. And then they noticed me, they were right by my boat, there's three of them, two guys and a girl,
both dudes had, like, one dude was like 6'3", had like, he was like a skinhead wearing all black. The other guy was a little shorter, like dark hair, and the girl was just like a 5'4", wearing all black. They hear me coming down the ramp because the noise when you go onto the dock, and they turn around, they see me, they instantly start walking the opposite direction, and I just like pass them, and they kind of are just like, hey, and I was kind of like, you know, kind of do a nod, and I just passed them, and I was like, where? I mean, it's possible that it's just some young punk kids just at the dock, but it was strange to me that they were like right in front of my boat, hanging on the dock. I'm like, this isn't, I've never seen these people before. And it creeped me out because the time period from like when my experience happened to then was only a few weeks, maybe a month after. And then probably like a week or two later, my wallet shows back up. And I just felt like the wallet showing back up, I don't know if it has any relevance. I find it to be kind of freaky because I sleep with my wallet. I fell asleep with my wallet. I sleep with it like above my head on this like counter near the bed, and I put it in the same spot every night. And when I woke up to go to work the next morning, it's like 5 a.m. I'm looking for it. It's nowhere to be found. And I'm just thinking in my mind, oh, I must have like misplaced it. This thing is missing for weeks, and then shows up underneath a bucket on the boat weeks later, like a month later. No note, no nothing. All my cards are in there, but they're all shifted around. So obviously someone went through my stuff. No money was taken out of any of my accounts, nothing on my credit cards. So, I mean, is it possible that someone near the marina, hey, that's the long-haired dude that is over on that boat all the time. I'm just going to put it under the bucket. But most of the time, I feel like when someone finds your personal possession, like the experience I've ever had with someone like returning something to me, and if they're not doing a handoff, they usually like leave a note, and it says like, hey, found your wallet, like all your stuff is like, you know, and just say who they are. It was just like anonymous that my wallet shows back up is what I thought was weird. I don't know if I can relate it to this particular occurrence, but I don't know. Do you think that's a strange happening?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's strange, but it also doesn't mean that it's paranormal. It just could mean a various number of things.
Yeah, I would say I wouldn't write it off as nothing to do with your situation, but I wouldn't write it off as everything to do with your situation either. It's like, one way, it does seem weird that your wallet, because I mean, let's put it this way, it seems like your wallet was taken by somebody. That somebody knew who you were, didn't take anything from your wallet other than going through it, maybe trying to understand you, learn about you, and then gave you your wallet back a month later.
Well, what's creepy about it is that for them to have taken it, though, because I noticed it was missing the next morning, I had it the night before. So that means, and it's easy, I mean, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but it's not that hard to get into the place that I live in, especially like when I'm on it sleeping, because the lock is not very, I shouldn't be saying that, but I'm not worried. But so that would mean that someone would have had to come in there while I was sleeping and take it. And it was right by my head. So that makes it, that's what the creepy part about it is that for it to have gone missing, and I was like 100% I had left this spot, and for it to be gone, if someone did then in turn take it and I didn't just drop it somewhere, that brings a whole nother level of like creepiness into it, because that means that someone then came onto the boat. I was sleeping, I didn't wake up, definitely looked at me, took it, and then walked off. And then I didn't notice until hours later, which is, that part to me is what's disturbing. So it's like someone potentially knowing where you sleep, knowing your vulnerability, seeing that, oh, this is what this guy has to defend him, or, you know, just like seeing that you could be an easy target is essentially what I'm getting at. That's what concerned me the most about the wallet situation. Again, I can't confirm or deny if it has anything to do with the occurrence, but I think it's strange that my car that broke down afterwards. But you know, I had 100 some thousand miles on 120,000 miles, and it was paid off. So I'm like, okay, the radiator cracked and fluid leaked into the engine, so that makes sense. So I didn't know there's crack in the radiator. But the timing of it all, it's almost just like I had this bad energy around me, and like anything I was doing, it seemed it was like falling apart in this like short period of time. Like it was just like one bad thing after another, and I was like, is my life ever going to get normal again?
Yeah, I can understand that, and that's something that, you know, if you didn't go through what you went through, you might not have been thinking that there's something to this string of bad luck. But yeah, I don't know. I think that there could be something to it. There could not be. I'm not really gonna say either way. But let me ask you about one more thing, and then we're gonna wind this down. Because this is something else that you kind of talked about, and I think you kind of glossed over a clear picture as to what you were meant. You said there was a light that appeared in the sky, and did it shine down on you, or like a spotlight or something?
So when so say if you were in it was like an event, right? A nighttime event, and there was like a putt generator, and then there was a light to illuminate like the food trucks, but it's like a tall standing light that illuminates like the whole area. It was like this it was that type of light, but it was like illuminating, like it was set up and it was illuminating like the whole area essentially. Like it wasn't illuminating the like music area, because I was more in the corner, like where everyone's cameras were. It was just like shining down, and I'm looking for this light source, and it's not coming from anywhere. But even when I look up, it's hard to explain. It's like I'm not seeing a light shining. It's like you see the light illuminating, and then when you go to follow the light, it's just there's no light source, if that makes sense. It's really, I mean, again, it doesn't make sense. So it's hard to put it into. I think you're getting an idea of what I mean, but there wasn't like, I didn't see like an energy source of where the light was coming from. It was just like somehow it was illuminating.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
No, yeah. I mean, it's as much sense as it can make.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Know exactly what you're talking about. See it every day. I find the light interesting. When I come out with my new podcast detailing all this stuff I've been looking into, I think people understand why I even asked that. There are the fact that you couldn't see the light source, I would say doesn't match what I'm looking into. But there's a light in the sky that's appearing before people. It has very specific qualities, and it has everything to do with what I'm looking into. And it's not a UFO. It's actually a deity. And so I that's why I asked you though, because I wanted to clarify that I wasn't talking to somebody that might.
Well, and again, like while all of this is taking place, like I'm getting hit back to back with craziness. So like most people, I feel like when they have like an encounter or something, like they see Dogman, or they have an entity drag them down the hallway, but they're dealing with like one sole thing. Like I'm seeing things that are looking like demons to vampires to people flying in the sky, a portal, like things, people shape-shifting, things growing, being blocked by force fields. Like I'm experiencing so many things at the same time. It's even possible for some of like I feel like there's things that I saw that I like almost can't even conceptualize, because it happened. It was like like my computer was in overdrive. It's like my brain was like, I can't compute all this. Like there's too much information. Like it's kind of like I hear when people talk about like DMTs or like deities that they see in DMT, or like they see like the creation of the universe or something, and they claim that they're getting hit with all these things at once, and then they come out of it and they almost like forget important details. I almost wonder that if there's even like, I mean, I remember everything step by step, but I'm almost like thinking like, is there other like things I was seeing, but since they weren't as crazy as like the most insane things I was seeing, that I was like overlooking it.
I'll
like,
worry about that later. I'll worry about that later. Right now, I got vampires.
Yeah, like, yeah, it's like I got bigger fish to fry. And I can't help but to think when I was seeing like the people in the sky in the portal, like feeling like in Raiders of the Lost Ark, when like Indiana Jones, like seeing them open the covenant and the ghosts and stuff are like flying. And then he's like, Miriam, cover your eyes. Like, it's almost like I was having that like moment of like, wow, this is incredible. I can't believe I'm seeing this. But also while being struck with like this like overcoming fear of like, this isn't good. And also knowing that I was under that area and thinking in my head, like, would I have been sent up there or something? And then I didn't even see it come back down, because I just looked the other way and I started just walking in the opposite direction, just trying to like gather my bearings, like, okay, what is happening? And then I have that encounter with the vampire around the bonfire, and it was just so much happening that this is what this whole thing. I'll sometimes look at it and be like, man, that's just some crazy shit. It's like a bad dream. It didn't happen. And then I'll sometimes wake up in the middle of the night or early in the morning, and I'll just think back to it. It'll just like pop in my head, and I'll be like, oh my God, that was real. And it just like, there's just a pit in my stomach, because you know when you just like know something happened and you like almost try to like suppress it, and it comes back and you're just like, wow, that actually, especially in those early hours or right when you wake up and I think of that, it really bothers me, because I know, I'm like, okay, there's no other way to write this off anymore. Like, I know this happened, and that was part of me why I came onto this. It's like I never listened to paranormal podcasts prior to experience. Like, I was into sci-fi movies, horror movies. I fancied the ideas of weird encounters. I've had sleep paralysis growing up, but I had the only weird thing till this day that I only think else that happened to me when I was young, that was paranormal. And if I can share this with you really quick, I was 5 years old. We just moved into this house in Michigan. The people that we got from was an middle-aged Asian couple, and they seemed like really eager to get out of the house. And my dad got it for a really good deal. I remember him just saying, "I got it for a really good deal." And this is really the only true kind of encounter. There's one other thing outside of this, but me and my sister were sleeping in her bedroom. Hers was next to mine, but we were a year apart. So we were at the age. She was like 4, I'm 5 or 5.5. She's maybe almost 5. And we're just like, I was going to sleep in the bed with her that night, and we were watching The Little Mermaid. And I remember it wasn't The Little Mermaid movie. They had these episodic episodes, and the tape would end, and the tape ended, and you know how the TVs would turn blue? Well, the screen turned blue, and right when it turned blue, I got up to go turn the TV off, because that meant time to go to bed. I'm going to shut off the screen. So I got up, I'm going to turn off the TV, and then there's just like a knock on the window, and this window off the ground, just 8 feet off the ground. So you'd have to be really tall to like be knocking on it. And I climbed up on the toy chest, and I lifted my head up, and what I think I saw, I was also very young, appeared to be a gray alien. And they have a skinny neck, skinny arms, and big eyes. At this time, I'm 5 years old. I don't know what an alien is. Like, I had seen Star Wars, but I don't even think I had the term alien in my vocabulary. Like, this was in the 90s. So I was pretty young. I don't even know if I knew what an alien was. And I remember seeing it, and I ducked down, and I came back up, and it mimicked my movements. So when I told people this, they were like, well, is that your reflection? I'm 5 years old. It's possible. But then I remember it knew how to mimic my movements. And I ducked back down, I came back up again, and it was gone. And I just have never forgot that experience. But that one in particular, I'm like, okay, I'm a child. I don't know how much weight I put into it. It's possible that the neighbors next door were pulling a prank on me and had some kind of toy, but I don't like to write things off like that. But I just feel like my whole life, I've never really followed like the paranormal until this experience. And after listening to like a lot of these accounts and stuff, I'm like, wow, this stuff is real. 'Cause even if there's a percentage of people like misidentifying their experiences as something else and it's really not anything and they're just getting freaked out by stuff. But when you listen to most of these and you hear the conviction in these stories, and you're like, okay, there's people all over the world, all over the country that are all having these strange occurrences happen. There's got to be truth to a lot of this. It's not just like make believe.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously this is my show. I don't personally believe it for my show, but say 95% of the people that have ever been on my show were lying, not even misidentifying, but they're lying. And there's 5 that were telling the truth, and it was actually real. That's all you need. That's all you need for somebody to be, that's a skeptical mindset to say, "Oh, this is actually real." Yeah, it's real. So I totally understand what you're saying, and I don't think that you're reading into things too much. I don't think that. Let's put it this way: I don't think your neighbors are playing a prank.
I honestly think what I saw was a gray, but I will tell you this other thing, and I think you just need it.
All right, I got no. You could listen to the rest if you want. There's only 30 some minutes left of it. It's not. We've heard the best of it. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Excellent night. They spent 6 hours of serious education on the topic. The answer. The beginning of the night. Of course, Claudia shared for the first hour and some minutes, almost an hour and a half, of her personal story, and didn't interrupt. And then, so we talked about the solution, and then we got into this. It was Desert Portal Death Cult, which there's a lot of people that have seen things like that, and many of them never came back to tell the story. So, high strangeness in this world. And that's the understatement. So anyways, the answer is God, that's for sure. Anyways, I imagine if you were able to listen to the past 6 hours on and off, along with everything else that I shared with you in this past week, if it isn't in a week, is it a week? When did I start doing this? Last Thursday? You would have learned a lot. And we still got a long ways to go. The answer, the problem, the circumstances, the situation. Okay, I am done for the night. Anybody that's still there, thank you. Anybody that heard it in the future, thank you. Thank you, Claudia. And thank you, whoever's here is here. May God bless you a million times.